We can't trust Declan. He's very strong, and we don't want to be at his mercy. If she were born into a good weird family, it might have been different, Rose thought, guiding the truck up to Grandma's house. She might have had tutors and clothes of natural colors. She would have been witty and carefree, and then Declan might have thought she was the coolest thing since sliced bread. He might have tried to win her. Now that would be an interesting exercise. The arrogant, icy, monstrously powerful Declan bowing and asking her to dance, or making polite small talk with Grandma in French before asking for permission to take Rose for a stroll in the park. Oh, that would be hilarious. She killed the smile that stretched her lips and let the fantasy die. Living in a dream never did her any good. She would never be a lady. She was born an edger mongrel. Good for, how had he put it? A carte blanche, but little else. Yesterday, when he stepped close to her and she looked into his eyes, she realized he wanted her. Not just her, the white flashing freak, but her as a woman. It wasn't a calculated move like that stare he had given her before. It was a completely spontaneous and honest declaration of attraction, and it was completely devastating. She had thought about it all evening and then half of the night, and now again she was thinking about it and couldn't let it go. The idea of being in Declan's bed filled her with a kind of happy terror. It wasn't an altogether unpleasant feeling, and she was furious with herself for it. He was so out of place in her house that Rose never expected him, and when she ran into him while straightening up or cooking, her heart did a little skip. That skip was dangerous. Watching him, talking to him, was dangerous. She had been fooled before, and she couldn't afford to be fooled again. She needed to get her head on straight. When she allowed herself to dream, being the object of a blue blood's lust didn't enter her fantasies. No, she dreamt of a regular guy, a nice guy with a steady job, someone who would love her as much as she loved him and take care of her just like she would take care of him. Someone like William. Except her heart didn't make those little jumps when she saw William. She pictured herself living in the Broken with a regular guy, just like a regular family, going to a regular job. Dear God, she would slit her own throat out of boredom. I don't know what I want, she mumbled. 5 minutes later, she drove up to Grandma's, parked and eyed the house. Grandma had to be dying to give her a piece of her mind regarding Declan. This morning, Rose got away without a conversation by making excuses about Georgie needing to eat. Maybe if she got lucky, she could get away with her hide intact again. Come on, Georgie. He climbed out of the truck, and together they made their way up the steps and into the kitchen, which smelled like vanilla and cinnamon. Smells like cookies, Georgie said. Grandma Eleonore smiled and handed him a plate of cookies. There you go. Why don't you go to the porch, Georgie, and let me and Rose talk a bit? Rose bit her lip. She knew what was coming and tried to beat a hasty retreat, just like this morning. I brought back your $4, she announced, putting the money on the table. I really can't stay. I have groceries in the truck, and they might spoil. Sit! Grandma pointed to a chair. Rose sat. Where is Jack? With Declan. And you trust Declan enough to leave a child with him? Rose grimaced. They snuck out this morning. By the time I woke up, they had gone beyond the scrying spell. Jack worships the ground Declan walks on, and he probably wanted to show off in the wood. I'm not happy about it, and I'll chew him out when they get home, but I don't think Declan would hurt him or let him be harmed. He saved Jack once, and I don't believe he has it in him to injure a child. And what makes you think so? Rose shrugged. It's a feeling I get from him. A feeling? Grandma fixed her with an intense blue gaze. I'll hear about the blue blood. All of it. All of it took almost a half hour. The more Rose talked, the more the corners of Grandmother's mouth sagged. Do you like him?" she asked when Rose fell silent. Why would you even ask me that? Rose, do you like him?" A little," Rose said. "Just a little." Grandma sighed. "Most of the time I want to strangle him," Rose added to ease her fears. For some odd reason, her attempt to reassure Grandma actually made things worse. Eleonore's face paled. "Could do, Nuzaid." God help us. What did I say? I don't like him enough to go away with him. He's arrogant and overbearing and— Grandma raised her hand, and Rose fell silent. Eleonore opened her mouth, closed it, and shook her head. "Anything I say will only make things worse," she murmured. "What do you mean?" Grandma sighed. "You have a flaw, Rose. You're daring. Just like my Cletus, just like your father. It's a Drayton trait, and it has brought us nothing but misery. You see a challenge, and you must go after it." Rose blinked. She didn't chase challenges, at least not intentionally. At least, she never thought she did. "And this Declan, he's a terrible challenge," Grandma Eleonore continued. "Proud and powerful, and he looks— well, you know yourself how he looks. I know you'll turn yourself inside out trying to win. Declan is the same way. He saw you out the window on the phone and went out the back door like he was about to storm a castle. He has decided you're his." "I'll undecide it for him," Rose snorted. "He thinks he's already won? Well, I have a surprise or two coming." "That's what I'm afraid of," Grandma murmured. "You must understand, he's a dangerous man, very dangerous. I cursed him." "You what?" "I cursed him," Grandma repeated. "That evening when William called, he came through the door asking for you, and I didn't know who he was, so I cursed him." "Oh, God. What did you cast?" "Rubber legs." The Edgers had many talents. The ability to curse wasn't the rarest talent, but it was one of the strongest. The older you were, the stronger was your cursing. The elder Edgers had the cursing monopoly, and they didn't warm up to newcomers until they were past middle age, which for some Edger families hit around 70 or so. For most curses, there was no cure. They had to be broken by the target or left to run their course. If the target did manage to break your curse, the magic lashed out back at you. While you tried to deal with the consequences, a very put-out cursee might arrive with his trusty shotgun, intending to use you for target practice. And if the curse did succeed, often the family of the afflicted would petition one of the older cursers for help to bring you down to size. Then you really had problems. An Edger had to be well along in years and have a good deal of respect before she could get away with cursing someone, or the retribution would be swift and brutal. Rose had learned cursing when she was only 6, by accident, just like everyone else. The family was out at a barbecue, and a girl named Tina Waddy had stolen her doll and thrown it on the grill. Rose wished Tina's hair would fall out. As soon as she said it, her magic gushed, and then they had to go home. The next time she saw Tina, her long blonde hair was gone, and short stubble covered her head. Everyone was allowed one curse, their first one, because that's how you learned you had the power. But after that, you learned to control yourself, or there would be hell to pay. Luckily for her, Grandma was a curser as well, one of the best in East Laporte, and Rose got more education in the art of cursing than she would ever need. The only proper way to learn curses responsibly was to suffer through most of them. Grandmother knew a lot of curses, and Rose had wanted to learn badly. She had tried rubber legs on for size when she was 12. Rubber legs was an excruciatingly painful curse. The victim felt her legs torn apart like string cheese. If she tried to take a step, she would inevitably plummet to the ground. The curse left no harmful effect and vanished after an hour or so, but meanwhile a person could lose her mind. And Grandma had cast it on Declan. It was a wonder he didn't slaughter the lot of them. "Why would you curse him?" Grandma shrugged. "He surprised me." "What happened?" "Your blue blood grunted a bit and shrugged it off, just muscled on right through it. And that's when I hit him with the bottle of olive oil and missed. He dodged, took the bottle out of my hands, and told me in perfect French that while he appreciated my vigor when defending my family, if I attempted to hit him again, I would sorely regret it." That sounded like Declan. "He's good at intimidation," Rose said. Grandma nodded, her eyes opened wide. "Oh, I believed him. Besides, the curse had backlashed, and I had to sit down. Do you know what I was going to do for a living before your rogue of a grandfather sailed into port with his ship and a dashing smile?" "No." "Our village supplied retainers for Count d'Artois of the Kingdom of Gaul in the Weird. My family, in particular, had served him for years. Trust me, I recognize blood when I see it. I don't know what Declan told you, but that boy has generations of blue blood ancestors to prop him up." Rose waved her hands. "I don't think he is all that high on the peer ladder. Sometimes he forgets to act like a blue blood, and he's almost normal. Besides, I checked him in the encyclopedia, and it says Earl Camarine is a courtesy title. He probably got it for his military service in the Red Legion." Grandma's mouth closed with a click. "Oh, what did I say now?" "Nothing," Grandma said. "Nothing at all. You're right. Jack is probably safe with him. Still, don't you think you better check on them?" Rose glanced at the clock on the wall. 30 minutes past noon. She was late, but the change in subject was awfully sudden. "There's something you're not telling me." "Dear, I could fill this room with things I'm not telling you." Grandma had that particular glint in her eyes that said arguing was useless. Rose shook her head and went to look for Georgie. She found him curled up on the daybed, asleep. "Leave him with me," Grandma Eleonore said. "He needs the rest. I'll walk him back when he's awake." Rose sighed, hugged her, and left. She went down the steps, crossed the lawn, and went to her truck. A challenge chaser. She never considered herself to be that way. Well, yes, she did work on her flash until it became an obsession, but that was because she had so little else to occupy her. What she needed to do was get home, have a long talk with Jack about not going off on wild field trips with enemies of the family, and explain to Declan— What the hell did she want to explain to Declan? That in the moments when he forgot about being a blue blood, she found herself drawn to him like a foolish little moth is drawn to a bug-zapping lantern? Rose drove back to the house. Declan and Jack were still out. She dragged the groceries in and sorted them out between the freezer, fridge, and pantry. A bag of apples and a plastic container of strawberries came up missing. Probably still in the truck. She went outside. As Rose approached the truck, broken glass crunched under her foot. Glittering shards from a busted windshield lay on the road, stretching to the left in a shiny trail. A quick glance at the truck assured her that her own windshield was intact. Rose crouched and examined the glass. Odd. Not the typical spray or sheet of glass that resulted from a crash. It looked as if someone had smashed a windshield and then carefully poured the pieces out to get her attention. She could have sworn it hadn't been there when she got home. The sparkling trail ended at an old pine. Rose frowned, looked up, and saw a license plate dangling off a branch on a cord. Boss Man. Emerson's license plate. What in the world? She scanned the road. At the far left, a chunk of red metal lay on the side by some bushes. She jogged to it. It was a piece of a red car hood in the precise tomato shade of Emerson's SUV, its edges dark from the blowtorch burn. Farther down the road, another chunk lay just before the bend. Rose strode to it, past the curve, and saw a third red spot 100 yards down. A trail of car crumbs leading away from the house toward the broken. Very well. She jogged back to her truck and started it. She had to see where the car parts led. Chapter 15. Eleonore rose from the table where a small piece of the beast floated in a jar of formaldehyde. The rest of the body had begun to decompose, and she had had to bury it when she could no longer stand the smell. "Talk to me," she whispered. She had tried everything. She had called on Adele Moore, Lee Stearns, and Jeremiah. They looked through their books and diaries and cast their spells and burned their herbs. She even made the trip down to speak to Elsie, or what was left of her. Her efforts earned her nothing. The collective wisdom of East Laporte had failed. Whatever the beast was, wherever it came from, it was evil. On that everyone agreed. Rumors flew about. To the north, Malachi Radish and his family were gone from their trailer, their place torn apart and left open. Malachi was never the sharpest tool in the shed, and his truck was missing. So it was possible he just lost his marbles and took off with his wife and his kids without telling anyone. But Eleonore doubted it. Adele heard rumors of the dogs vanishing into the night, and Dina Vaughn found her livestock slaughtered. Something killed the small herd of pygmy goats and painted the hill where they grazed with their entrails. They were under attack. Dread sat in her chest like a hard clump of ice. Where would it end? What did the creatures want? She had no answers. The only weapon they had was Rose and her flash. Eleonore rubbed her face. Rose. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. The child just couldn't catch a break. Lord Camarine bothered her. The boy was a genuine article. Flawless manners, flawless poise. He'd picked up on the faint trace of accent in her speech when she cursed him and replied in refined aristocratic French. Not something one could easily falsify. And power. Such great power. When she had gone to visit Elsie, she had seen the damage to the house. The roof was completely gone, and most of the wall, too. Amy said he had done it in one burst. Expected from one of the Red Legionnaires, of course. They were the Adrianglian weapon of last resort. She had heard stories about them when she was a little girl. They fought like demons. Some of them weren't even human. What in the world would an earl be doing in such a legion? The boy looked like a born rake. He would smash Rose's heart to pieces. Eleonore sighed. In times like these, she wished for Cletus. Not that the old rogue would be any help. He'd grin and tell her to leave the kids alone so they could have their fun. Cletus always reasoned with his heart, while she always reasoned with her brain. But still, she missed him so badly. For a while, she sat lost in thought and memories. When she finally shrugged them off, the tea in her cup had gone cold. She touched the teapot. Cold, too. Oh, well. She would have to learn more about this Declan, and if Rose wasn't there to answer the questions, she would just have to ask Georgie. That reminded her, she better check on the boy. Eleonore crossed into the sitting room. The daybed lay empty. "Georgie?" she called. He didn't answer. "Georgie!" Eleonore strode through the house from the kitchen to the bedroom, through it to the other bedroom, past the bathroom to the storage room. There he was, staring out the window. She came up to him and petted the pale blonde hair. "What are you doing here all by yourself?" She glanced through the window and froze. On the edge of the ward, dark beasts prowled. 2, 4, 6, more. They bunched together, crawling on one another, piling into a narrow pyramid. Ilona caught her breath. The ward stones were strong and old, but the higher you reached, the weaker the magic barrier became. The pyramid was now 6 beasts high. 8. 9. The top hound pressed against the ward and toppled into the yard. It fell inside the ward, flipping in the air to land on all fours, shook itself, and padded toward the house. Georgie looked at her, his eyes huge and terrified. "They're coming." Just before the boundary, a narrow, overgrown path veered right from the main road. A small red piece of a car door lay at the bend, and another rested a little down the path just in case Rose failed to get the message. She parked the truck and took her .22 out of her bag. She was so close to the boundary that whoever left the trail of car parts could duck into the broken when she got near. In the broken, her flash was useless, but her bullets would fly past the boundary just fine. Rose locked the truck and headed down the trail. A few moments later, the dense brush ended abruptly, and she found herself at the beginning of a pasture. A low hill rose in front of her, at the apex of which towered a massive oak. A few decades ago, lightning had hit it, shearing one of the branches on the right side. The story went that some knucklehead ignored the rule about standing under the large, isolated trees during a thunderstorm, and when the lightning cleaved off a branch, it fell and crushed his horse. Ever since, the giant of a tree became known as the Dead Horse Oak. Today, the tree seemed even more lopsided than usual. A large, oblong thing hung from a thick branch on the right side, swaying slightly. Rose frowned. Now what? The thing moaned. She squinted and realized what it was. Emerson, wrapped in white plastic and hung upside down by the seatbelts of his car. He moaned again, weaker. Rose took the safety off her gun, took a deep breath, and advanced toward him, slowly, scanning the surroundings as she came. Her eyes strained to catch the quickest glimpse of danger. Her ears searched for the slightest sound. She heard nothing, only wind, crickets, and the distant small noises of the wood. Step. Another. Rose shivered. She was almost there. Emerson's face was the color of a ripe plum. His eyes looked at her, unfocused, but failed to see. "It's okay," she told him softly. "It's okay, I've got you." Blood was probably rushing to his head. She had to get him down. Emerson's lips moved. "Wolf." "Yes?" "Wolf. Wolf." "Wolf?" "Wolf!" His voice gained a sudden intensity. "Wolf! Wolf! Wolf!" Wolf? A wolf didn't wrap him in plastic and hang him off the tree. Okay, she murmured. "Calm down, I'll get you." She reached for the seat belts. A black, shaggy wolf emerged from behind the tree, huge, as big as a calf. It stared at her with 2 large golden eyes, its glare cold and vicious and smart. Too smart. This wasn't an ordinary wolf. This was a changeling. Every hair on the back of her neck stood on its end. Rose became utterly still. There was no other changeling in East Laporte except for her brother. Below the eyes, the black muzzle gaped, revealing enormous ivory fangs. Rose clutched Emerson, pulling him to herself, and flashed. The white arch of Adaman's defense swept around her, severing the seatbelt rope. Emerson fell. 200 pounds of dead weight hit her, and she dropped him to the ground. The wolf snarled. It was a horrible sound. Fury and bloodthirst rolled into a savage promise. "You can't have him," she said. The wolf snapped. Its teeth rent the air a hair away from her flash. Panic shot through her. The white arch split into 3, each whip of white speeding so fast they blended into a continuous white barrier around her and Emerson. The wolf halted, puzzled. They were trapped. She couldn't keep the 3 arches moving indefinitely, but to attack him with her flash, she'd have to drop her defense. The gold eyes told her that if she gave him a fraction of a second, he'd tear her to pieces. Rose slowed down the arches. They became distinct once again. The wolf panted at her, as if it were laughing, amused by her wimpy efforts to keep it from its prey. She slowed the arches enough that for a fraction of a second, as each arch passed her, she was unprotected. As the next arch slid to the right, Rose snapped her gun up and fired. The gun spat bullets and thunder. The wolf dashed to the left, bounded off the oak trunk, and sprinted away into the wood. Rose swallowed. At her feet, Emerson whimpered like a child. "It's gone," she told him in a trembling voice. "It's gone and gone." She couldn't carry Emerson off the hill. She couldn't even drag him. Her fingers shook. She pulled her cell phone out of the pocket of her jeans. It took her 3 tries to dial the right number. "Eric Kaplan, Kaplan Insurance. How may I help you?" the voice on the other end said. "This is Rose. I'm at Dead Horse Oak. I have your uncle, and I need you to come and get him." "Hurry, child." Mamere's voice urged Georgie up the ladder. He squirmed up the steps into the attic and scooted aside, offering her his hand. She climbed up, carried one of Grandpa's guns. They pulled the ladder up, and the trap door shut with a slap. Mamere slid the latch closed. It wouldn't help. The beasts would find them. They both knew it. "It will be fine," Mamere murmured. "It will be fine. We're going to cast a spell." "They eat magic, Mamere," George said softly. "They like it." She stopped. "That's what Rose said." Porcelain shattered downstairs. Icy alarm shot through Georgie. He jerked. Mamere's arms closed about him. Another dish crashed. Something was moving through the kitchen. "Be very silent, child," Mamere whispered in his ear. "Quiet like a mouse." Silence reigned. A long minute passed. Around them, the attic lay dim, empty except for a few boxes. A fine layer of dust covered the floor. Barely any light penetrated through the wooden slits of the closed shutter that guarded a single tiny window. Georgie felt the hound's magic. It hovered on the edge of his senses, waiting quietly and patiently, waiting for them to use their power so it could pounce. The eerie sound of claws scratching at the walls nearly made Georgie jump. He clung to Mamere. She bit her lip and hugged him closer. He couldn't let the hounds get her. Not Mamere. But if he opened his mind, their magic would get him. Terror squirmed through Georgie. Claws skittered on the roof. Something bumped downstairs directly under them. The beasts knew where they hid. Georgie shivered. His teeth chattered, his fingers and toes gone ice cold. A hard punch struck the boards to the left. The scratching grew louder. The beasts dug through the roof, trying to break in. He couldn't let them get Mamere. Georgie fought against his fear and forced it down. He leaned back in Mamere's arms. It was time to find lost things. He quested outward, searching the vast darkness before him with his mind's eye. The hound's magic pounced on him in a smothering wave, like a flood of slime armed with 1,000 mouths. Georgie choked. Something inside him whimpered. The mouths bit into him with tiny sharp teeth, winding about his legs, spiraling up his body. His mind burned with pain. He quested harder, desperate to be heard before the foul magic drowned him completely. Somewhere, impossibly far away, Mamere called his name. Her voice was full of tears. He reached out to Rose, but she was too far away. He couldn't get to her. He had to find someone else. He searched, his mind staggering under the pressure, until he finally saw it, a bright white star shining in the darkness. With the last of his strength, he touched it. The beastly magic gaped below him like the mouth of a horrible creature and gulped him whole. Jack sat atop the kitchen island and watched Declan search the fridge with a plate in hand. His stomach growled. They had spent the whole morning in the wood tracking down the beasts. Declan called them hounds. They couldn't be killed with a gun, he had said. The bullets went right through them. The only way to kill them was to tear or cut them apart, or to fry them with magic. He had tracked the scents for hours, but most of them led out of the wood, not to it. Declan followed him everywhere. Declan was fun in the wood, Jack decided. He was quiet, and he didn't do stupid things. But now they were both tired and hungry. He thought Rose would be home with lunch, but she wasn't. Instead, he and Declan had to raid the fridge. "It seems we have enough food for a feast. We can even make our own edger burger." Declan dropped the plate. It crashed to the floor with a thud. Jack jumped at the sound. "Stay here," Declan barked, his face terrible. "Don't follow me. Don't leave the house. Do you understand?" Jack nodded. "I'm going to get your brother. Do not leave." Chapter 16. Ilona cradled Georgie. He lay limp, his skin cold and clammy. His pulse fluttered like a dying butterfly underneath her fingertips. She tried to reach him again and again, but he had slipped somewhere deep, far beneath her power. Below her, the house shuddered and snapped, loud with breaking wood and heavy crashes, but none of that mattered. She focused on her hoarse whisper, pouring every iota of her power into the words. "Come on, sweetheart. Come back to me. Come back to your grandmère. You don't want to leave me, do you?" She sensed only darkness. "Come back to me, baby." Her magic suffused her. A faint glow spread from her face to her fingertips. In the darkness of the attic, and in the darkness that had swallowed Georgie, Ilona became a beacon. "Come back to me." She was so intent on finding him, it took her several seconds to realize that all had gone quiet. The trapdoor quaked. Someone or something had grasped the pull rope from below and jerked it. Ilona began to chant soundlessly, gathering the magic around her. She couldn't flash, not like Rose, but she had the old magic. She wouldn't roll over and let them rip her to pieces without a fight. The next tug tore the latch from the wood. The ladder dropped down. The magic swirled around her like a death cloud. Malevolent streaks shot through her glow, twisting about her in furious ribbons. The spell would take her life in payment for its services, but she had no choice, anything to buy Georgie a few more minutes. The magic hovered at her fingertips, itching to be unleashed. "It's Declan," a male voice called. "I'm coming up." She saw the blonde head rise through the opening. His face was covered in silver spatter. The death magic vanished, replaced by a single urgent need to save Georgie. "Hurry," Declan called. "He's fading." She thrust Georgie at him. Declan grabbed the body and disappeared down below. She scrambled after him. Declan rushed through the house. She followed him, stepping over beast carcasses and shattered furniture. Declan swept the kitchen table clean with a brush of his arm, sending dishes and jars to the floor, and deposited Georgie on the table. He briskly lifted Georgie's eyelid, exposing a tiny line of blue surrounding a black dilated pupil. "I need a candle," he said. Ilona turned, sliding on gore splashed across the kitchen floor, grasped a candle and a box of matches. She lit the candle with shaking hands. Declan dug into his clothes and pulled out a small pouch. He pulled a small piece of paper from the pouch, sprinkled herbs on it, rolled it like a cigarette, and set the end on fire. A tangy, sweet scent spread through the room. She realized what he was trying to do and swept Georgie up, raising his head off the table. Declan held the burning incense under Georgie's nose. The boy didn't move. Declan gulped a mouthful of smoke, pulled Georgie's mouth open, and blew into it. No response. He's gone, she realized. It's a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. Declan's face turned grim. He grabbed a handful of the boy's t-shirt and ripped it apart, revealing his bare chest. Lay him flat. She grasped his hand and saw his magic gather, blazing with white. No! You'll kill him! This is the only way. He pushed her aside, thrust his hand against Georgie's chest, and flashed. The spark of magic slashed through the small body. Georgie's eyes snapped open, but they were pure white. His eyes rolled back in their sockets. He made a terrible creaky sound like an unoiled door, and Declan thrust the burning herbs under his nose. Georgie inhaled, coughed, inhaled again, blinked, and she saw his blue eyes looking at her. "Ma mère," he whispered and coughed out a tiny puff of smoke. Ilona had clutched him to her. She smelled his hair, felt his heartbeat, and finally understood that he was alive. "We must move," Declan said briskly. "I can't protect you here. Can you carry the boy?" He needed his hands for his sword. She swept Georgie off the table. "Hold on to me, darling." Declan pulled a sword from his back and strode on. As Ilona followed him, she realized his back was red with blood. Beasts bled only silver. They crossed the kitchen to the front door. Declan kicked it open. A hound lunged at him from the right and was cut down in a flash of steel. Declan crossed the porch and nodded to her. She followed. To the left, near the bushes bordering the lawn, foul magic bloomed like a polluted flower, growing from several beast corpses. The silver blood from their carcasses pooled into a large puddle. The silver surface shimmered and twisted up in a corkscrew fountain, turning dark and ghostly, flowing into the outline of a man. Ilona couldn't see his face or any features, just a black shape, like a hole in the normal fabric of the world. The shade spoke. "I just want the boy, just a taste." Declan spun around. A grimace clamped his face. A torrent of white ripped from him, disintegrating the beasts, the puddle, and the shadow with it. "Come," Declan urged her. "The wards at Rose's house are better. Hurry." In the distance, Ilona heard the rumble of a car engine. A moment later, a truck shot out around the bend. Rose's face behind the windshield. Rose gently pulled Georgie's blanket up and glanced to Grandma. "Are you all right?" Grandma nodded wordlessly. Rose stepped to her and hugged her. Ilona was a plump, happy woman, but right then her shoulders seemed fragile beneath all those layers of tattered cloth. She raised her hand and patted Rose's arm gently. "I thought I lost Georgie." "You didn't." As long as Rose could remember herself, Grandma had served as the source of her strength. She was the one and only thing that remained constant. Mother, even before her death, had stopped really being there. Grandfather died. Relying on Dad was just asking for heartache. But Grandma was always present, always sure what to do, and if she couldn't help, she would at least make them laugh about it. No humor remained now. She sat in her chair, weak and gray. Even her teased-up hair drooped in defeat. Rose's chest tightened with ache. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Rose asked. "No." Grandmother looked at the two boys. Georgie slept. Jack curled next to him, not really sleeping, but being quiet, watching Georgie through the narrow slits of his half-closed eyes. "I just want to sit," Grandma murmured. I just need a bit of time to understand that they're okay. You go on. See to Declan. His back is all ripped up." Rose studied her for a long moment and quietly slipped out of the room. In the kitchen, Declan sat on a chair by the table. He had shrugged his leather and undershirt off, and his back was to her. 2 long, ugly gashes scored his skin. Blood caked in the deep, raw wounds. A cold needle of worry stabbed her. For all his strength, the beasts could have torn him apart in that house. "I don't suppose you know how to sew the wounds shut?" he asked. "You're in luck." She stepped into the bathroom and brought out her first aid kit. "I can take you to the hospital if you want. I have the money now, thanks to you." He shook his head. "I trust you." Famous last words. She handed him a glass of water and 2 Aleve gel caps. "They're anti-inflammatories. They will dull the pain a little bit and keep down swelling and redness. Swallow the pills, don't chew." "Well, I thought I'd stick them into my nose and impersonate a walrus, but if you insist, I'll swallow them." Rose blinked. Too much time with Jack and Georgie, not enough adult interaction. Next thing she knew, she'd be threatening to take away his comics if he didn't finish his dinner. "Well, Jack always tries to chew his," she murmured. "Sorry." "He told me he tried to eat cardboard." "And candles, and soap." Rose popped open the kit, talking as she worked. "Once, when he was a baby, I was in the yard hanging the sheets out to dry. He was in the grass next to me. I turned away for 10 seconds, and he was gone. By the time I chased him down, his face was covered in purple berry juice. I made him vomit on the spot, and he fell asleep right in my arms. I thought he'd passed out from the poison, and my father had the truck, so I ran with him to Grandma's." Rose took out a Ziploc bag containing a white cloth, spread the cloth on the table, and retrieved 3 curved needles and 20 pieces of pre-cut thread, each about a foot long. She threaded the 3 needles, poured water into a pot, put the needles, thread, and a pair of small tweezers into it, and set the whole thing to boil on the stove. "How did it end?" Declan asked. "Turned out to be pokeweed. The berries are poisonous, but he hadn't gotten enough of it in him to do any damage. I still remember every step of that run. Worst 5 minutes of my life." "How old were you?" 16. "Come on, I need to wash off your wounds," she said. He followed her into the bathroom, where she took the shower head out of the holder and rinsed the wounds on his back with lukewarm water. Afterward, they returned to the kitchen, where the light was better, to examine his gashes. "Only the top one needs to be stitched. The bottom one we can hold together with medical tape and butterfly bandages." She turned off the pot, let the needles cool, washed her hands and arms to the elbows with soap, and opened the bottle of betadine. "Are you allergic to seafood?" "No. You can use iodine on me. I won't suffer any side effects." "Oh, good." She doused the gauze with betadine and proceeded to clean the gashes. His back remained rock steady. It was a huge back, too, covered with bulges of hard muscle and scars. "You don't have to be that much of a hard-ass," she said. "Would you find me more sympathetic if I cried?" "No." She finished cleaning and bandaging the lower wound. Last chance for a broken surgeon. "No need." Rose carried the pot over and retrieved the first needle with tweezers. She held it for a minute or 2, just to make sure it cooled off. Then she brought the edges of the top wound together, clamped the needle, and pierced the edge of the gash. She pushed the needle through, pulled it free with tweezers, and made her first stitch. By now, either of the boys would be crying. She would be crying. She'd had to sew up cuts on herself before. Eventually, you did get numb to the pain, but the first few stitches hurt like hell. He just sat there. He really was a very scary bastard. "You're quick," he said. His voice gained a deeper undertone. If she didn't know better, she'd say he was flirting. A man would have to be insane to flirt while she was jabbing sharp metal into his wounds. "It's not my first time at the rodeo." "Do they have rodeos in the Weird?" she asked, trying to distract herself from the fact that she was sticking a huge needle into his living flesh. "Yes, they're a national sport in the Republic of Texas." "Texas is a separate republic?" She finished the knot and started the next. "The weird and the broken are mirror images of each other. Same continents, same oceans. In the broken, the continent of North America is divided sideways." "What do you mean, sideways?" There was a tiny pause as the needle slid into his back, but his voice was calm and strain-free. "The countries are horizontal. Canada, United States, Mexico. In the Weird, the division is vertical. That's how the continent was settled. In the east is Adrianglia. In the center is the Dukedom of Louisiana, which is part of the United Kingdom of Gaul." "Gaul?" "It's a kingdom of the Old World. Gaulish tribes used to be fragmented into several kingdoms. Celtica, Belgica, Gallica." "France and Belgium," Rose guessed. "Almost done," she murmured. "So what is to the west of Louisiana?" "Republic of Texas, then the Democracy of California." "What about Mexico?" "It still belongs to Castilla, Spain." They had run out of continent, and she still had a few stitches to go. How did Adrianglia come to be called that? She knew already, but she wanted to keep him talking. "Because it was discovered by Adrian Robert Drake, who claimed it in the name of the Anglian Kingdom. Unlike Columbus of the Broken, he realized he had found a new continent, rather than a roundabout way to India." "For a blue blood, you know a lot about the Broken," she told him, finishing the last stitch. "I serve the Duke of the Southern Provinces. The edge touches his lands. I was taught about the Broken because it's my duty to keep people from escaping into it. I can use a phone, fire a gun, and I know the theory of driving a vehicle, although I would rather not attempt it." "All done," she said. "You can go into your room and cry now." "Only if you come with me." He caught her hand into his. The feel of his skin almost made her shiver. "You have a very light touch. I barely felt it." "Don't try to lie to a professional liar. I need my hand to bandage you." He held on to her for another long second and opened his fingers. She pulled her hand away from his, bandaged the wound, and came around to pull away her needles. Declan didn't seem any worse for wear, still as arresting as ever. "Thank you," he said. "No, thank you for saving Georgie and my grandmother." All of the pressure and stress came crashing down on her at once. Her resolve broke like a thin glass tube snapping. She fought to keep from crying. "How did you know they were in trouble?" "The boy called me," he said. "He probably realized that would open him to the hound's magic. I think he was afraid for your grandmother, so he sacrificed himself." "Georgie's heart is too big for his own good," she said. She'd nearly lost him. No more strange expeditions. She needed to stay home with the boys and weather this mess. How many of the hounds were there? Declan shrugged his massive shoulders. "A few." "How many?" she insisted. 14. Unfortunately, the house is narrow, and I was unable to rely on my flash. I surmised Georgie and Madame Eleonore might be in the attic. Bringing the house down with magic would have been bad form. It's generally advisable to keep the people you attempt to rescue alive." He said it matter-of-factly, as if that were the most ordinary thing in the world. He ran into a house full of monsters to save people to whom he didn't owe anything. "I wish there were some way I could repay you," she said, wiping her hands. "There is." She looked up. "What can I do for you?" "You could kiss me, Rose." She froze, the kitchen towel in her hands, sure she had misheard. "Surely I deserve one kiss for saving your brother." Why would you want me to kiss you?" "I want to know what you taste like." A slow smile stretched his lips. "Don't tell me you haven't thought of it." She had thought of it, but she would die before admitting it. "Can't say I have." "One kiss," he said, "or are you scared?" That same delicious terror that she felt whenever she thought about touching Declan made it completely impossible for her to move. "Not at all," she lied. "Then kiss me." Here was her chance. She could kiss him free of guilt without admitting anything. She wouldn't get another opportunity like that. If she lived to be 100 and stayed the entire time in the Edge, at least she would be able to say that in her young and wild days she had kissed a crazy blue blood from the weird. She was daring, right? Wasn't that what daring women did? Rose closed the distance between them and rested her own palms on the table between his hands and his sides. If he brought his arms in, he could trap her. It should have made her more cautious, but it didn't. She was running along the edge of one of Declan's blades. One misstep, and she would fatally cut herself. And she liked it. "It's just a kiss. Stop making a huge deal out of it." She leaned close to Declan. Their lips were a mere inch apart. Declan's eyes were terribly green, like a grass blade with sun shining through it. "I'm going to kiss you because you saved my brother," she murmured, "for no other reason." "Duly noted," he said. She leaned another quarter-inch forward, their lips almost touched. "This is so very wrong," she murmured, her whole body strummed with anticipation. He leaned his head to her, his voice low. "It's only a kiss. It's not as if I'm asking you to do something indecent." He certainly looked as if he would like to do something indecent. She licked her lips and kissed him. He opened his mouth and let her in. Her tongue found his. She stroked it gently and realized Declan held back, keeping himself under tight control. Suddenly, she wanted to make him lose his mind, for no other reason than to prove to him that she could. She attacked his mouth. Her tongue darted in and out, her touch light and quick, teasing, never giving him a taste. Declan growled low in his throat, a purely animal sound that made her want to press against him. She felt the precise moment when his patience finally snapped. His arms caught her and pulled her to him. He kissed her back, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, drinking her in. Her head spun. He tasted like a drug. Heat blossomed in her chest and rolled down. Her body ached to be touched. Another moment, and she would strip naked for him. Rose pulled back. His arms held on to her, but she took a step back, and he released her. "Was that decent enough, Lord Camarine?" He looked at her like he was about to pounce. "Quite." "I thought I had to make the kiss memorable," she told him. "It's your reward, after all." She was burning up. The air around her had turned viscous like glue. She had to gulp it to get any into her lungs. Declan was having some issues coping with the sudden distance between them. His pants failed to mask a large bulge. "I better go get some air," she said, turning away from him. "Wait." She sensed him looming behind her. He leaned in, brushed her hair out of the way, and gently kissed the back of her neck. A shiver ran down her spine. He slid one arm across her shoulders and chest, above her breasts, pulling her to him. "Rose," he whispered into her ear, probably fully aware of what effect that small word had on her when he said it. His other hand caught her waist, trapping her. "Stay." He kissed her neck again, and it took all of her will not to rub her back against him like a kitten eager for a stroke. "Oh, get a hold of yourself. Don't be melting for him. That's exactly what he wants." "Nice kiss," she heard herself say, "but no thanks." She took his hands off her body. "You still have 2 challenges," she reminded him, and escaped through the house onto the porch. Chapter 17. Outside, the sun shone bright, the early afternoon in full bloom. Rose breathed in deep, trying to calm herself. Part of her wanted to run back into the house. The other part laughed in cynical disbelief. Run and do what? Yell, "Here I am! Take me! Take me!" She shrugged it off. She had to give it to Declan. The man could seduce. Not that he had to try terribly hard, considering the way he looked and what easy pickings she was. "You'll be completely safe, Rose, blah, blah, blah." Yeah, right. Safe. Eventually, she would have to go back there and look him in the eye. She had no clue how she would manage that. He was staying in her house, which meant some hard and fast rules were in order. No watching him while he waved his sword around in the morning. No thinking about him, unless it was about how she would win a challenge and kick his ass to the curb. No. A man stood in the middle of the lawn, just beyond the ward line. He shimmered lightly, dark and translucent, as if made of many layers of dark pantyhose. A hood hid his face, but she saw his hands. They were the mottled, bruised color of the hound's hide. "It's taken you a while to notice me, my dear," he said. His voice was cultured and soft, and he rolled his R's slightly, just like Declan. "I was right. You're delicious." "What in the hell is that?" She stepped down off the porch and approached the man slowly. He seemed to float out of a puddle of the gray goo that served as hound's blood, and as she came near, she saw the bodies of 2 hounds rapidly dissolving into it. The closer she got, the stronger the stench of the magic became. A little more. Close enough so her flash wouldn't miss if she had to use it. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm Lord Carshorn Eritrees Sandine." The figure dipped his head in a smooth bow. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, although really politeness is unnecessary under the circumstances, but old habits die hard, you understand. You must forgive me this small indulgence." Carshorn, the man who had adopted Declan's changeling friend. A streak of alarm bit into her spine with icy fangs. That couldn't be a coincidence. She tried to show nothing and keep her voice calm. "The hounds that attack us, do they belong to you?" "In the strictest sense of the word, they belong to no one. But I lead them and intend to continue directing their actions." He sounded so completely reasonable, as if he were her guest, discussing the latest gossip while drinking tea on her porch. "I am a part of them, and they are now a part of me. It's a most curious symbiosis." He raised his hand and showed it to her. The beginnings of black claws tipped his deformed 2 long fingers. His skin matched the color of the hound's, just a shade paler. "We are one," he said. A dark curtain of magic unwrapped and surged from him, streaming along the boundary of her ward and flaring up. Bright veins of purple and yellow twisted within it like capillaries. The magic flailed and pounded at the ward, trying to break through. She jerked back, but the stones held. "Why are you killing us?" "For your magic. Your deaths are incidental to the process. It is very simple, really. Your bodies contain magic. My hounds collect it and bring it back to me, permitting me to produce more hounds, etc., etc. I must confess, the process of draining the magic awakens baser instincts in me, a need to rend and tear into the flesh, to taste. It's an exquisite, almost painful ecstasy. And no matter how much I indulge, my hunger is never fully satisfied. I can continue on for quite some time without becoming satiated." He laughed softly, and she nearly retched. "You realize that you're killing people? Whole families? Children?" "Of course." He chided gently and leaned forward to the ward as if trying to tell her a secret. "To be thoroughly honest, I never cared for people. They are a bothersome lot, preoccupied with duty, expectations, and the minutiae of their lives." He rubbed his fingers as if trying to shake something from them. "I have done that, my dear. I've climbed the mountain of human ambition, and at the top I've found yet another mountain, alas, with no lotuses of fulfillment in bloom." I think you might be insane," she said. "Sanity is overrated compared to happiness, my dear. Taking possession of you, ripping sweet strips of flesh from your body and swallowing them whole, sucking on their juice, would make me infinitely happier than all the wisdom and ability to reason that the human race has to offer. And that brings me to the purpose of my visit. You've permitted Declan under your roof. And Declan has a problem. You see, he can't kill me if he doesn't find me, so he dangles you and your brothers in front of me like pieces of delectable candy. You're so," he sighed, "magical, tempting. Oh, make no mistake, my dear, I'll kill you. Declan knows it as well as I do. He's simply hoping to force me to kill you on his terms. If he were to go looking for me, he would have to face the wolf, and he doesn't wish it. They were friends once, he and the wolf." Anger built inside her. "And why would you be telling me this?" "Your lives are of no use to you." He pointed at the house behind her. "You squat in filth and poverty upon this pitiful chunk of land, like rats on some enormous garbage heap between two thriving civilizations. Why fight when the conclusion is foregone? No help will come for you. Sooner or later, all of you will be mine." "I don't think so." Cashhorn looked past her. "Tell her, Declan. Tell her I'm right. I see you've added insanity to the list of your shortcomings," Declan's icy voice said. "Why must you be so unreasonable? I'll have you." Cashhorn sighed. "I ate a man last night. Unfortunately, my hounds usually devour their targets, but this man was sent to me as a special gift. I ate him quickly, with much greed, and the rapture of feeling his magic flow into me is the only thing I have now. It is my sustenance, my goal, and my addiction, and I'll do anything to taste it again. There will be no escape. Why prolong the agony? I offer you a chance to become something useful. Nourish me. Become part of me and mine." "I see." Rose put her hands on her hips. "Here is how it's going to go. I'll kill your hounds, then I'll find you and kill you, and then my brothers will use your head for a soccer ball. That way you'll be converted into something useful. Goodbye now." She stepped over the ward line to get a clear shot. His greedy magic streamed to her. Her anger exploded in a wave of brilliant white, burning the puddle and the hound's body to nothing. Cashhorn vanished. Rose turned slowly and saw Declan standing on the porch. "You lied to me!" Rose struggled to keep her fury under control. "You pretended to want to marry me, bullied me into these idiotic challenges, and all the while you were trying to kill Cashhorn." "I didn't lie. I just let you draw the wrong conclusions," he said grimly. Her anger made everything crystal clear. "What's the name of your friend, Declan? The one who turns into a wolf? The one Cashhorn adopted?" "William," Declan said. "Oh, my dear God." "The man you've met may not be the same William," Declan said. "Of course it's the same William. I just came back from cutting my ex-boss from a tree where a changeling wolf had put him. He wrapped him in plastic, hung him upside down, and left me a trail of car chunks so I could find him. William knows who Emerson is. He specifically asked me about him the last time we spoke. What is the matter with the two of you? Do you think this is some sort of a game? That thing was right, wasn't he? We're nothing more than bait to you." Declan's eyes frosted over with white. "Rose, his mind was oozing out of his ears before he even started this mess. He's unraveling. Surely you can see that. He was never a real soldier, or a real scientist, or a real noble. And now he isn't even a real human being. He's blundered into power, and it consumed him, and now he must be put down like a rabid dog. At his end, nobody will mourn, and he recognizes that. You can't believe anything he says." She brushed his arguments aside. He had lied to her. She actually thought there might be something between them. Yes, she knew better, and yes, the whole challenges deal was a huge strike against him, but everything else about him felt so right. She was so mad she couldn't even see straight. Mad at him for lying, mad at herself for buying the lie, and mad at the world, because once again she was just the means to someone else's end. The anger sat in her chest and hurt. "Where did you take Jack this morning?" "I took him to the wood." "To what purpose? Don't lie to me, Declan, because I'll go and get my brother and he will tell me the truth." "I instructed him to follow the hound's trail." "Are you out of your mind? He is a child." Declan's jaw took on a stubborn set. "He's also a changeling. He's smart, cunning, and fast. He was never in any significant danger. I was always within a half a mile from him." "So, because he's a changeling, that makes him expendable?" she snapped. "Or is it because he's a mongrel?" "You're not listening. Jack was in no danger." "I'm sorry. I seem to have been mistaken. The hounds are just some fluffy, harmless bunnies. That's why an hour ago you bled all over my kitchen." "That's a completely different situation. I was alone in cramped quarters without my ability to flash. Jack was in the tree canopy under strict orders to run to me the moment he sensed the hounds." "And much good it would do him. They would be on him in the trees before you could get your sword out." Declan growled. "You baby the children, Rose, especially Jack." She glared at him. "He's a predator. He's 8 years old and George is 10. Neither is educated in basic self-defense or blade work. George doesn't even know how to properly hold a knife. Jack told me he has never ridden a horse. How do you expect them to survive? They can't cling to your skirt forever." Her voice caught in her throat, and for a second she couldn't speak. "You barge into our life. You practically force yourself on me, and now you question how I raise my brothers? Who the hell do you think you are? You try it, Declan. You try raising 2 boys when you're goddamn 18 years old. Your mother's dead, your father is taken off, you're working a below-minimum wage job that makes you fall over from exhaustion every night, while half of your town is out hunting you so they could sell you to the highest bidder. I didn't say you were doing a poor job, but you can't teach them everything. Before I throw you out, answer one question." She squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Why us? Why me? Why the whole marrying ruse?" "The hounds are attracted to magic. I followed their trail to a house," he said, "and then a beautiful girl came out, leveled a crossbow at me, and declared she wouldn't sleep with me. I played along. You played along? Bitterness dripped from her words. Do you have any idea how scared I was? How much I worried that you might drag me off, leaving the kids behind? Or that you might kill them? Do you know how much anxiety your playing along has cost me? Get out! He sat on the porch and smiled, showing her his teeth like a flash of a sword blade in the scabbard. I don't think so. What? We had an agreement. I haven't breached it, so the fault lies with you. Therefore, you must issue a refund, and you can't. You spent the money. She opened her mouth and clamped it shut. You'll get your money, she managed finally. Until then, I'll remain here. Like it or not, I'll protect you, and I'll use any excuse to do it. More, you're bound by our oath. We both swore to go through the 3 challenges, and I expect you to issue a second one. I'm through playing, she said. I'm not. The world doesn't revolve around your whims. Leave, she demanded. Hell no. I would be a fool to walk away. You're one of a kind, Rose. I want you, and I'll fight to have you. Well, I don't want you. Be that as it may, you have to continue with the challenges. If you don't, there will be a magic flashback, and neither of us knows what form it will take. You and I could both die, and where would that leave your brothers? Once again, she was backed into a corner. I hate you, she said. He offered her a pleasant smile. I'll take that over indifference, although I do find you much more attractive when you don't scream and throw a tantrum like a child. If I don't scream, I'll fry you. He jumped off the porch and loomed before her. Do it. You want to take it to the next step, then let's go, but you won't like it. I'm not one of your local boys. I know how to defend myself. Magic shimmered around her. His power flared around him. She clenched her teeth. The screen door banged, and Jack's voice recited, Grandma said to tell you to please fight quieter. You'll wake Georgie. Rose closed her eyes and forced herself to exhale slowly. She heard Declan releasing his breath and felt the pressure of his magic ease. You'll have your challenge as soon as Georgie wakes up, she said, calmly, when she could speak. I look forward to it, my Lady Camarine, he said. She marched past him into the house and very carefully closed the door. Chapter 18. Georgie woke up the next morning around 10. Rose had checked on him 3 times by then, and when she finally saw his blue eyes looking back at her, her knees went weak, and she had to lean against the doorframe. Well, there you are, she said. How are you feeling? Okay, he said. She came closer, sat on his bed, and touched her lips to his forehead. He felt dry and warm, no trace of a fever. Declan told me you called him. He was closer, Georgie murmured. I couldn't find you. You were too far. Guilt clutched at her. I'm sorry. What happened? He asked. She told him. I tried to tell you about the wolf and Casshorn, he said, but you had to hurry to work and then I forgot. I'm sorry, she said again. The next time you have something important to tell me, I'll listen, no matter what. I tell you what, I'll go and get us some tea and funnel cake, and you can tell me all about it. There is funnel cake? Georgie's eyes lit up. I made some especially for you. You're the hero. Heroes always get funnel cake. She came back, and he told her the whole story between bites of funnel cake and sips of raspberry tea. The more he talked, the clearer the picture became in her head. I see, she said finally. She saw quite well now. Declan following her into the broken, his stubborn insistence on staying in her house. She was still angry at him, very, very angry. But certain aspects of his behavior finally made sense. She regretted her loss of temper. A lot had happened in the last few days. Declan's presence, the hounds, losing her job, the attack on Georgie. Any event by itself was enough to upset her, but together they turned her into an emotional pressure cooker. All of it had to come out somehow. She just wished it hadn't come out quite the way it did in front of Declan, who no doubt thought she was throwing a tantrum. It's hard to convince someone to listen to you and leave your house when you are raving too loud to be taken seriously. "So what happens now?" Georgie asked. "Now, I need your help for my second challenge to Declan." She hesitated. "Do you think you're strong enough to walk?" Georgie nodded. "I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I need you to come to the porch." "I need to go to the bathroom first," he said. "Do you need help getting there?" Georgie gave her a long look. She sighed and left him to it. When she finally got married, if she ever got married, she hoped her first child would be a cute little girl. A cute, sweet, harmless little girl. Ilona stepped into the kitchen, mentally steeling herself. She had only a few minutes before Rose would return from Georgie's room. Declan rose at her approach with a polite, shallow bow and a narrow smile. "Bonjour, madame." "Bonjour, monsieur." She sat into a chair and continued in French. "I would like to speak about my granddaughter." His face turned cold. The smile remained, but it gained that polite, icy tint the blue bloods adopted when they wanted to strangle the conversation with courtesy. "I want there to be no misunderstandings," she continued. "This isn't an attempt on my part to broker some sort of tryst between the two of you. On the contrary." His eyebrows crept up a fraction of an inch. He really was a blindingly handsome boy. "Do you find me unworthy of your granddaughter, madame?" Inwardly, Ilona groaned. She was out of practice. "I have no doubt as to your pedigree. I merely wish you to understand the situation clearly, if you're willing to listen, of course." "I'm all ears, madame," he assured her. Ilona took a deep breath. "My husband abandoned me a number of times during our marriage. I say this not to gain some sympathy for myself. It's simply a fact. He loved me passionately, but he loved the sea more. Because I suffered without him, I did my best to raise my son with a sense of responsibility for his family. Unfortunately, I failed miserably. Just like his father, John abandoned his wife and children frequently. Growing up, Rose had learned that father is a temporary presence in one's life." She fell silent. Finding the words proved harder than she realized. "Pardon, this is difficult for me. Rose's mother was traumatized by the untimely death of her parents, and in her final years she sought to stave off her mortality by any means necessary, usually by finding solace in the arms of any man who would have her. Eventually, even that remedy failed, and she died. Rose was an adolescent, and the boys were mere babies. Thus my grandchildren were abandoned both by their mother and by their father." She glanced at Declan, but his face was earnestly polite and about as transparent as a cement block. Then Rose flashed white. "Oh, you must understand, my lord, it's been over a century since an edger flashed white. She was just a child, barely 18, and not at all equipped to either anticipate or deal with the consequences. Due to her mother's loose behavior, it was assumed that Rose was the child of an out-of-wedlock liaison. Overnight, she became a valuable commodity. First, her flash made her desirable as a powerful addition to any family. Second, her magic hinted at the possibility of blue blood ancestry. And third, my granddaughter is lovely, as I'm sure you haven't failed to notice. Indeed, madame. His tone was perfectly neutral and pleasant. If he madamed her one more time, she would have to throw something at him. Rose had a terrible life, Eleonore said bluntly. For almost a year she was literally hunted. The Edger families wanted her for her power. The borderland blue-blood families wanted her for breeding, and those who didn't want her hated her. Envy can be a terrible thing. Her mother's exploits already made her a pariah, and her flash only exacerbated the problem. What few friends she had abandoned her. Her boyfriend, who is a terrible creature, betrayed her. We had weathered a siege and arson and been shunned. The slaver was by far the worst. He had arrived under the pretense of courting Rose, promised her the security and acceptance she so desperately wanted, and nearly won, if not her heart, then at least her mind. Fortunately, his identity was discovered, but the damage was done. She has learned the lesson again and again. People, men in particular, cannot be trusted. I watched this damage happen, and I was powerless to stop it. Finally, after a year of this chaos, things have calmed. My son was there for her during that year. Even he understood that his family couldn't survive this storm without him. That is the longest he had ever spent with his family. However, as soon as pressure lessened, he escaped. He ran away from his own children in the middle of the night, once again abandoning the boys to Rose's care. She took a deep breath. It was the final betrayal, my lord. It wounded Rose very badly, and she's determined to spare her brothers this hurt at all costs. She put her life on hold, so her brothers would never know what it's like to be abandoned. A young girl is a creature of dreams, my lord. A woman with one foot in the world of fantasy, searching for the face of true love in every handsome boy she sees. Rose has no fantasies. One would expect a woman who has gone through her trials to be bitter and angry, but she isn't. She is kind, sweet, selfless, and generous, and I thank my lucky stars for this every day. Eleonore rose, buoyed by her anger. He got up as well. I'm sure that you're successful in your pursuits of female attention, she said. I am sure that there is a trail of broken hearts in your wake, and you probably look at it fondly, remembering your past conquests. For some women, being swept off her feet by a man such as you might be thrilling. It might even be a good lesson in the nature of the male species. However, Rose has no illusions to soothe her, and no parents to reassure her. If you break her heart, it will shatter my granddaughter. It will destroy her utterly, turning her into a bitter wreck. So, I implore you, my lord, to leave her in peace. You don't need her as your trophy. And if you won't, I swear to you that I'll curse you with my dying breath. We both know the power such a curse carries. Declan bowed. I'll take it under advisement. She growled under her breath and stomped into the depths of the house, not sure if she had accomplished more harm than good. Rose stuck her head into the kitchen. Declan sat at the table, his eyes lost in thought. A smile curved his lips. Come outside, she said. We need to be in the yard for the next challenge. He followed her to the porch where she sat in a chair and he leaned against the rail. She stared at the trees shrouded in morning fog. Declan cleared his throat. They had managed to keep from saying a single word to each other during breakfast, but now he looked as if he had something to say. I
lost my temper yesterday," he said. "My sincerest apologies. It won't happen in the future. I'm also sorry. I shouldn't have been quite so dramatic." They looked at each other. "My behavior aside," he continued, "I meant everything I said." She stuck her chin in the air. "So did I." "Very well." "Indeed." He sat back down, and she picked a spot as far from him as the porch steps would allow. "Also," he said after a small pause, "your funeral cake was delicious." Funnel cake. I'll get you the recipe. It's similar to pancakes." "Thank you." They sat in silence. She broke it first. "Don't you think it's dangerous to do this challenge, with Cashhorn waiting for the right opportunity?" "We've destroyed a large number of his hounds," Declan said. "Since I'm his primary target, he'll need to build up his forces before he attacks again. We're safe for 2 days, maybe 3. Probably longer than that, Rose thought, with a small sense of satisfaction. Yesterday, after the fight with Declan, she had spent nearly all of the minutes remaining on her cell phone. Her words didn't carry much weight in the Edge, but Grandma's did, and now they knew the name of their menace and what he wanted. It would be difficult for Cashhorn to find prey in East Laporte come nightfall. "So he's vulnerable now," she said. "Why don't we go after him?" Icy green eyes fixed her. "I would go after him, but I have no idea where he is, and your brother wasn't able to find the scent trail during our last excursion." "Of course. Blame the child for your failure." "I blame no one. How would you feel about a side bet on this challenge?" "No more deals, Lord Camarine. You can't be trusted." He seemed unfazed by her snippy remark. "If I win this challenge, I'll remain in your house, and your family will assist me in my efforts to dispatch Cashhorn. If I lose, I'll sign writs of citizenship for the 3 of you. The writs could make you legal citizens of the Weird. You could seek employment there. The children could attend school." She clamped her mouth shut, biting a caustic reply. Her mind spun through the possibilities. "That will just put us in a place where you have the most power." "On the contrary. First, I have sworn to leave you alone if I fail. Second, the laws of the Weird will protect you, given that you'll be a citizen, and you can have me arrested on stalking charges if I show up on your doorstep. Think about it, Rose. You've lost your job, and you aren't likely to find another, and no matter how much you force the boys to pretend that they have no magic, they do. They can't live in the broken. They would slowly suffocate without magic. Look behind you." He raised his arms, encompassing the house. "This is what you've settled for. Do you actually want to make something of yourself?" He pushed all the right buttons. "What guarantee do I have that this writ isn't a worthless piece of paper?" "I'll affix the Camarine seal to it. As an Earl, I have the authority to do so." "You're not a real Earl. The Earl of Camarine is a courtesy title." He stared at her. "And where did you come by that little tidbit?" "I read it in a book," she said, trying to freeze him with her voice. "Even us ignorant types do read occasionally." "Apparently not very well," he said. "A courtesy title is awarded for meritorious service and a couple of other things. A peer titled by courtesy has the same executive peer powers as full peer. Check your book." "Don't move." She stomped into the house and almost ran over her grandmother. "Is everything all right?" Grandma asked. "Everything is perfect." Rose climbed to the attic, grabbed the enormous encyclopedia, and wrestled it down. If he was lying, she would rub his nose in it. She dragged the dusty tome onto the porch and dropped it on the boards. For the first time this morning, Declan displayed some emotion, besides stony determination. "Good God, Where did you find that antique?"
"None of your business." She had traded a Rand McNally atlas, 2 jars of saffron, and a 3-liter bottle of Pepsi for it. Rose flipped the pages to the index and found Writ of Citizenship, Adrianglia, 1745.
"It looks over 2 centuries old," Declan said.
Rose turned to page 1745 and read out loud. Writ of Citizenship, a document legally conferring all rights and obligations of Adrianglian citizenship. A writ of citizenship may be issued by the following authorities: the Office of Census, secured by the seal of the Minister of Population; the Office of Domestic Affairs, secured by the seal of the Minister of the Realm, or a peer of the realm, secured by that peer's house crest. Only peers of rank earl or above have the right to issue a writ of citizenship. The following is the list of peers possessing such authority as known to the publisher on the date of publication of this volume. She scanned the list and ran into Earl Camerine.
"Satisfied?"
Declan asked dryly. If she passed on this chance, she would be forever kicking herself. Was there a downside to this?
"Do we have a deal?"
he asked. "We have a deal." It nearly killed her to say it. Rose forced herself to smile. "You'll never win this one." Georgie chose that moment to step out onto the porch. He saw Declan, walked over, and simply hugged him without saying a word. Declan's eyes went wide. Slowly, he put his arms around the boy. It was an odd moment. A thin, fragile blonde child in the arms of a much larger, stronger blonde man. A vision of the future that could have been Georgie's if his magic didn't betray him. Rose sighed and headed to the shed. "Georgie, tell the blue blood about Grandpa Cletus." Declan let go, and Georgie sat on the porch next to him. "He's very tall," Georgie said. "He was good with swords. He had several."
"Like mine?"
Declan asked. "No, his were long and thin. My mare still has them."
"Rapiers,"
Declan guessed.
Georgie nodded.
"He used to laugh a lot and tell us stories. He was a pirate."
"A privateer," Rose corrected, nudging the last ward stone out of the way.
"Georgie, are you up to holding Grandpa?"
Georgie nodded.
Rose grasped the heavy deadbolt with both hands and jerked it aside. The door flew open, and Grandpa Cletus charged out, dragging the chain behind him. Declan leapt to his feet and over to Georgie, a knife in his hand. Grandpa reached the end of the chain, the collar jerked him back, and Grandpa flew off his feet. Instantly he rolled over and snarled like an animal, clawing at the empty air with his long fingers. His tangled beard trembled as he strained on the chain and bit the air with yellowed fangs. Rose sighed. Grandpa's pointed ears twitched. He spun and lunged at her. She stood her ground. A foot away from her, he ran headfirst into an invisible wall and crumpled to the ground. "No," Georgie said.
"But I want my pint money,"
Grandpa moaned. "No," Georgie repeated sadly. "You better sit down." Grandpa sat cross-legged, rocking back and forth. Declan jumped off the porch and approached them, peering at Grandpa.
"Were his ears always pointed?"
"It happened after," Rose said. "The beard and hair also. He was clean-shaven when he died. And the claws. Those also grew after death."
"What's your name?"
Declan asked. "Please, answer, Declan," Georgie said.
"Caedmon Cletus Drayton,"
Grandpa said sadly.
"Caedmon from the British cad, meaning battle. Cletus from the Greek kletos, meaning illustrious." "He retains his memories?"
Declan asked, his voice neutral. "Bits and pieces." Rose reached out and patted the matted mane of Grandfather's hair. Mostly,
He wants to go down to the pub. Sometimes it's the tavern, and he has to meet his friend Connor before their corvette, Esmeralda, sails from the harbor. He remembers who we are, and he remembers the woman you saved with Georgie. He'll cry if he sees her or if I mention her name." She felt close to tears herself and swallowed a clump that blocked her throat. "Georgie doesn't like to let things die." Declan's green eyes studied her. "There are others?" "No humans. Birds, kittens, little creatures he felt sorry for." Declan's face darkened. "How many?" "We don't know. He hides them." Georgie looked away to the grass. "My brother has a very good heart," Rose said, "but he can't let go of the things he brings to life. We tried explanations, rewards, and punishment. He knows that he's dying because keeping all those creatures alive is sucking the life out of him. But he doesn't know how to let go. You wanted a challenge. Here it is. Save my brother from himself." Declan sat next to Georgie, while Rose herded Grandpa back into his shed. She heard Declan's quiet voice. "You didn't want your grandfather to die?" "No." "All things die, George. That's the natural order of the world." Good luck with that, Rose thought. They had had this talk a dozen times. It led nowhere. "Who decided?" Georgie said softly. "Nature. It's a way for humankind to survive." Georgie shook his head. "It doesn't have to be like that. I don't want it to be like that." He got up and went inside. Declan sat, frowning, his arms resting on his knees. When she passed him on her way inside the house, he said, "I'll need some supplies. Would it tax you too much to obtain them for me?" She stopped. He actually had some sort of a plan. "What do you need?" "Blue candles, a metal bowl or a large pot, certain herbs, a basin, the larger the better, some other things." That seemed pretty specific. "How sure are you that the hounds won't attack?" "Very sure." "In that case, put on the clothes Amy gave you. I'll take you to Walmart." 10 minutes later, they were both in the truck. Her cab wasn't that small, but Declan made it seem cramped and tiny. She started the engine. "Have you ever been in a car before?" "No." Rose nodded at the guns. "Can you use a gun?" He picked up a rifle, locked and loaded. "Good. Keep the rifle out of sight, and please buckle your seatbelt." They drove in silence for a couple of minutes. "Why the sudden benevolence?" Declan asked. She avoided looking at him. "How long do you think George has?" "It's hard to say. I don't know what his capabilities are and how much drain he's under or for how long, but judging by his physical weakness, I would say he has less than 6 months. He's feather light. He can't do more than 2 push-ups, and he tires very quickly. I thought he was anemic." "There's your answer," Rose said. "I hate to say it, but if you truly think you can convince my brother to stop his slow suicide, I'll help you, even if it costs me a challenge." She drove on. "When did you have a chance to see him do push-ups?"
2 days ago, while you were cooking dinner, I gave each of them a knife and put them through some basics. Jack is a born killer. George had to sit down after a couple of minutes."
"It won't help you," Rose said. He raised his eyebrows. "Making friends with the children won't help you," she clarified. "We won't leave with you."
"I made friends with the children because I wanted to do so. Not everything I do is calculated. Although, I understand why you would think that."
"Oh?"
"I spoke to Madame Eleonore at some length this morning, while you were with George."
"Oh, really? He really did get around. But if he thought her grandma would join the Declan worshipping parade, he had another think coming. "What did she tell you?"
"Many things. Your grandmother is very conflicted. She's unsure if she should encourage or discourage me, so she has done a bit of both."
She glanced at him. Their stares connected, and she didn't like what she saw in his eyes. They were resolute and determined. Disturbed, she turned away to watch the road.
"It's difficult for you to trust anyone," he said. "I contributed to this by my deception. For this, I'm sorry. But it was necessary."
"You keep saying that, but you don't tell me why."
He said nothing.
"That's very illuminating," she said. "You knew the creatures were a threat to the whole edge. I know we're nothing to you, but couldn't you have at least tried to warn us out of common decency?"
"I did," he said. "You have no law enforcement and no central authority, so as soon as I crossed into the edge, I went to your church. Your priest seemed like a reasonable man. I told him that the edge needed to be evacuated. He nodded, pulled out a gun, and unloaded 22 shots into me. When he realized the bullets weren't hurting me, he threw his sidearm at me and called me an agent of Lucifer."
Rose winced. "That's because George Farrell, the local preacher, is borderline insane. He preaches hellfire and damnation every Sunday and checks the church for the rogue angels that fought against God with Satan. He's convinced they're out to get him. He probably thought you were an evil angel."
"I see," Declan said dryly.
"Nobody goes to his church except for some old ladies," she said. Not that it helped the situation any.
"Next, I went to the largest house I could find. My logic was that anyone who owned a house of that size would have some roots within the community."
Rose's heart sank. There was only one large house next to the church. "Which house? The Ron house with the blue roof?"
"Yes."
She almost cringed. "The dogs?"
He nodded. "Yes. The owners set a pack of dogs on me. I suppose they were also expecting agents of Satan?"
"No, they have a meth lab in the house. They're producing illegal narcotics. They're high all the time, and they're paranoid the cops from the Broken will somehow get into the edge and raid the place. Did you try anyone else?"
"As I crossed the road to the next house, a woman tried to run me over with her truck."
"You were in the middle of the road!"
Declan's face was still impassive. "At the next 2 houses, I was ignored. They saw me and hid inside. I decided not to waste any more time and began tracking the hounds. It took me a day and a half to untangle the different tracks. One of them led me to an isolated house. A woman emerged, the same one who had tried to run me over, and declared that she would not marry me, and I'd better leave or the 2 kids at the windows would shoot me."
Rose struggled for words. He had really tried. He'd tried more than many other people would have in his place. "You must have thought the lot of us was insane."
"The thought did cross my mind. I went along with you because I needed a foothold in the edge at any cost. I knew that the hounds were drawn to your family because their magic lingered in the area, and contrary to your assertions of yesterday, I don't want anyone to be hurt. You gave me a very good idea of what you expected a blue blood to be. If I went along with your expectations, I thought I could reasonably predict your reactions. And I wanted to know why you wouldn't marry me. I found you intriguing."
Aha, intriguing. She would buy that for $1. Next thing she knew, he'd try to sell her some intriguing oceanside property in Nebraska. "Declan, I spoke to Georgie, and he told me what Casshorn said. I thought about it, and I realized that Casshorn was right. I am bait, except it's not you who is doing the baiting, it's him. He's using the threat to me as a means of keeping you put. You can't go out looking for him because you're worried he'll attack me or the boys." That's why you followed me into the Broken. That's why you insisted on staying at my house. That's why you timed your expedition with Jack for the morning when I was going to spend most of the time in the Broken food shopping. You're trying to do it even now. You've dangled those writs in front of me to make sure that we can escape into the weird if you fail the challenge and can't defend us. One glance at his face told her she was right. She parked.
Why are we stopping?
He asked. We're at the boundary. You might not survive it if we cross it in a vehicle. It's too fast. She unbuckled her seatbelt. Look, I understand why Cashhorn would view me as bait. He thinks I'm trash and a whore, and that I'll just sit on my hands, content to let you guard me until he decides he's done playing. What I don't get is, what exactly makes you think that I will stand for it? Declan unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over, too close, blocking out the world. What are you? His lips touched hers, warm and inviting. She was still furious at him, but somehow her anger didn't stop her from opening her mouth and letting him in. No, it drove her to him, and she kissed him back, caught between the urge to slap him and the thrill of tasting him. Her arms closed about her, and he pulled her to him. She wasn't sure if she was trapped or shielded or both, but it made her feel happy, and she kissed him. The sound of a car horn blared at them. They broke apart. A red truck roared past them, its windows down. Rob Simeon screamed some obscenity at them and sped past the boundary into the Broken. Declan growled,
I'll have to kill him one day.
Rose pushed on his chest with her hand. If you let go of me now, I'm going to chalk your mauling of me up to temporary insanity. He kissed her again, lightly brushing her lips. Declan! His grass-green eyes laughed at her.
I wanted you to be sure that I wasn't temporarily insane.
You can stop pretending now. Remember? She said. I know you didn't come here for me. You came here because of Cashhorn, so no need to keep up the seducing charade. I find it bothersome.
This is probably the point where I should be suave, he said. I used to be able to do it, but somehow my skills leave me when I'm with you.
Oh, please. She rolled her eyes.
I should be more polite about this, but I don't think you'll understand me unless I speak directly, he said.
She had heard those words before. It took her a second, but she remembered where. She had said them to him outside of the Burger King.
You're a prickly, stubborn, spirited woman.
Don't forget crude, rude, and vulgar.
Only when it suits you. You're sly when occasion calls for it. Direct to the point of forgetting tact even exists. Sarcastic, fierce. I did mention stubborn, didn't I?
Yes, she said dryly.
You're also smart, kind, gentle, beautiful, and always cling to your personal integrity, even when it's in your best interests to abandon it.
A little warm feeling spread through her chest, and even her natural suspicion that he was lying couldn't quite extinguish it. Where was he going with this?
You're also quite funny, he said.
Oh, I amuse you?
He gave her one of his devastating, slightly wicked smiles. You have no idea.
Arrogant ass. And all of that means what?
Just that I mean to have you.
She frowned at him.
I mean to have you, Rose. You and all of your thorns. I'm a disagreeable and stubborn bastard, but I am not a fool. You didn't really expect me to pass you up, did you?
Heat flooded her face, and she knew she flushed. Declan laughed. Well, you can't have me, she parried. You lied to me. I don't trust you. I'm not leaving with you, and I'm not sleeping with you either. Now let go of me and get out of the truck so we can get through the boundary and get this trip over with. They faced the boundary together. It would be difficult for him. Most people from the weird had difficulty adjusting to the edge, let alone the broken. But he had done it once before and showed up in the Burger King to open a glorious can of whoop-ass for Brad. Still, she had to be very careful. "What happened when you tried to cross the last time?" she asked. "It's important."
"Pain," he said. "I went into convulsions. I think I might have stopped breathing, but my recollection is murky."
This would take some work. Rose gripped her fingers tighter. "We'll do this easy and slow. Just follow me, and if you feel like you might be blacking out, tell me." She anchored her magic through her palm to his and took a tiny step forward. He followed her. A small portion of magic drained from him, and she replaced some of it with her own. It felt like hooking a vein in your arm with tweezers and pulling it out slowly. Another step. Again she cushioned the magic drain. Declan was perspiring. One more step. Rose felt her body quake. The shock traveled down her arm, and he glanced at her. She gave him a bright, reassuring smile. Slowly, little by little, they passed across the boundary, and when the last spark of magic died within Declan, she gave him all she had. Another breath, and they were through. Declan stumbled and shook his head.
"That was considerably easier. Rose?"
She sank onto the grass, struggling against sharp pain in her stomach.
"Give me a minute."
He knelt by her.
"Are you all right?"
She cradled a spiky knot in her stomach. "Fine. Just aftershock. Taking someone across the boundary takes a bit of effort, that's all." He picked her up. "There's no need to hold me," she told him. "It's just harmless pain. It's passing already." He ignored her.
"What would have happened if you'd let go?"
"You would have died," she said. "My magic would have torn out of your body, and the shock would have killed you."
"You missed your chance to do away with me."
"Drat," she said. "I guess there's always next time." A moment later she made him put her down, crossed the boundary, and got her truck. Despite it being Sunday morning, when a good number of the broken citizens flocked to churches, the Walmart parking lot was crowded. She swiped a cart. They walked in, side by side, and Declan stopped. His eyes surveyed the crowd, taking in the electric lights, the bright colors of the packages, rows of gleaming primary-color picnic glassware on his right. He reached for her and firmly took her arm. "What?"
"Too many people,"
he said quietly.
"Too loud."
His face closed in, and she was sure that if they had been in the edge, his eyes would now glow pure white. He resembled a soldier in enemy territory, expecting a sniper's shot from behind every aisle and a landmine under every floor tile. His magic remained in the edge. His swords and rifles and even her gun stayed in the car. It was a lot to take in. She slowly pushed the cart to the side to a display of fresh flowers. "Let's stop here for a little while." They stood together, watching the crowd. After a few minutes, the tension in Declan's shoulders eased. "Better?" she asked him.
"Yes."
"Let's try walking," she said. "We'll take it easy." They moved down one of the wider aisles. A couple of young girls coming the opposite way gawked at Declan, giggled, and scooted out of the way. Rose glanced at him. He had forgotten his ball cap in the truck, and his hair fell down over his shoulders, clasped together by a piece of leather cord. His broad shoulders strained his green sweatshirt. He'd pulled the sleeves up to his elbows to reveal forearms corded with muscle. The jeans molded to his long legs. The broken stripped him of the dangerous power-sharpened edge and haughty perfection. Here he was, just a man. A bit rougher around the edges and a lot sexier than most, but knitted from the same fabric as all the other people instead of being carved from a glacier. And the air of menace that lingered about him made him devastating to all things female. An older woman at the jewelry counter nearly dislocated her neck trying to get his attention. A housewife fussing over a little girl in a cart looked up as they maneuvered around her and simply stared, open-mouthed. A woman at the clothes rack raised an eyebrow, tugged her low-cut white blouse lower, and followed them with a determined look on her face. Just what they needed, more attention. Rose took a sharp turn into the aisle running between the shoe section and sporting goods and glanced behind her. 6 women, some discreetly, some openly, followed them. It irritated her to no end. "I should have made you wear a hockey mask," she murmured. Declan glanced back and unleashed a dazzling smile. One of the younger girls squeaked like an unoiled door. Somebody mumbled, "Oh, Lord!" "Stop that!" Rose snapped. "Stop what?" He turned to her, and she found herself on the receiving end of that same smile. She could have stared at him for a year and never gotten tired. "That!" she said firmly. "Quit it." "Is it upsetting you?" The adoring crowd seemed to have grown. "You're going to cause a riot." "You think so? I've never created a riot before. I did cause a brawl at the last formal. A large number of young women there actually arrived with the expectation of seducing me into matrimony, and a couple of their mothers came to blows. It was dreadful. Simply dreadful." "Yes," Rose sighed in mock pity. "It's awful to be rich and mind-bogglingly handsome and have women fawn over you. Oh, my heart bleeds for you. Poor dear, how do you manage?" "So, you do think I'm handsome?" She actually stopped for a second. "Declan, I'm not blind." He looked disgustingly smug. "Oh, get over yourself." "Not just handsome, but mind-bogglingly handsome," he said. He'd never let her live it down. She spun about and fixed their audience with a look of withering scorn. "Ladies, have some decency." The crowd scattered. "And now you're feeling possessive." "I think I liked you better as an icy blue blood." She shook her head and dropped another set of blue candles into the shopping cart. Chapter 19. Rose surveyed Declan's preparations from the porch. A sand and sun inflatable pool, 12 feet across and about 3 feet high, sat in the middle of the lawn. The water shone under the afternoon sun. To the left, Jack sat in a pine tree, staring at the water with a wistful look on his face. Georgie stayed inside. He would never refuse to come out. He was too polite for that. So he quietly hid in the attic, probably hoping they would forget about him. The screen door swung open, and Grandmother came to join her. Ilona looked better. Her hair was teased back up, and she had gained a bit of spring in her step. She stared at the lawn. "What is that boy doing?" "According to him, he's implementing his plan to have me, with all my thorns." Grandma blinked. "He said that?" "He did." And she was a stupid fool because every time she thought about it, her heart beat faster. "He's trying hard, no?" Rose nodded. Declan had bought a measuring tape and very carefully measured the distance from the pool, marking the points with white paint. Next, he cut several sticks about 2 feet tall, sharpened both ends, and hammered the sticks into the marked points. He impaled the candles onto the sticks and then strung white clothesline between them. From the height of the porch, the clothesline formed a complex geometrical figure, a 7-pointed star enclosed in a circle, with the pool in the exact center. "Well, it's a sigil," Grandmother said. Rose had tried to study sigils before. Mystical signs, sigils were most often used in summoning and alchemy. Some of them signified true names of magical beings, and some channeled magic into patterns. It was boring as all get out, but she had forced herself to learn the basics. "Looks like you used a single piece of string," Grandmother murmured. Rose found the knot and tried to follow the clothesline with her gaze. The stretches of string crossed under, over, under again, and came back to the same first post. "Yes," she said.
"Definitely a sigil," Grandmother said.
"Grandma."
"Hmm?"
"Did the boys tell you about Cashhorn?"
Eleonore's eyes darkened, taking on a strange predatory aspect. Yes, they did."
"He's in the wood," Rose said.
Magic swirled around Eleonore, dark and frightening, like black wings.
"Of course," she said evenly, her face terrible.
"Where else would he be? Thinks he can hide in our backyard, does he? We'll find him, and once we do, I'll bring the power of all of East Laporte onto his head for daring to touch my grandchildren. I'll see him weep bloody tears before this is over."
Rose shivered. Declan emerged from the driveway carrying the grill from the truck. He set it at the starting point of the star, dumped some charcoal into it, and brought over the large metal bowl filled with powdered herbs. There were so many things they didn't know yet, and Declan was their key to finding them out.
"He has half of my supply room in that bowl," Grandmother said.
Rose snuck a peek at her. The dark magic was gone, as if it had never been. In the yard, Declan drenched the charcoal in lighter fluid and lit it. The flames surged up, licking the briquettes.
"Do you think he can help, Georgie?" Rose asked. "We've tried everything else. He can't hurt, I suppose."
Grandma sighed.
"But if you don't want to leave with him, you should stop helping him."
"I'm doing it for Georgie."
"I know, child, I know."
Eleonore petted her shoulder and went inside. Rose hopped off the porch and approached Declan. He spread the coals with an oversized fork and glanced at her through the cloud of sparks. "Are you planning to summon a demon?" she asked.
He grimaced. "No."
"Just checking." He threw a handful of herbs into the fire.
"But you are summoning something." "An image. I'm also binding it to the water."
He tossed another handful into the fire. The greedy flames pounced on the herbs, sending aromatic smoke into the air.
"Problem is, I have to reach across the boundary into the weird. That will take a fair amount of magic. I'll need a sacrifice. Just not sure if what I have is enough."
The first hesitant traces of magic swirled along the clothesline. The water in the pool darkened. Declan began to intone something in a steady monotone. She didn't recognize the language, but she felt his effort and the roiling current of magic vibrating within the sigil. He chanted for almost a half-hour, his face quaking with the strain. She sank next to him on the grass. The sound of his voice lulled her into a kind of trance. Shrouded in clouds of fragrant smoke, he seemed otherworldly, like some arcane sorcerer from a fairy tale. Then Declan clasped his hair in a tight grip, drew the knife, and sliced it off. "Ah!" It happened so fast, all Rose could do was gasp.
"What?"
He threw the hair into the flames. "Your hair!"
"That's why I grew it," he said, glancing at the water in the pool. "Power reserve, 3 years' worth. But it's not enough."
Rose stood up, gathered her hair, and held out her hand. He handed her the knife. She severed her hair with one sharp stroke and threw it in the fire.
"Most women would rather die than cut their hair," he said.
"It's just hair," she said. "I would sacrifice a lot more to keep Georgie alive." The water within the pool bubbled up, rising, twisting into a huge translucent dome. Something bumped Rose's elbow, and she jumped. "Jack!" He regarded her with solemn eyes and held out his hand. Declan passed her the knife, and she handed it to Jack. He sliced a lock from his head and tossed it into the fire. It went up in flames. "Smells awful," Rose said, ruffling Jack's hair. The water swirled, geysered up one last time, and snapped into shape. Someone was coming up the attic stairs. Georgie looked away from the picture. The attic belonged to him and Jack. It was a wondrous place. Huge piles of junk gathered against the walls. Books, weapons, rusty contraptions, drawings, parchments. Down in the house, Rose cleaned up any hint of dirt and clutter. But here, everything was messy and dusty. He liked it up here. It was quiet, and he could dream. Sometimes he imagined himself to be a pirate like Grandpa in the hull of his ship filled with treasure. Sometimes he was an explorer like Dad. Sometimes he was a demon. A blonde head emerged, followed by the rest of Declan. His long, blonde ponytail was gone, and his head looked lopsided, the hair on one side longer than on the other. The blue blood paused for a moment, taking in the gloom and treasures, and looked at Georgie on a seat on a punching bag by a narrow window. Georgie sighed. There would be another talk about letting things die and take their natural course. He'd nod and do what he always did. A waste of time. Declan crossed the floor, crouched by him, and looked at the metal frame in his hands. George offered it to Declan. Grandpa Cletus stood in the picture, very tall and red-headed. He wore loose dark pants and a light shirt with a triangular hat set at a jaunty angle. A carbine, an ancient musket, rested on his shoulders, the stock held in his right hand, the barrel passing behind his neck. In his other hand he held a long rapier, leaning on it slightly as if it were a walking stick. His eyes were alight with crazy mirth. Grandma said he looked like a grown-up version of Jack, wrapped in pirate garb. When he first dragged this picture down to shore, she clicked her tongue and said, "Fiercely loyal and utterly unreliable." She didn't smile for a whole day after that, and he hid the picture in the attic with the rest of his stuff. "Grandpa," George said, in case Declan failed to figure it out. "I see. What happened to your hair?" "I got tired of it." George nodded and looked at him, waiting for a lecture. "I've made something for you," Declan said. "I'd like it if you came to see it with me." George followed him outside. A kiddie pool was in the middle of the lawn. Around it was a big, complicated design made with rope and sticks. They climbed through the ropes. Declan stepped over the lines while George ducked underneath, and they stood together at the rim. A transparent dome rose in the middle of the pool, all the water bound together tightly by the magic. Within the dome sat a small settlement of crooked huts. Fields and forests surrounded it, giving way to a green plain. The top of the dome glowed with soft, silvery light, and he could see every detail of the village, from the stones on the well to tiny creatures scurrying about. Shaped like little human-looking foxes with red, brown, and black pelts, the creatures went about performing small tasks, carrying water, tending the fields, fixing the thatched roofs. Georgie stared, mesmerized. "What is that?" he asked finally. "It's a will world. Do you know what a computer is?" Declan asked. "Yes." "This is similar. It's the weird version of it. Only unlike a computer, the will world has a very specific purpose. It only does one thing, but it does it really well. I made it for my graduation project when I finished gymnasium." "Did it take you a long time?" "A couple of years. The will world itself is back at my house. This is just a facsimile, a copy. It's an exact image of the device, made of water and magic, and linked by magic to the original. You might say it's a three-dimensional reflection. For all practical purposes, it's pretty much like having the real thing at your disposal." Georgie watched the foxes as they carried long stalks back to their huts. "Are they alive?" "No, they're magic constructs. Strictly speaking, they don't actually exist. If you were to break the dome, you couldn't pick one up. The whole thing would simply go dark. Look here." Declan walked over to the side where a watery control panel protruded from the dome.
The Will World is a simulator. It lets you study the progress of civilization and see how it might develop. You control the world. You can make it rain or you can cause a drought. Here."
He turned a dial. Water rose within the dome, streaming over the fields. The foxes climbed atop the huts. He turned the dial the other way, and the waters fled. Declan tapped the keys. The inside of the dome swirled and formed a small, white-walled city with gardens and carved white towers.
"This is a standard city, a kind of default. Everything is going well. There is plenty of food, the weather is mild, and the civilization prospers."
Georgie watched the city for a few minutes. Tiny foxes in bright robes lectured before their students in the gardens, strolled through the marketplace, and danced in a square while two other foxes played oddly shaped instruments. Declan pressed another key.
"See this sign?"
He pointed to a horizontal double loop in a small window.
"I just set their generation length to infinity. They are now immortal. They can kill each other, but they won't die of natural causes. I also sped things up a little so we don't spend all night watching a single scenario. Now, this city is stored within the Will World. Anytime you wish to return to it, push this button right here, and the world will be reset."
For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Then, the city began to grow. It filled the fields, spreading, sprawling, growing higher and higher. In 20 minutes, the city completely swallowed the dome. Streets became tunnels, towers turned into tall contraptions, creatures stumbled about in crowded streets. The city had grown filthy and dark, its buildings decrepit.
"What's happening?" George whispered.
"Overpopulation. There are too many of them. There is not enough food or space. The old ones won't die, and they keep making more children."
In 30 minutes, the creatures began falling on the streets, crawling through the filth, searching for scraps of food. Declan reached to reset the dome.
"No, I want to see it," George said.
"It won't be pretty,"
Declan warned.
"I understand."
Declan let it go. Fires broke out. The creatures formed gangs and began ripping each other apart, feeding on the severed limbs. George stumbled away from the dome and closed his eyes.
"Are you unwell?"
Declan asked.
Georgie shook his head. "They ate each other. The little foxes ate each other."
"Let us continue, then. Take 2.
George looked at the dome in time to see the darkness swirl. The perfect little city reappeared. 5 minutes into it, one of the foxes began to cough. The cough spread, first to the neighbors, then farther, engulfing the entire city.
"The plague,"
Declan explained.
"They're sick because they can't die. Sometimes death is the only way to stop the spread of infection. This sickness can't quite kill them, but there is no cure."
They watched the foxes shamble about in the dark, coughing in misery. When they started falling from exhaustion, George asked him to reset the dome. The third try went well for the first 10 minutes, and George began to have hope, until a group of older foxes started smashing the new building with sticks.
"Why are they doing that?"
Georgie asked.
"They don't want the city to change,"
Declan said.
"They've realized that if they keep growing, they'll run out of space."
5 minutes later, some foxes were chained, marched to the lake, and forced into the water.
"Why?"
Georgie whispered, watching them drown.
"They are probably the ones who wanted the city to grow. The others must have decided that the population should remain the same. The city can only support so many foxes. This is their way of controlling it."
"But—"
George bit his lip as the foxes brought out little fox babies, and one of them threw them into the lake.
"That was just about enough of that." He marched to the control panel and hit a reset button. Declan straightened.
I'm going to go inside now. You know how to reset the dome back to default. The spell will probably hold through the night, but I doubt we'll get more than 15 hours from it. So if you want to run it a bit more, best to do it now.
Georgie felt Rose's arms close about him. She hugged him. It's almost midnight. You should come inside. He shook his head. It's okay, he said, staring at the dome. A little longer. Declan and I decided to sleep on the porch tonight to keep an eye on you. If you run into any trouble, you come and get one of us, okay? Georgie glanced back. On the porch, Declan and Grandma were arranging some blankets. Okay, he said, reaching to the control panel. If he reset it just one more time, maybe it would be fine. It had to be fine. There had to be a way for it to end well. Rose awoke when the first hint of sunrise colored the sky. Georgie sat on the steps, hugging his knees. She stirred. At the other end of the porch, Declan's eyes snapped open. He looked at her from above the back of a small lynx who curled by his side. Jack must have taken off his bracelet in the night, probably to keep an eye on his brother. Rose untangled herself from the blankets and went to sit by Georgie. How long did you stay up? The whole time. She glanced at the pool. A beautiful city shimmered within the dome. Declan had explained the concept to her last night, while she trimmed his hair so it didn't look lopsided. She had watched Georgie from the window for about an hour, while Grandma hemmed and hawed and threw up her hands in disgust, trying to trim Rose's own butchered hair into some semblance of a decent haircut. In that hour, Georgie had cried twice. Rose had desperately wanted to go and comfort him, but her sympathy would do more harm than good. Something profound was happening to Georgie, and he had to go through it alone. Now, as he sat next to her, he seemed older, somber, and almost grim. It went wrong every time. He wouldn't look at her. The city looks fine now, she said. That's because I let them die. I set the dial back to 50 years. I had to. There was no other way. She hugged him and kissed his hair. Life is so precious because it's short, she said. Even the most resilient people are fragile. Life isn't about dying or not dying. It's about living well, George. Living so you can be proud and happy. Georgie hunched his shoulders. I'm ready, he said. I just want to see them all, for the last time. Behind them, Declan rose quietly and picked up his sword. They released Grandpa from the shed and headed into the wood. Jack padding ahead, a lithe feline shadow, then she and Georgie with a look of intense concentration on his face, then Declan, and finally Grandfather, snarling and mumbling to himself. They came to a large clearing where last year Donovan's trailer had burned to the ground, nearly setting the entire wood on fire. Georgie sighed and spread his arms. A minute passed, then another. Sweat beaded on Georgie's forehead. A rustle troubled the bushes. The branches bent, releasing a small raccoon into the open. A bird swooped down and landed on the right. A litter of young kittens scampered into the open, followed by an old 3-legged black lab. Several squirrels emerged, scuttling. A puppy with an oddly shaped head. They came and came. Dozens of mangled, broken creatures, repaired by Georgie's will. They came to their master and sat in a semicircle around them. Rose drew a sharp breath. So many. Oh, dear God, so very many. It's a wonder he's alive at all. Georgie approached Grandfather sitting in the grass and hugged him. It's time to leave, he said. The creature who used to be Cletus looked at him with rheumy eyes. Will I see you again? Georgie shook his head. No. Grandfather hung his head.
"I'm tired," he said.
Georgie rested his hand on Grandfather's shoulder and looked at the wall of creatures. "Wait!" Grandma's voice rang. Rose turned. Eleonore stood behind them on the path. She swallowed and slowly walked past them. Grandfather saw her. Tears swelled in his eyes. Eleonore stood by him, and he hugged her legs. She patted his matted hair. "Okay," she said, her voice trembling. "You can do it now." Georgie's lips shaped one quiet word. Bye. A faint sound emanated from the semicircle, as if the undead who couldn't breathe exhaled in unison. The creatures dropped to the ground. Grandpa toppled forward softly. A sweet, sickening reek of decaying flesh filled the clearing. Rose gagged. The beasts melted, their ruptured carcasses leaking fluids into the ground. Another moment, and they decomposed down to their bones. By Eleonore's feet, Grandfather had become dust. She emptied one of the herb pouches she carried in her pockets and gently scooped some of the powder into it. Georgie swayed, but before Rose could reach him, Declan picked him up. "Is that all?" he asked. Georgie nodded. The four of them turned and headed back to the house. "Rose?" George raised his head from Declan's shoulder. "Yes?" "I'd like to be George from now on," he said. "Okay," she said. "That will be fine, George." He nodded and said, "I'm hungry." Chapter 20. Rose sat on the porch, a cup of tea in her hand. Inside, George ate like he hadn't eaten in years, and Grandma was overjoyed to pile more food into his and Jack's dishes. The screen door opened, and quiet steps approached her. Declan sat next to her on the steps. For a long minute they said nothing, then she leaned to him and brushed his cheek with her lips. "Thank you for saving my brother." She pulled away before he could touch her. "You don't seem happy," he said. "I am. It's just—" She ducked her head. "I've lived with this fear for so long. He started raising things when he was 6. He's 10 now. For 4 years I watched him fade. I know that it hampered his growth. He probably never will be as tall or strong as he should have been." "Children are resilient," Declan said. "Given the right diet and exercise, he'll hold his own." "I've tried to help him," she told him. "I've done everything I could think of. Once, Grandma and I put him to sleep for 10 days, hoping that all of his creatures would die. But they just kept on sucking the life out of him. This will sound so terrible, but I'd convinced myself that he couldn't be helped. I think that's the only way I could deal with it. I never stopped hoping and trying, but deep down I sort of came to terms with knowing that one day he would just burn down like a candle." She covered her face. "You saved him. You saved Georgie. I'm so grateful. I don't want you to think I take it lightly. It's just that I don't even know what to say. I'm scared to believe it. I should have tried harder. I should be thrilled, but I'm just so lost, stunned." "Like a runner whose race had been cut short," Declan said. "Yes. It's selfish and terrible of me, and I'm ashamed of it. I don't know why I'm even telling you this." He pulled her to him, wrapping his massive arm around her back. She pushed away. "Let me hold you," he said. "I won't maul you. You need it. Just sit with me." There was a quiet strength in the way he held her, and she drew on it, wrapped up in his warmth and the scent of his skin. She had never had anyone to lean on, not like this. He made her feel so safe that she was afraid to let go, terrified that she would break into tears if she did. "I felt that way when Cashhorn rescued William," he said, "and felt like scum for it.
I was sure nothing good would come of it. I knew it then, but what could I say? No, Will, take the death instead.
Why did Cashhorn do it? She asked.
Me. I think he was planning the beginnings of this insanity back then. Cashhorn is older than me by 3 decades. He's well-trained and he's dangerous and skilled, but he always lacked the perseverance and discipline necessary to truly master a weapon. In his best moments, he's brilliant, but it will do him no good in a direct fight. If we cross blades, I'll cut him down. He's well aware of it. He wanted William to use against me. William's deadly with any blade, especially knives.
But William is your friend. There was a tiny pause.
After William was released, I met him at one of the formal dinners His Grace gave. He came as Cashhorn's adopted son. He wouldn't speak to me.
Rose glanced at his face. I'm so sorry. Did you ever find out why?
No. I don't know if he was angry because I failed to secure his release, or if it was something Cashhorn told him about me. The next thing I knew, both of them were gone. You spoke to him. What did he say?
He mostly tried to get me to go out with him. The last time he spoke, he told me he wanted me because the boys and I were together. He said he never had a family and always wanted one, and we fit the bill.
Well, he'll have to do without, Declan said with the warmth of a glacier. You're mine, and he can't have you.
Well then, that sounds pretty final. Do I even have a say in this?
Of course you do, he said softly. If you say no, I'll have to accept it.
Sure, he said that now. But the oath he swore was very clear. If he won the challenges, Declan gained the right to her. She would be his possession. Not a wife, not a friend, a lover, or an equal. A possession. Declan always planned things out. He didn't know her at the time he swore the oath and probably thought she was unhinged. He had phrased his oath to gain as much as he could with minimal risk, relying on his presence and her fear to carry it through. If only she had called his bluff. He wouldn't have hurt the boys, not in a million years. He would have walked away. But then she wouldn't have gotten to know him. Rose tried to imagine him leaving on that day without another word. Her throat constricted. Her heart beat faster. She leaned a little closer to him, seeking reassurance that he was still there in spite of herself, and realized a simple fact. She was in love with Declan Camarine. But loving him and being with him weren't the same thing. He was still a blue blood, and she had no dowry and no pedigree. She didn't fit into his world any more than he fit into hers. He wanted her. She was a challenge, and just like Grandma said, Declan couldn't resist. And once he got her, what then? One day they would wake up next to each other, and he would be Earl Camarine, lord of a dozen places with names she couldn't remember, and she would still be only Rose. She swallowed. In her head, she pictured him walking out the door, never to come back. The anxiety squeezed her heart in a lead fist. There is no hope for us, she said softly.
There is always hope, Declan said. As dangerous as Cashhorn is, he's also irrational, and that weakens him.
She shook her head and forced herself to pull free of him. He didn't understand. He concentrated on the biggest threat, and it would do her good to do the same. For now, she had to keep her worries to herself. Cashhorn had to come first.
As far as William goes, I don't know what the devil he's doing, but I doubt he's helping Cashhorn,
Declan said. What makes you think that?
William is a decorated veteran with over a decade in the Legion. Cashhorn couldn't hack it in the Legion longer than 6 months. Hell, he couldn't hack it in the research branch of the Air Force.
Declan shook his head.
All he had to do was study wyverns, and he failed at that. I have no respect for him, and I wouldn't suffer his orders. I don't see why Will would."
"So why is he here, then?" She frowned.
"I don't know," Declan grimaced. "I know what I'm going to do once I find him."
"And that would be?"
"I'll beat him bloody."
She blinked.
"I walked away from 11 years in the Legion to pull him out of the fire. One would expect a thank you, or at least a cordial demeanor. Failing that, one would expect some small courtesy for old time's sake, such as a note, perhaps, something along the lines of, 'My adoptive father is about to make off with a world-destroying device, so he can kill us all. Just thought you'd like to know.'"
Maybe he didn't know.
Declan gave her a hard look.
"He knew."
"A little of you is pissed off because he didn't go all to pieces thanking you for saving him," she said.
Declan swore.
"I couldn't care less."
"It bothers you. It would bother me, too."
A man appeared at the end of the road. Slight, a bit disheveled. He wore black pants, a red polo shirt, and a dark leather vest over it. The shirt and pants sagged on his thin frame. He was balding, and the remains of his short hair and a neatly trimmed short beard were liberally salted with gray. His face radiated calm kindness, and he smiled at them as he came down the road, leading a horse to the house. But his hooded eyes were solid black.
Declan focused on the man with predatory alertness.
"Who is that?"
Rose sighed. There went her chance to talk. "That's Jeremiah Lovedoll."
"Why is he coming here?"
"Supposedly he's coming to take Grandmother and the boys to Woodhouse. It's a heavily warded shelter deep inside the wood."
"You seem skeptical,"
he said. "He has an agenda," Rose said. "The Edge is very much an every man for himself kind of place, but once in a while we run across a threat that's too much for any one family to handle on its own. At times like this, people like my grandma and Jeremiah step forward. They're our elders. There are 6 of them, and when they agree on something, East Laporte usually pays attention."
"They won't compel you to obey, but they issue advisory opinions?"
Declan asked. She nodded. "Something like that. After we had that fight, I called them for Grandma, and they had themselves a huddle. They've realized that we're too weak to fight Cashorn directly, so they're trying to outsmart him. First step is to deprive him of food, so to starve him and the hounds, they advised getting the hell out of town. Last night, everyone with a drop of sense packed up, and this morning they all drove out as if to work in the broken, but none of them are coming back. Some holdouts remain, as usual, but what are you going to do?" She shrugged. "The Edgers are outcasts. For some of us, our house and land are all we have. I swear, you could have a wall of fire sweeping through East Laporte, and some of the harder heads would hole up on their property. They'd rather die than leave." Jeremiah tied his horse to a tree.
"So what does he really want here?"
Declan asked. "Jeremiah hopes to convince you and me to come with him to Woodhouse, where the rest of the elders are. They want to know more about Cashorn, so they want you to help them with that. I'm to come as their protection against you and Cashorn both. You make them nervous." His green eyes studied her.
"Do you want me to come?"
Rose pursed her mouth. "It's up to you. I don't want to ask you to do something you don't want to do, but yes, I would like you to visit Woodhouse. The elders are old and full of magic. They can't attack Cashorn or the hounds directly because the hounds absorb any magic less intense than a flash. But I wouldn't discount them, and we don't have a lot of allies."
"We?
Do you include yourself in my fight? He's destroying my home, eating my neighbors, and wants to kill my family. I told you before, I don't intend to sit on my hands, and you need me, Declan. You need my flash." He gave her a pointed stare. Rose rolled her eyes. Oh, the blue-blood look of scorn. Whatever shall I do? I do declare I feel faint. Declan growled under his breath. She patted his hand. It's not too late to reconsider this whole I'll have you, Rose, business.
Nice try,
he told her. Jeremiah came up to the porch.
Hello, Miss Drayton.
His accent was the old Southern, slow, refined, swallowing his R's as if you'd just stepped off some plantation in Virginia. Hello, Mr. Lovedoll, she said. Would you care for some iced tea?
I would. Thank you.
When she returned from the kitchen with 2 glasses, Jeremiah smiled at her.
Lord Cameron and I were just discussing the defenses of Woodhouse. He mentioned he'd like to see them for himself.
Did he now? Rose smiled pleasantly and handed out the tea.
Will you be joining us?
Jeremiah asked. I'd be delighted, she said. Rose walked next to Declan, picking her way through the forest floor thick with centuries of autumns. They formed a narrow procession. First, Jeremiah, leading the horse loaded with their bags, then Grandma, then Georgie, and then she and Declan bringing up the rear. Jack had gone cat as soon as they set out, and he slunk along their flanks. Once in a while she'd catch a glimpse of him, creeping over a log or scrambling up a tree, but he blended in so well she wasn't even sure if she truly had seen him or if she had just imagined it. They were only 20 minutes into the wood, but the change was startling. The forest here was older. Colossal trees towered above them. Enormous pines, straight as masts, venerable edge oaks, pale poplars. The forest was grass-green and emerald and yellow. Patches of velvet moss climbed up the bark and sheathed the forest floor so bright that when the sunlight spilling through the breaks in the canopy struck it, the moss nearly glowed. In the shadows, Granny Rose lichens bloomed on trunks and boulders like vivid scarlet peonies, and in the deeper gloom, between the twisted mass of roots, delicate ladies' slipper flowers stretched on thin stalks, and yellow, brown, and red-capped mushrooms, the size of footstools, squatted in clumps and rings. The air smelled of life, greenery, and magic. It filled Rose's lungs and carried away worry. She smiled quietly to herself and kept walking, following Jeremiah and Grandma along the trail she could barely see.
I'm too old for this, Grandma murmured. I do recollect that you made this same trip all by your lonesome earlier this week, Jeremiah said.
Well, that's true, Grandma murmured.
I was always of the opinion that some women improve with age, Jeremiah continued, like fine wine.
Rose rolled her eyes. Jeremiah Lovedoll was putting the moves on her grandmother. What was the world coming to? They reached a grove of pines. The trees stood very dense here, the stubby broken branches near the roots supporting pale clusters of bone wind chimes. Each chime consisted of a skull suspended from a metal ring among an assortment of small bones. Past the chimes, the forest stood unnaturally still. Not a single pine needle moved.
Is there a spell on the trees?
Declan asked softly. Bone ward, Rose murmured back. Very old, very strong. They came to a halt at the trees marked by chimes. Most skulls were possum, wolf, lynx, but 3 were human, and one, heavy-jawed and oddly flat, had 2 thick fangs curving down like sabers. Declan nodded at the bizarre skull.
Troll. That's correct, Jeremiah said. One came our way from the weird about 50 years ago. It killed 2 little girls and ate them.
How did you manage to bring him down?
Their hide's too thick for a bullet, and they're immune to most poisons.
Jeremiah plucked a wide triangular leaf from a low branch and held it up. It was slightly larger than his hand.
Forest deer, If you boil the sap of the tree, it makes glue, clear, odorless, and very strong. We served the troll a freshly slaughtered cow on a blanket of these leaves dipped in glue. Trolls are dumb creatures. He got down on all fours to eat his feast, and the leaves stuck to his feet and hands. He tried to shake them off, and when that failed, tried to put 'em off with his teeth and got a leaf stuck to his face for his trouble. Then he panicked and rolled until he was completely covered. The original plan was for him to suffocate to death, but he somehow got to his feet and ran blindly until he knocked down a power line pole and got himself electrocuted.
I'm beginning to see that one doesn't disturb your town without consequences, Declan said.
Oh, we're just simple country folk.
Jeremiah gave him a mild smile.
We don't take kindly to having our children murdered, but really we keep to ourselves. We're mostly harmless.
Magic streamed to him, gathered about his body in a deep red cloud. He raised his hand up to the sky. His black eyes narrowed to mere slits, and he barked a single word.
Break!
The magic shot up and vanished. A moment later, a long serpentine body crashed through the canopy and thudded to the ground. A leech bird. About 5 feet long and pale blue, it resembled a stork, but instead of the normal feathers, its tail split into 2 long snake-like whips tipped with blue tufts. The leech bird flailed in convulsions, slapping its broken bat-like wings on the ground. It had no beak. Instead, its jaws were very long and narrow, full of sharp needle teeth. Magic spiked from it in dangerous bursts, but they fell short of Jeremiah.
Dreadful creatures. Foul magic, too. Common wisdom says you'll turn into one if bitten. I haven't witnessed that happening in my lifetime, but I wouldn't discount it.
Jeremiah raised his rifle and shot the leech bird twice. It jerked and became still. He waited a minute or two, approached the carcass, then pulled out a machete from his belt and hacked the head from the bird in a single chop. He picked it up and tossed it at the ward. The head crashed into the woods and vanished. Wind stirred the chimes. Bones rattled against each other with a dry clatter.
It takes blood to open it,
Jeremiah said. He hacked at the leech bird, carving it like a chicken, and nodded at the bloody chunks.
Each of you take one and pay your dues. Quickly now, before the blood cools.
One by one, they fed the carcass to the ward. When Jack descended from the trees and dragged the last piece to the spell and pushed it in with his furry head, the chimes froze. But beyond them, the wood came to life, as if someone had pressed play on an invisible remote. Branches shivered, small red leaves fluttered to the ground here and there, breaking free from the vine garlands dripping from high branches. Magic bloomed like a flower.
Come,
Jeremiah ordered. In they went. The wood grew darker here, older, harder. You'd never guess the town roads were only a half-hour away. The trees were truly enormous now. It would take several people with their arms outstretched to enclose one of the trunks. Odd creatures skittered in the branches, some small and furry, some scaly, some with eyes that glowed orange and red. Jack spat and hissed and promised trouble in his cat language until Declan picked him up to keep him put. 20 minutes later, they finally reached Woodhouse. It sat on top of a low man-made hill shaped like a pyramid with its top chopped off. A wooden palisade, centuries old and slathered with clay to protect it from moisture and fires, surrounded the apex of the hill. Moss and underbrush hugged its roots, trying to climb up the palisade, and pale flowers thrust it to the sun, as if a wave of greenery had crashed against the wooden walls. Rose remembered coming here only once, when she was very small. They climbed up the side of the hill using ancient stone blocks, placed there like giant steps. The wooden gate swung open with a creak. A weather-scarred totem pole stood to the right, next to a bonfire pit filled with stones.
A tall oak rose straight up, a small wooden lookout platform sitting in its branches like a treehouse. To the left, a big log cabin waited for them, its walls so layered with moss and lichen that the building seemed to have grown from the wood's floor, and behind it, a scattering of smaller buildings only intensified the illusion. The structures sat together like toadstools in a ring. The wooden gate behind them shut, and Rose turned to see Leanne sliding a heavy wooden beam across it. A few other familiar people walked in the yard, all about her age, most single and magically adept. The edgers with the least to lose, she realized.
"Welcome to Woodhouse,"
Jeremiah said. Chapter 21. Lee Stearns claimed he was half Cherokee Indian, but his hair, skin, and face said he was whiter than the Pillsbury Doughboy, and rumor had it that both of his parents were about as Cherokee as pizza. It wasn't something people dared to say to his face or behind his back. His skin was smooth and pale, almost satiny, despite his advanced age. He looked at the world with watery blue eyes, and his hair was corn silk blonde. It was as if the sun had bleached him. Lee drew the eye. He was also known to lose his temper if he thought people stared at him too much, and as Rose found a seat across from him at an old wooden table in the Woodhouse hall, she took care not to look at him too long. Gaping at the other 5 elders wasn't a good idea either. There was a lot of power in the room, and they looked far too somber to tolerate foolishness right about now. Rose glanced to her grandma. Eleonore gave her a careful smile. Rose looked at her hands. She was terribly aware of Declan sitting very still next to her, about as perturbed as a granite crag. At least the children were excused from the meeting. Leanne had brought Kenny Joe to Woodhouse, probably so the elders could question him. George and Kenny Joe decided to call a truce for the time being in the name of exploring Woodhouse. They got off easy.
"Why don't you introduce us to the young man, Rose?"
Jeremiah said. Rose cleared her throat. Directly across from us is Adele Moore. If Grandma pretended to be a hedge witch, Adele was one. She was tall for an older woman, with skin the color of coffee grounds. Her hair streamed down to her waist in long gray dreads, each lock woven with bead strings and leather cords, tingling with small bone and wood charms. Her clothes were layers of threadbare fabric, green, olive, and brown. She wore a dozen necklaces, some of dried mushroom caps stuck onto a thin thread, some of dried blossoms, some of discarded snakeskin, and 1 or 2 of tiny, cheap beads, probably bought at Walmart, of all places. Her face was wrinkled, and her hair had lost its color, but Adele's eyes were young and quick. To the left of Adele is Emily Paw, Elsie Moore's niece. Emily looked a lot like her aunt. Haggish and slight, she resembled a dried-out cow. Her mouth drooped downward, and in all of her 22 years, Rose had never seen Emily smile once. Of all present, with the exception of herself and Declan, Emily was the youngest and looked the oldest. "You already know Jeremiah and Grandma," Rose continued. "The man on the right is Lee Stearns. Next to him is Tom Buckwell."
"Hello."
Tom Buckwell sounded like an ornery bear and looked like one, too. Big, almost 7 feet tall and 300 pounds heavy, he sat hunching his thick shoulders. He was also the hairiest man she had ever seen. His reddish beard was always tangled, his hair long, and the hair on his muscular forearms resembled fur. Rumors said that if he got drunk enough, he sometimes got his jollies by stripping naked and scaring hikers out in the Broken into thinking he was Bigfoot. Tom was also Fred Simoin's uncle, once removed. "And this is Earl Declan Camerine," Rose finished finally. Silence fell.
"How do we know you are who you say you are?"
Lee asked. Declan shrugged.
"You don't? Then how do you expect to prove yourself?"
Rose tensed. She'd expected the question. It was natural that they would want to test him, but
testing Declan was like trying to pet a strange pit bull. Declan's eyebrows crept up 1/8 of an inch.
I don't have to prove anything. I came to you because Miss Drayton convinced me it would be beneficial to my cause. I'm here to kill Casshorn. I have no other purpose or agenda, and once I'm done, I'll return back to where I came from. It's up to you to accept me or not."
It really was amazing how Declan could shift into blue blood mode. His tone wasn't exactly imperious, but it made it seem as if his words were cast in stone.
"What Lee means is we would like to see some proof of your power," Granma said. "Please, indulge us."
He bowed his head.
"As you wish, madame."
Magic stirred within Declan like a lazy monster, awakening slowly, stretching, testing its claws. It built stronger and stronger. A white glow rolled over his irises. It was as if the side of the room where he sat had darkened, but the magic within him glowed, swelling, rising, terrifying and impossibly strong like a hurricane. The tiny hairs on the back of Rose's neck stood on their ends. Declan's eyes blazed white. A ghostly wind brushed Rose. She could actually see it, a thin veil of pale glow streaming about Declan, winding against him. She reached out and put her fingers on his hand. He glanced at her with his star eyes and pulled the magic inside himself, sheathing it like a weapon. She wasn't sure what was more impressive, the sheer magnitude of his power, or the ease with which he controlled it. Lee opened his mouth and clamped it shut. Grandma looked pained. Up until now, some of them probably thought they could take care of Declan if it came to that. Now they knew that all of them put together could slow him down, but killing him would be another matter entirely. Adele leaned forward.
"We would hear about Casshorn," she said. "If it's at all possible, Lord Cameron."
Declan leaned forward.
"What I say here mustn't leave this room. If it does, I'll have to return, and I won't be alone," he said.
Heads nodded around the table.
"It goes back to the empire of the Sun Serpent," Declan said. "In the Broken, settlers from the eastern half of the world came to the west and killed the native tribes who lacked technology and the means to effectively resist."
Lee looked like he was about to say something but thought better of it.
"In my world, the opposite was true. This continent was home to a powerful empire. Its people called itself Tlatica, and they called their realm the Kingdom of the Sun Serpent. Their magic was born in the jungle, and it was extremely powerful and difficult to counter. About 16 centuries ago, they crossed the ocean and began raiding the eastern continent, terrorizing the coast of Anglia and what is now the Gallic Empire, all the way south to Etruria. They killed, raped, stole slaves, and demanded bowls of gold dust in tribute. This continued for approximately 200 years, until they abruptly stopped. Usually raids die down gradually, but the Tlatica simply vanished."
Declan paused.
"Something screwed up the kingdom of the shiny snake," Tom Buckwell said.
Declan nodded.
"The raids had spurred research. A century later, the peoples of the eastern continent had developed the means to cross the ocean, but the fear of the Tlatica was so great that almost 300 years passed before the first voyage took place. When the first war fleets arrived at the western continent, they found no Tlatica. Plenty of ruined cities and temples, but no people. More, a lot of the magic-saturated flora and fauna one would expect was gone. The woods were young. Even now it's difficult to find a 1,000-year-old tree. The species of plants and animals that did survive had developed great defenses. Western animals are bigger and stronger than their eastern counterparts, and something as sluggish as a vampire vine has evolved into an active predator. "What killed the Tlatica?" Jeremiah asked. "It is unclear. The searches of the ruins didn't provide any definitive answers. If something did kill the inhabitants, they were consumed, because no intact skeletons remained. But the researchers did find signs of struggle. Broken furniture, holes in the walls, claw marks. "The hounds," Grandma said. Declan continued. Eventually, survivors were found, isolated bands hiding out in the wilderness. They were almost unrecognizable. Legends said the raiders had worn steel armor and brightly colored robes, but their descendants had regressed into primitivism. The use of magic and cultivation of crops were forbidden. The former Tlatica lived in small nomadic groups, wore furs and hunted with bows and spears. In 300 years, they managed to fall from a glorious advanced civilization to people who no longer remembered how to read the writings of their ancestors. Their oral traditions persisted, however, and their legends spoke about a gift from the sun serpent, which then turned on them and destroyed their kingdom. Even in the weird, gods don't actually interfere in the lives of the mortal men. We pray to them, but we have yet to see definitive proof they exist. So, nobody was quite sure where this gift came from. Perhaps it was manufactured by Tlatica priests. Perhaps it fell from the depths between the stars, as meteorites do. Perhaps it was an artifact of a forgotten nation. Whatever its origin was, the gift destroyed the Tlatica civilization and vanished.
"What happened?" Rose asked.
The continent was settled. New countries sprang up. Some, like Adrianglia, won their independence from their mother states. The Tlatica became a bizarre historical mystery. Then, about 300 years ago, the great-grandfather of the current Duke of the Southern Provinces decided to drain a mire pond. As the pond was drained, a strange egg-like object emerged, sheathed in clay. It was too heavy to move, and so His Grace ordered the shell broken. Under the clay lay ceramic, followed by a layer of pure iron, then more ceramic, then lead. Finally, when all the layers were cut through, His Grace found a strange device. As soon as the device was touched, it came alive and produced the first hound. The hound killed one of the workers. The magic it absorbed then streamed back into the device, and a second hound was born.
"You should have destroyed it,"
Emily Parr said. "We tried," Declan said. "The device absorbs magic. It's impervious to fire. Attempts were made to crush it and encase it in molten metal, but they were unsuccessful. It's made of a material not found in the weird. As far as we know, its function is simple. It pulls magic from its environment and produces hounds, which then collect magic and return it to the device. We don't know why it does what it does. We know human beings are the hound's preferred prey. We know it can't be stopped."
"Is that what killed the Weird's Indians?"
Tom Buckwell asked. "That's what some believe. The device was classified as an imminent threat to the realm. A bunker was built, mimicking the original object. Several layers of iron, lead, ceramic, and glass were arranged in such a way as to provide maximum isolation from the environment. The device was placed into the bunker. Its existence was kept secret from the general public to prevent panic or terrorist acts." Lee Stearns snorted. "Of course!" "The bunker is located in the Believe Forest," Declan said. "It's an ugly, inhospitable place, and nobody in their right mind trespasses there. The structure itself sits on a slab of ceramic, and the forest is burned, salted, and fenced off for a mile around the bunker. Once every 2 weeks, a crew, made up of members of a secret branch of the Duke's personal guard, travels to the bunker and destroys any encroaching plants or animals to prevent the device from accessing environmental magic. Approximately 2 weeks ago, Casshorn Sandine, brother of the current Duke, broke into the bunker and stole the device. It was brilliantly done. He had been secretly cutting a narrow trail into the forest for the last year and a half, ending it about 12 miles from the bunker. He then compromised the bunker and airlifted the device 12 miles to the trail by means of an Air Force Wyvern he had stolen from a local army. The device killed the Wyvern, but not before it got Casshorn to his escape route. He loaded the device onto a cart and drove it out of Adrianglia into the Edge.
"I think we could all use something to drink," Adele said.
Once iced tea had been distributed, the mood in the room lightened, and Rose breathed easier.
"Why would Casshorn do it?"
Adele asked, sipping her tea.
"Why is good, but I want to know how come the beasts aren't killing him," Grandma said.
Declan drained half his glass.
"It's difficult to understand Casshorn. He's mad, but he has flashes of genius. He's amoral, but he takes pains to be polite. He's failed at everything he ever tried. Casshorn expressed the desire to be a duke like his father. Centuries ago, titles used to be hereditary. Now, titles are administrative posts that carry a great deal of civil and military responsibility. One can't inherit a title. One must earn it, and pass the requisite examinations, proving his or her competency in order to claim it. The higher the rank, the more stringent are the requirements. Sons and daughters of nobles often receive very specialized education from birth in anticipation of trying to assume the title. They have an advantage because they watch and learn as their parents govern, in the same sense as the baker's son knows about baking bread from watching his father make it. But no matter how good their test scores are, nobody, not even an heir to the throne of Adrianglia, can assume a title without first providing service to the realm. Some choose civil, some military, but all have to serve. The mandatory period of service is 7 years in the military and 10 for the civil service.
"Military for you, I take it?" Tom Buckwell asked.
Declan nodded. Casshorn passed the examinations at 15. Did spectacularly well, in fact. All that remained was the period of service. Casshorn attempted the Air Force because it is considered the most cerebral of all military occupations.
"Air Force like planes?"
Lee Stearns asked. "Air Force like flying beasts," Declan said. "Wyverns, manticores, and so on. Within a year, Casshorn was booted from the Air Force Academy for plotting to kill one of his instructors. That effectively barred him from any military branch except for the Red Legion, who will take anyone. Whether you're a wanted criminal or a certified lunatic, they don't care. They can take an average person and in 2 years turn him or her into a mass murderer. Just deploying them often causes panic in the enemy. The Red Legion discharged Casshorn in 6 months, deeming him completely unsuited to military service.
"To screw up like that takes talent."
Tom Buckwell shook his head.
"He must be special."
Declan grimaced. He certainly thinks so. With the military crossed off his list, Casshorn attempted the civil service. He was fired from Elizabethan University for plagiarism, having served a little over 20 months. 2 days later, someone set the campus on fire. Then Casshorn took a sabbatical for 3 years. Then he attempted manufacturing research. To make a long story short, in the meantime, Casshorn's younger brother, Ortez, finished his 7 years serving in the Adrianglian Navy with distinction, and Casshorn hadn't even managed to pass a half mark. Their test scores were tied.
Because they were siblings, Ortez had the option of signing a waiver to give his brother 5 years to complete the service requirement. A peer title can't remain vacant for long. All peers have duties, and someone has to fulfill them. So what happened? Rose asked. Ortez was willing to sign the waiver if his father wished to give Cashhorn another chance. The Duke decided he needed to think some more on the matter and invited his sons to Yule dinner at the ducal manor. Most of the nobles and their families were present at the celebration. I was 8, and I remember it vividly. Cashhorn's demeanor was bizarre. He seemed not to know where he was. Midway through the evening, he stood up and started talking. He ranted like a lunatic and attacked Ortez's wife, calling her a whore and blaming her for a number of odd and illogical things. Apparently, years earlier, when Ortez and Jane were affianced, Cashhorn had made some advances toward her and she turned him down, but to hear him tell it, the incident had happened earlier in the evening, not nearly a decade ago. Obviously, no waiver was signed, and Ortez became Duke shortly after his father retired. Cashhorn later claimed that someone had added a narcotic to his drink, but by then it was too late, and he seemed to accept it. Apparently, he found a new way of obtaining the power he always wanted. Jeremiah frowned. "Why the edge? Why our small neck of the woods?" Declan rested his arms on the table and leaned forward. "The Edge has no strong police or military force. Any resistance he encounters will be fragmented, since nobody but Edgers care what happens between the worlds. As to what his purpose is, I don't know. I think he may have started with some idea of conquering the Edge, building up an army of hounds and avenging himself on all the people who wronged him in Adrianglia. However, whatever he has done to earn immunity from the hounds is changing him. I'm not sure how much of his humanity remains." "I think his conquering plans bit the dust," Rose said. "He simply wants to absorb magic and eat us now." He kept his face hidden, but his hands looked like paws. He has claws instead of nails. If he conquers the Edge, it will be so he can feed. "He can't be reasoned with," Tom Buckwell said. Lee turned to him. "How do you know?" Tom's bushy beard moved around a bit. His face looked sour. "Fred Simeon sent Brad Dillon up to him with gifts." "He what?" Grandma drew from the table in shock. "I told him not to do it," Tom growled. "I said from the get-go that it was a lousy idea and it wouldn't end well, but there was no reasoning with him. Fred thinks he can buy the world." Rose thought of Cashhorn raving on about the delicious man he had received as a gift. Nausea squirmed through her. Cashhorn ate Brad, didn't he? "He sure did," Tom said. "At least that's what Fred said before he and the whole clan peeled out of the Edge like their arses were on fire." Rose rubbed her face. Brad was slime, but to die like this? Nobody deserved that. She thought of the boys being eaten and had to clench her hands under the table. Declan's large hand settled on her fist. He rubbed her hand with his dry, warm fingers. "So, do you know where Cashhorn is?" Silence fell around the table. "He's in Moss Ravine," Adele said. "The woods started dying there about 6 days ago." Lee threw his hands in the air. "And he needs to know that why?" "It's his mess," Emily creaked. "Let him clean it up." "That's a real good point." Lee swung to Declan. "Why aren't more of you fellows here taking care of this problem? Why is it you're here by your lonesome? It's your mess." "Technically, the Duke has no jurisdiction in the Edge," Declan said. "So, it's your mess at the moment." "But they did send you," Jeremiah said.
"Oh, come on."
Tom Buckwell slapped the table with his big hands.
"He's covert ops if I ever saw one. What, they ain't gonna send a battalion to help us out? Because that would mean they'd have to admit that Duke's psycho brother made off with their super-secret apocalypse machine, which they weren't supposed to have in the first place. They sent one guy, a killer, and if he fails, they're gonna deny they ever knew anything about the whole deal."
"Not quite," Declan said. His hand still stroked Rose's under the table. "I have a time limit. If in a fortnight I don't inform His Grace that Cashorn is dead and the device is destroyed, the Duke will take further measures." "The Red Legion," Grandma said softly. Declan nodded.
"What does that mean?"
Lee Stearns asked. Grandma's mouth flattened into a severe line. "When the Red Legion comes through, nothing remains." "You may hide in the Broken," Declan said, "but they'll purge East Laporte. It will be like you were never here."
Lee glared. "They have no right." "Think," Tom Buckwell said. 50 fellows, just like him. They'll come and wipe the place out so we have nothing to come back to. That's what the U.S. did in Korea. They don't want us sitting in East Laporte spreading rumors of their doom machine. And Tom stabbed his finger in Declan's direction, he's the one who's gonna carry the responsibility for us getting wiped off the map on his soul. It will be his call. Nobody wants to make a call like that."
"Why are you here?" Adele asked softly. "Why did you choose to be the one?"
"I have my reasons," Declan said.
This wasn't going to get them anywhere. "There is a changeling," Rose said, ignoring Declan's sharp glance. His hand abruptly left hers. "Cashorn has some sort of hold over him. His name's William."
"Is he the one who hung Emerson on a dead horse, Oak?" Emily Paw asked.
Rose nodded. Declan and William were friends, and he wants to save him.
"An army buddy, I bet."
Tom Buckwell nodded.
"Figures. It's good for us. Makes it nice and personal, so you'll fight harder. You got a plan?"
"I can take Cashorn in a one-on-one physical fight," Declan said. "But he knows this. I need to separate him from the hounds. Since the device produces the hounds continuously, one at a time, the only way to get Cashorn alone is to rapidly destroy a large number of his beasts. Unfortunately, he seems to be directing their actions. He may not be fully human, but he would recognize a trap. I would know more if I could survey his position and see what sort of odds we were facing."
Jeremiah rose. "I think we've heard enough. We need to confer. Let's let the young ones get some air."
As the wooden door shut behind her and Declan, Rose blinked against the sunlight and sank on the porch. "Well, that went as well as it could."
"You told them about William," he said.
"Yes, I did. Words like duty don't mean much to them. They understand friendship and family. They wouldn't touch you because you're powerful and they're afraid of retribution from the weird. They can't hurt the hounds because they absorb magic, but they could hurt William. With things the way they are, if they saw a strange changeling, they might act first and ask questions later. They're all cursers, Declan. You saw what Jeremiah did to that bird, and you know what my grandmother tried to do to you." She faced the weighty look in his eyes. "I know it's a private thing between you and him, but it was best they knew. They might not hurt him now."
"Why the sudden love for William?"
"Are you jealous?" She narrowed her eyes.
"You didn't answer my question."
"I worry about William because he's important to you," she said. because I feel that until the two of you settle things between yourselves, it will eat at you. And if William's truly helping Casshorn, you'll have to kill him, won't you?"
"Yes,"
Declan said. He would have to kill his best friend. Rose looked away, at the trees, at the grass, at her hands. Her stomach churned. It had all gone so wrong somehow, and so fast, and fixing it seemed impossible. 2 weeks ago, life was a normal drudgery, and seemingly overnight, her stable world became the place where demonic creatures hunted small boys so they could eat them, and the man she loved had to pick between his survival and the life of his best friend. She was caught in an ugly dream and couldn't wake up, and the fear that clung to her every second was worst of all. She was scared for the boys and Grandma, and terribly frightened for Declan. So badly it hurt inside, as if her bones ached. If she let herself dream just a little, she glimpsed a hint of fragile happiness that might even be hers, if not forever, then for a little while, and it was about to be ripped away from her. She was so sick of being scared. "You said you were a marshal. Is this what you do?" she asked. "This is what your job is like?" Declan nodded. "And it's always like this?"
"This is probably the worst," he said. "But yes, there are always choices I don't want to make. It's my duty as marshal. A lot is riding on my back right now. If I fail to kill Casshorn, people will die. The Duke of the Southern Provinces will be dishonored and possibly have to step down. Your town will be wiped out, and I'll lose you. And I don't even know if I have you."
Rose chewed on that. Did "I don't even know if I have you" mean "I don't even know if you like me"? Or did it mean "I don't even know if I'll win the challenges and get to own you"? "You won't lose me just because you failed," she said.
"If I fail, I'll be dead,"
Declan said. Suddenly, she was angry. All that worry and fear mixed in her, and him, talking so calmly about dying, squeezed it together into pure fury. She was furious at Casshorn for putting them all through it. "Oh, no, you won't." His eyebrows crept up. "You'll survive this," she told him. "I'll be right there to make sure you'll make it out alive, even if I have to drag your bloody body out of the wood on my back. I still have a challenge left, and I will stump you with it. You won't rob me of my victory, Lord Camarine." A light sparkled in his eyes.
"I'll have to postpone my dying, then."
"You do that," she told him. "I don't know what will become of this thing between you and me, but no brain-sick blue-blood crackpot is going to take away my chance to find out."
"Have you made up your mind, then?" he asked.
"About what? About surrendering to your manly charms?"
"Yes."
"Not yet," she said. "I'm still thinking about it."
"Is there anything I can do to persuade you?"
He leaned forward, a dangerously focused expression on his face. His green eyes turned warm and wicked, and she froze, snared in his stare. "I can't think of anything," she murmured. He was close, entirely too close, only a couple of inches away. She saw his lips, curving in a sly smile, a network of thin scars by his left eye, his long eyelashes.
"Are you sure, Miss Drayton?"
he asked, his voice low and husky. "I'm sure," she whispered, and then he closed the distance between them. His hand cupped the back of her head, and he kissed her. She opened her mouth, tasted iced tea, and Declan. He smelled of sweat mixed with light sandalwood musk and sun-kissed skin. She would recognize his scent anywhere, just as she would recognize the strength in the arms around her. He held her as if daring the world to come over and make an issue of it. She let herself sink into that embrace, sliding her hands up the hard muscles of his chest to his neck and to his short hair. He pulled her closer, kissing harder, hungrier, and she licked the inside of his mouth and molded herself to him. Declan growled, a very male possessive sound that sent a thrill from her neck down her spine. The floor behind them creaked. They broke apart a fraction of a second before the door swung open. Rose stared straight ahead, trying to catch her breath. "Well, it took some doing, but they decided to help you," Grandma's voice said behind her. "We have a plan, or some semblance of one. Tom's coming out to explain it to you. He's all excited at playing soldier again. What exactly happened to the two of you? You look like you got into my pantry and ate all of my jam." "We're fine," Rose managed, stealing a glance at Declan. He looked halfway between shell-shocked and frustrated. "All right, then." Eleonore's tone plainly said she wasn't sure what they were selling, but she sure as hell wasn't buying it. She lingered for another long breath, shook her head, and went inside. "We need a barn," Declan said. "What?" "A barn," he said, with the gravity of a commander planning an attack. "We need a barn, or one of those storage areas for the broken vehicles." "A garage?" He gave her a short nod. "A private, relatively remote location with thick walls to dampen the sound, and preferably a sturdy door I could bolt from the inside, keeping your grandmother, your brothers, and all other painfully annoying spectators out." Rose began to laugh. "A make-out bunker." "I'm glad you find our dilemma hilarious," he said dryly. Tom Buckwell emerged onto the porch then and squeezed his giant body between the two of them. "Here's the deal. Attacking Casshorn head-on is straight out because he's got too many hounds with him, right?" "Right," Rose said. "To get to Casshorn, you need to nuke the hounds. To nuke the hounds, you have to separate them from Casshorn or attack him at his lair. This is what guys in the Broken call a catch-22. Here's how I'm going to make your day. You do have ranks in the weird, don't you?" "We do," Declan said. "What was yours?" "Legionnaire, first class." "What is that? Is that like an officer?" "No," Declan said. "An NCO, then?" Tom grinned. "I was a staff sergeant myself. Suppose I call you Sergeant. Would you go with that?" "That will be fine," Declan said. "Good then, Sergeant." Rose rolled her eyes. Funny how Sergeant became Sergeant all of a sudden, and Tom had morphed from a surly bear into Declan's best buddy, all smiles and camaraderie. It was a classic Edge tactic. She'd seen it employed with outsiders before. The 6 elders didn't know Declan. They had no way of verifying the information he had given them, and they were afraid of him. So Tom Buckwell had chosen to play a friend, hoping to establish common ground, get into Declan's confidence, and stab him in the back if necessary. With some men it might have worked, but Declan had good instincts, and Buckwell was laying the none too bright we're all just army buddies on too thick. "Casshorn might be a goner, but he was human to begin with, so he's still vulnerable there. We build a trap, and the elders will curse his arse into sleep. And no matter how inhuman he is, the 6 of us aren't without skill. We'll hold him at least for a few hours. Meanwhile, you and Rose here lead the hounds into the trap, kill them off, and then go after Casshorn. Good plan, eh?" "Great plan," Declan said. "What kind of a trap?" "Haven't thought that far yet," Tom said. "How are you going to curse him?" Rose asked. Sleep would be the obvious choice. Unlike pain curses, it was subtle. Casshorn wouldn't even know anything was wrong. He'd simply get tired and fall asleep. To cast sleep, we need a thing of his. Hair, piece of clothing. Haven't thought that far yet, Tom said.
Some plan, Rose sighed. Over half a millennium of experience between the 6 of them, and this is what they came up with?
Trap first, Declan said. Without the trap, we have no plan. Bullets don't work against the hounds, they go straight through their bodies. Dismemberment works. A flash does too, but we have only 2 flashers. Fire, but they know to steer clear of it.
So it has to be something subtle. Can we poison them? Tom asked.
Declan shook his head. I doubt it. I know that the first time it was found, they had tried hemlock and arsenic on hounds with no result. Ideally, we need a slow-acting trap, something that would kill them slowly or in a gradual fashion so as not to alarm Cashhorn out of his sleep.
Like drowning? Tom asked. Lure the hounds out into a lake and drown them one by one.
Possibly. Unfortunately, they can hold their breath for a long time, and they're good swimmers.
Silence fell. Leanne wandered over and came to sit in a rocking chair.
Too bad we couldn't electrocute the hound like that troll, Declan said.
Oh, now that is a capital idea, Sergeant. Tom nodded. Except, we don't know if electricity works against them.
It does, Leanne said. Before Karen Rowe left for the Broken, she told me she killed a hound with electricity, tasered it to death.
How do you taser something to death? Tom's eyebrows rose.
Her mom got it into her head that Karen's house would get broken into, and bought her one of those expensive gun-looking tasers, Leanne said. You pop a cartridge in and fire, then you disconnect the cartridge and reload. She's kinda hard to buy for, so every Christmas or so the family would get her some of those cartridge packs. They're like $60 for 2. She shot the beast once, but it didn't croak, so she just kept reloading the cartridges and shooting it until it stopped wiggling. She said the damn hound cost her over $200.
Well, we can't take time to taser them, and I just don't see how we'd be able to stick each one of them with a live wire. They'd overrun us, Tom said.
Why don't you just put the 2 together? Drop a live wire into a lake and electrocute the lot of them until they drown, Rose asked. The men looked up, and she found herself on the receiving end of 2 stares, one green, one brown.
What?
That's a good plan, Declan said.
It might work,
Tom said.
Declan glanced at him. Is there a large enough lake nearby?
The Port Pond,
Tom said.
Declan got up. I need to see it.
Tom nodded.
It's perfect. It'll take us a good hour to get there on foot, though, so if we want to go today, best to do it now. I need to check on my daughters anyhow, make sure they're cleared out. Holly, I'm not worried about, but Nikki may end us like molasses in January. She was supposed to be out this morning, but I bet she's still there, squatting on her bags like a mother hen.
I'll come too, Rose said. If you're going to curse Cashhorn, I'll have to pick up a couple of things from Grandma's. The boys are reasonably safe here for the time being. Leanne sighed. That's all good, but how are you going to make the hounds go into the water? Declan's face was unreadable.
We'll use bait.
Like what? Leanne frowned. One of us, Rose said. The hounds are attracted to magic. He means me or him, Leanne. One of us will be bait. Chapter 22. Rose hugged herself and peered at the placid, tea-colored water of LaPorte Pond. 1,200 feet long and close to 500 feet across at the widest spot, the pond sat in a depression just west of town. Tall, grayish cypresses flanked it like guards, their bloated trunks blocking the shore completely except for the far west end. A broken, dilapidated dock jutted sadly from the center of the pond. Next to her, Declan crouched and dipped his fingers into the water.
Tom Buckwell gave him a wide berth. Declan wasn't buying all his "aw, shucks, Sergeant" nonsense, and she suspected Buckwell realized that as well, because he watched Declan the way one would watch a large predatory animal. "There used to be a rowboat," she explained. "You could take it to the dock and fish. The boat sank about 2 years ago and nobody bothered to get another one, and you can't really swim in it, too much algae." Declan pivoted on his feet and glanced up to where twin power lines were etched against the sky. "We're stealing power from the broken," Tom explained. "Used to be there was no way to run a power line into the edge. But about 50 years ago, the boundary crawled out farther into the broken, about 40 feet or so. Nobody knows what caused it, but when it was done crawling, we found a power pole in the edge, and the line was live. We got together and made a deal with the local co-op that owned the pole. We pay them a shitload of money, and they don't ask what's draining their power." Declan looked at the dock. Rose followed his gaze. The dock wasn't very big, 12 by 12 feet. Old tires hitched to its sides bobbed in the water. Either she or Declan would be on that dock, flashing to get the hound's attention. She'd been thinking about it for the last 2 hours, and the more she thought about it, the more certain she became that she should be the one. She could do it. Get on the dock, electrify the pond, flash a few times to attract the hounds and watch them pile into the deadly water. Simple enough. How hard could it be, right? She pictured herself on the dock, surrounded by hounds. And what if electricity didn't work on them? Alarms squirmed through her. No, it was a mistake to think like that. She raised her chin up a bit. It would be fine. Even if the electricity didn't kill them, it would be fine. She had more than enough flash to deal with them. If she stood on the dock instead of Declan, he would be safe. He could go after Casshorn while she dealt with the hounds. Casshorn would be asleep, and Declan would have an easier time dealing with him. If she could just occupy the hounds, he might come out of the fight alive. Rose hugged herself tighter and glanced at Declan. He was looking at her. "A man who knows what he's doing could hold that dock for a long time," Tom was saying. "I figure we cut the line there." He pointed at a break between 2 cypresses. "I know some fellows in town who work at a tire retreading plant. We can get some biased tire tread, the stuff comes in rolls, and roll it out on that dock to insulate it and keep you from slipping into the water, 'cause if the beasts get to the dock, you'll be standing in some slimy gore. We'll get you some rubber-soled boots and you'll be good to go." "There is no need for him to be on the dock," Rose said. "I can do it. I'll be fine. My flash is almost as powerful as his." Tom made a low grumbling noise into his beard. "Casshorn will be asleep," she said. "His hounds will be occupied. It's the perfect time for Declan to go after them." "No," Declan said. "Declan, this makes total sense," she said. "No." Tom shrugged. "If he says no, it's a no. It's his show." "Why the hell not?" She crossed her arms. "It's a good idea. You won't get another clean shot at him like that, Declan." He simply rose. "I'll escort you to your house." Tom furrowed his eyebrows at them. "Well, you sort it out between yourselves. I'll swing by my daughter's places and pick you up at your house in about an hour. 2, if I have to drag Nicky out of the edge kicking and screaming." They didn't speak on the way to Eleonore's house. Adele had plenty of supplies at Wood House, but any self-respecting cursor preferred to use her own. If nothing else, Grandma would feel better with familiar things. Rose collected the twigs and herbs while Declan stood guard over her, and she had to restrain herself to keep from smacking him to get the grim expression off his face. They returned to Rose's house in silence. "Would you like some tea?" Rose asked as they went up the steps. He nodded. She went into the kitchen. He had no reason to be stubborn about it. Her plan made perfect sense. It also had one added benefit, which she decided wasn't important enough to mention. If things went wrong, and they were bound to go wrong when you're standing on a rotting hunk of wood in the middle of an electrified lake surrounded by monsters, if things went wrong, she would go down alone. Declan would still survive to fight another day. He had more of a chance against Casshorn than she did. It was a good plan. She just needed Declan to see it. She poured the boiling water into the teapot, set the tea to steep, and went in search of him. She found him behind the house at the woodshed. He sat on the bench, his larger sword on his lap, and he slowly, methodically, drew a soft cloth along the blade. Rose sat on a tree stump scarred with the strikes of countless wood axes, and waited. He ignored her. "My way is a good way, Declan. You know it. My control is better than yours. I'm more precise." He glanced up. His eyes were pure white. Great, his brights were on, but nobody was driving. She had to make him see reason. "Is this some sort of blue blood chivalry thing? Because I have news for you. You can't exactly afford to be chivalrous, Declan. Right now, you're an army of one with me as your National Guard volunteer unit. You have to let me help, and this is the best way to do it." He said nothing. "At least talk to me, damn you!" He set the sword aside and walked to her. The determination on his face shot a bolt of alarm down her spine. She backed away. He caught her and pushed her back lightly. Her back pressed against the wall of the house. She realized that for the first time they were truly alone, with no risk of interruptions. Well, if he thought he could bully her into backing down, he had another thing coming. "Rose." Rose jerked aside, but he barred her escape with his arm. "You're stronger. I get it," she ground out. She tried to push him aside, but she might as well have tried to push a train. He didn't move an inch. "Rose," he said softly, "look at me." She glared at him. Their stares connected, and there was something so arresting and possessive in his grass-green eyes that words died on her lips. He looked at her like she was some great treasure, like nothing else mattered. He looked at her like he loved her. Warmth touched her cheeks, and she knew she blushed. He looked her over, studying her neck, her eyes, her throat, slowly, taking his time. She was locked in his arms. The heat of his body seeped through the thin fabric of her shirt. She smelled him, that very familiar scent of sandalwood and clove oil he had used to clean his sword, and sweat. His chest pressed on her, the muscles hard but supple, and her nipples tightened. She was caught. "I'm going on that dock instead of you," she said. "No. You don't understand." "I understand perfectly." His big body braced hers. His hips kept her pinned. He raised his hand and slid his finger up the side of her neck in a long caress, up her chin and to her lips. She shivered. He brushed her lower lip with a calloused thumb. "Kissing me won't make me more agreeable," she whispered. "I'm not trying to make you more agreeable." His voice was rough and low. "I just can't help myself." The muscles on his arms flexed, and she realized Declan was fighting for control. He swallowed, his eyes dark. A million reasons to get away streaked through her head. He was a blue blood, and she was an edge mongrel. He lied to her. He wanted to own her. They had no future together. If someone told her that right now, in this very moment, trapped between the wall of her own house and Declan's rigid body, that she could have one thing and one thing only before she died, she would choose to be with him. Nothing good ever happened to people who didn't take chances. She kissed him, molding herself against his large frame, supple softness to his hardness. His control snapped. He lunged for her, pushing her against the wall, and kissed her back, furious and passionate, drinking her in. The echo of the kiss rolled through her body, dragging a low moan from her. She slid against him, working her hands up the hard muscles of his back. He pulled her to him and buried his face in her neck. His teeth and tongue played with her skin, rasping over the sensitive spot on her pulse, painting heat over her flesh. Warmth spread through her. Declan kissed her again and again. Her body tightened. He ground into her, and she slid up and down with him, giving soft resistance to the hard thrust of his erection. His voice was a hot breath in her ear. "God, I want you." "I want you too," she whispered. She wanted him so badly that every time he touched her, she wanted to hold on to him to keep him from letting go. The thought of him standing on that dock, collapsing under the weight of hundreds of hounds, almost made her scream in frustration. He wasn't going to die there. "I'm still going on that dock." His voice was low and so suffused with need it was almost a snarl. "I know. I'm coming with you." "What?" "We'll do it together." He thrust his hand under hers, pushed her bra down, releasing her aching breast, and brushed the nipple. A jolt of pleasure, intense and unexpected, rippled through her. "I can handle the hounds. You don't have to," she whispered. "Yes, I do." He kissed her again, stealing her breath, and nipped her lip with his teeth. She pulled at his t-shirt. She wanted him naked. She wanted to feel his skin against hers. He pulled away from her and swept her off her feet. "Bed." She wound herself about him, kissing his neck and the corner of his jaw. "Good idea." They tore through the house and into the bedroom. He dropped her on the bed, grasped the fabric of her t-shirt, pulled up, and the old worn-out cotton tore in his hands. "Sorry." "I have another one." She pulled off his shirt and ran her hands down his body from his chest, over the hard ridges of his stomach, and then she was sliding him out of his jeans and rubbing her hand down the hard shaft of his erection. He made a raw animal sound in his throat and stripped the last shreds of clothing from her. For a moment, she saw him towering above the bed, tall, golden, knitted with carved muscle. She was too hot and too wet and too impatient. He lunged for her, and she met him halfway, kissing, rubbing, stoking the fire inside both of them. His tongue played on her skin. He cupped her left breast, stroking the nipple with his finger until it ached. She moaned. His hips slid between her legs. He dipped his head down and caught her nipple in his hot mouth, sending a wave of pure pleasure through her. She dug her fingers into the hard muscle of his back and arched herself, welcoming him. "Now," she whispered. "Now. Declan, don't wait." He heard her. His lips found hers. He thrust into her, and she gasped. Her body resonated with pleasure, wanting, demanding more. She ground against him. He thrust again and again, deep, hard, building to a rapid, fiery rhythm, his weight a steady, sweet pressure on her. She was full, so wonderfully full of him, and she wanted more. She kissed his jaw and his throat, and he thrust harder. She clawed at his back, taut with strain, and the aching need within her blossomed into a cascade of bliss. She felt herself rising higher and higher, propelled by his thrusts and lost in the hot glide of their bodies, until something within her snapped. Pleasure drowned her, smothering all thought. She screamed his name. Her body screamed with her, gripping him, pumping. He clenched and emptied himself into her with a hoarse growl. They lay together in a hot, sweaty tangle, and for a while, lost in the aftershocks, She couldn't tell which limbs were hers and which were his.
"That was not the way it was supposed to go," he said, his voice still raspy with echoes of lust.
How was it supposed to go? He pulled her to him, closing his arms around her, and Rose sank into him, implausibly happy. He ran his fingers along her arm.
"Slow and sensuous, sophisticated."
She turned on her side and kissed him. How terribly inappropriate of you, Earl Declan Rael Martel Camarine.
"You've remembered my name. I feel the need to celebrate this momentous occasion."
I thought we just did that, she murmured, out of breath. But if you insist on a do-over, I'm sure we can do this again in the near future.
"Do you know what happens when you overflash?"
he asked softly. No.
"I've done it once."
He pulled her close, his muscled arm under her breasts.
"We were trapped in a field while the Gauls' summoners ran a horde of Marlocks at us. They're simian animals, large predatory apes. There was no cover and no support. There were just the 5 of us, and we stood back to back and flashed. I remember my mouth was full of blood, my vision wavered. I felt like my arms were stretching out into the distance."
What happened?
"William went into rending. Changelings do this once in a while, especially after puberty. They lose touch with reality and go berserk. He went crazy, and we just hit the ground because when he rends, he kills everything. I'd asked him about it once, and he told me rending is going to the place where there is no God. Make of that what you will. When he finally wore himself out, the 5 of us were the only things alive on the field."
What would have happened if you had kept going, had kept flashing? She asked.
"I would have died. I wouldn't have even known it. You'd think that you could push just a touch further and then the world would fade and so would your life."
He kissed her cheek.
"I won't let it happen to you."
She frowned.
"You don't know when to stop," he said. "You overdo it. I've watched you flash for 2 hours straight when you were trying to get Adaman's defense down. You have no clue where your limits are."
She rose on her elbow. "Declan."
"There were times when I've deferred to you. The time when you stopped me from going after Simowin, or the time when you told your elders about William. I did so because you understood the situation better. It's your turn to defer to me. I know what I'm talking about, Rose. I was a professional soldier for over a decade. You're brilliant, but you need training. If you go on that dock alone, you'll die, and I won't let it happen."
"No!" She pushed away from him. "Don't you see?"
"I see."
He pulled her back and kissed her.
"You'll magnificently kill the first wave of the hounds, and then the second wave will tear your throat out. And everyone will cry at your funeral and describe how you laid down your life for the good of your neighbors."
She recoiled. He reached over, picked up her hand, and kissed her fingers.
"We do this my way. We both survive, and then we deal with Casshorn." His stare fixed her. "Promise me, Rose."
What he said made sense. She wasn't too proud to understand that, and she still got what she wanted. He wouldn't be on the dock alone. "Okay," she said simply. "We'll do it your way. But we still need something from Casshorn for this curse to work." Declan's eyebrows furrowed.
"Do you think George is strong enough to reanimate a creature, only for a short while?"
"He might be," she said. "We'll have to ask him."
"If he can do it, then I might have a plan."
His hand wandered down her body, stroking. He kissed her and she slid tighter against him. "Rose!" Tom's gruff voice called from the porch. Declan swore. George sat on a fallen log and looked at the 3 dead crows lying on the ground before him. Sad, black bodies, lifeless. They had been carefully killed with a bow and arrow. Not a lot of damage to repair. Behind him, Jack sniffed at the air. He probably thought the birds would make a nice snack. To the right, Mamere and Rose sat on an old wooden log. "I can't believe you're going to make him do this." Mamere was angry. Her cheeks were flushed. "He'll raise something again sooner or later," Rose said. "But not so soon." Rose was using her reasonable voice. She never won an argument with that voice. "When would it be not too soon?" Rose asked. "I don't know." Mamere waved her arms. "Not now." "If it was up to you, not too soon would mean never." "And what's wrong with that?" "You can't expect him never to use his talent again," Rose said. "George," Declan said. George looked at him, crouched by the crows. "What I'm about to ask you to do is called combat necromancy. We're going to play some games first, and then we'll do the hard part. Understand?" George nodded. "Before, when you raised things, you felt a connection between you and them, right?" George nodded again. It felt like having a fish on a very thin line, always shivering and tugging the line, but not too hard. "And sometimes you stop them from doing things, like the time you stopped your grandfather from attacking Rose." George nodded again. He could do that. He didn't do it very often, because he wanted things to be alive and do things on their own, but yes, he could do that. "I want you to take it a step further," Declan said. "I'd like you to raise one of those birds and keep a very good control of it. You have to understand that this bird is raised for this one mission only. Once the mission is over, you must let it go, because it did its job, and it deserves to rest. Do you understand?" George nodded. Declan kept looking at him. "I understand," George said. "Go ahead," Declan said. George touched the bird on the right. She was the smallest, and he felt sorry for her the most. The bird pulled at his magic. It stretched, snapped, and Georgie recoiled, biting his lip. It always hurt when he raised something. He couldn't see the arrow hole under the feathers, but he felt it, and he fed a little of his magic down the line, closing it up nice and neat, just in case. The bird shivered. Slowly, she stretched one leg, then the other, rolled, and got to her feet. Mamere sucked in her breath. "Now you've done it. You started the whole thing over again." "Very good." Declan rose to his feet and moved to stand by the bird. "I want you to close your eyes and turn around, keeping the bird very still. I'm going to touch the bird, and I need you to tell me when I do." George closed his eyes. A faint touch disturbed the magic. "Now," he said. "Very good," Declan said. "What am I doing now?" "You're pinning the wings to the body." "I need you to tell me when you feel me let go." A long moment passed. The pressure on the crow vanished. "Now!" "Excellent. You can turn around now." Declan walked away until several yards separated them. "Try to make it walk toward me." "Her," Georgie corrected. "It's a girl bird." "Sorry. Please make her walk toward me." George tugged on the line. He'd never before tried to make a bird walk. Stopping the creatures from moving was easy. This was harder. The crow stumbled and spun in place. "Take your time," Declan said.
George concentrated. The longer he focused on the magic between them, the more complex it became. At first, it was a line. Then it was a whole bunch of thinner lines woven together, and then the lines fractured into a glowing web that clutched at the bird. He tried to tug on the web. The crow jerked and fell into the dirt. Georgie shook his head, trying to clear his vision. "It's all right, Georgie. You don't have to do it," the mare said. "Grandmother, let him be," Rose said. "Please." George sighed. This just wasn't the way to do it. "Get over to Declan," he whispered. The crow picked herself up and spread her wings. She took to the air, flew a few feet, and landed on Declan's shoulder. "Sorry," George said. "It's good," Declan said. "Try it again." George nodded. It took him a good 10 minutes to figure out what he needed to do. He had to concentrate very closely on the path before the crow to get her to walk. If he let her up, she would fly over to Declan. When the crow had finally done her little walk, George let out a happy sigh. "Tired?" Declan asked. "No." "New game, then." Declan opened his hand and showed him a small reddish rock. He tossed the rock into the dirt. "Can she bring it back?" The crow swooped, grasped the rock, flew back, and dropped it into Declan's palm. George smiled. Declan raised his eyebrows. "This is supposed to be harder than walking the bird." "It's easier for me." All he had to do was to concentrate on the rock and then on Declan. "He used to make the bird steal cherries for us," Jack said. Declan bent back and hurled the rock into the bushes. The crow took off from his shoulder and followed the path of the rock, perching on a branch. George frowned. He couldn't see the rock from where he sat. "You can't find it?" Declan asked. "I have to look through her eyes to find it," George said quietly. "And you don't like doing that?" Declan said. George shook his head. "Because you forget you're not a bird when you do it, and it's hard to remember how to get back?" George startled. "How did you know that?" "My aunt is a necromancer. What I'm asking you to do is called necromantic possession. There is a trick to it. If I promise you that I can help you get back to your body, will you try it?" "Rose!" The mare jumped off the log. "George, you don't have to do it if you don't want to," Rose said. "It's your choice. Nobody will be angry if you don't." George thought about it. He'd done it only once with a cat, because Jack was a cat whenever he wanted, and he had never been one and wanted to know what it was like. The only reason he had returned to his body at all was because Jack found him sitting still in the yard and tackled him from behind, knocking the wind out of him. The worst thing was that he couldn't even remember what it was like to be a cat. He just remembered the vague, scary feeling of looking and looking for something and not being able to find it, and knowing that he was looking for his own body. He wanted to know what it was like to be a bird. George looked at Declan. "Okay," he said. "Whenever you're ready." Declan nodded. George looked at the crow, grasped the line of magic stretching between them, and pulled, propelling himself into the black body. The world exploded into colors for which there was no name. For a long moment he sat still, lost in the vibrancy and shimmering glow of the leaves, until something nudged him gently from the back of his mind. The rock. He was supposed to find the rock. He hopped off the branch into the leaves and searched the ground. There it was, glittering with a dozen hues. So pretty, pretty, pretty rock. He took it into his beak and crashed through the bush. The sunlit grass was so beautiful. In the distance, he saw two figures, two standing together, crystal clear and glowing, one stronger, the other weaker. Words surfaced in his mind.
Rose, ma mère. He wasn't sure what they meant, but he knew they made him feel good. He saw another figure, smaller with an odd tint to it. He knew it as well. Jack. A fourth figure waited to his right, the largest of them all. Declan. He had to do something for Declan. He felt drawn to him, and he didn't know why. He spread his wings and flew to him, landing on his arm. Declan warm and rough under his claws. The rock fell from his beak. There was a fifth figure, one he hadn't seen before. It slumped on the ground, curled into a ball. There was something oddly familiar about it, but it didn't glow like the others. Declan opened his mouth and made a noise. Ice slammed into him. He cried out. The world swirled, and George jerked up, gasping. His face was wet. Next to him, Jack stood with an empty bucket. Rose's arms closed about him. They felt so comfortable and warm.
Shock breaks it, Declan said. Doesn't take much, especially if he didn't spend a lot of time in the other form. The longer he possesses something, the more intense the shock has to be. We had necro-scouts who'd burn each other to get out, but that was after hours of immersion. We'll only need a minute, if that.
You okay?
Rose asked.
George smiled, the swirl of colors slowly fading in his head. I remember this time, he said. I remember what it's like to be a bird.
Chapter 23. The deeper one dived into the wood, the darker it became. The trees grew taller and thicker, their trunks rising high above like colossal textured columns. Their branches spread and twisted, bound together by moss and lichen, and bright blue bunches of horsetail vines, dripping down like the hair of phantom tree spirits. The canopy formed its own separate level, removed from the forest floor, and as Rose found her way through the wood, she glanced around once in a while above to make sure Jack hadn't gotten away from Grandma. He was none too pleased at staying behind. She looked at Declan, who strode on, seemingly at home in the wilderness. He carried a small pack. In the pack, 2 crows rode, carefully secured. Back at Woodhouse, George had reanimated both. He didn't possess them at the moment, but he would sense when they were free and take them over. It was a simple plan. They would get close enough to Cashhorn, wait for the right moment, release the crows, and let George use them to steal an item. Then the crows would fly away and they would chase them, retrieve the item, and get away, hopefully alive. George would be allowed only 5 minutes of possession. 5 minutes later, ready or not, Grandma and Jeremiah would awaken him. 5 minutes was a safe enough time limit, according to Declan. She didn't want to put George through it, but they had no choice. It was a flimsy plan all around, but it was the only one they had. She'd spoken to Jeremiah and Leanne. Once George awakened and they no longer needed his gift, Jeremiah would take him and Jack and Leanne and her son out into the Broken, supposedly to get supplies. She'd given Leanne enough money for a decent hotel room. With her strength, Leanne would be able to handle the boys. No matter what would happen in the Edge, her brothers would be safe. The wood thrived around them. Life reigned here. 100 small noises filled the silence. Birds bickering, squirrels screeching angrily at edger ermines that came to steal babies out of their nests, badgers grunting heavily, and the careful coughing bark of the fox sounded so near, yet far. Edger moth sheathed the trunks, its lady's slipper-shaped flowers all but glowing with pastel reds, yellows, lavender, and purple. Fallen trees served to anchor new life, sending shoots up and giving purchase to vines. The perfume of countless flowers and herbs floated in the air, mixing with animal scents. Even the light filtered through the canopy was verdant and emerald green. In the chaos of the wood, she and Declan were just 2 small motes of life. At other times, she would have loved to sit and listen to the wood breathe, but today she didn't have that luxury. "Careful," Rose called out,
when Declan paused by a patch of bright pink grass that had broken through the carpet of pine straw and dirt-hugging creepers. "Very poisonous." She reached to the nearest vine, snagged a handful of pale yellow berries, and handed some to him. "False cherries," she said. He popped one into his mouth. "Tastes like the real thing." She could find no fault with the way Declan moved through the woods, like a wolf, soundless and light on his feet. His face had closed in again. The hardness around his mouth was back, and so was the cold, distant stare. She had insisted on coming with him against Eleonore's wishes. Her grandmother had been beside herself. "Why do you have to take him there?" "Somebody has to. He doesn't know the wood." "Let Tom or Jeremiah do it." "We might have to run out of there like a bat out of hell, and I can run much faster than either Tom or Jeremiah, and I flash hotter. Besides, he trusts me. He'll be comfortable with me." Eleonore had pursed her lips. "I wish you wouldn't. I only have one granddaughter." Looking at Declan, Rose got a feeling that he also wished she hadn't come. "My helping you bothers you that much, huh?" she asked finally. "I wish I didn't have to rely on you." "You didn't twist my arm. It's my home that's invaded and my family who is the target." "I understand that." He shook his head. "The point of being a professional soldier is so civilians don't have to fight. We do the things we do so people like you can go to sleep safe, and here I am, relying on a civilian woman and a child's talent. Yes, it bothers me, as well it should." "If I go away with you—" she started. His head came up sharply. He looked at her. "If I go away with you, and if we decide to be together, eventually you'll go away on some mission and I'll be left at home, pacing and biting my nails, hoping you'll come back alive." "It's not always quite that dramatic," he said quietly. "But it's often dangerous." "Yes," he admitted. "What would I have to do to come with you?" she asked. He gave her a frosty stare. "You would have to pass some security examinations and competency tests to be registered as one of my operatives. It's a bad idea. I would be more worried about you than about the mission." She smiled. He didn't say no. "I suppose I'll just have to learn to be good enough so you don't worry so much. I hope you're a good teacher." "You're an impossible woman," he growled. "Hey, I didn't show up at your house demanding you challenge me. You were the knucklehead who picked me, so you only have yourself to blame." They halted in unison. They stood at the edge of a narrow meadow. The wood beyond it had lost its vibrant color. The trunks stood bare and grim, and the underbrush had shriveled to a limp tangle of wilted leaves. The magic was gone. The forest lay dead and oddly preserved, as if mummified. A taint of foul magic, alien and sharp, stained the dead trunks and withered grass. If it had color, it would drip from the wood like purple putrid slime. The evidence of the hound's presence. "It's frightening what they do," Rose said. Declan's arms closed about her for a brief moment and crushed her to him. He let her go almost immediately, but he had packed so much into that one fierce hug. Want, need, worry, reassurance. He'd protect her with his life. Strangely, it made her indignant. Nobody should have to be in the position of having another person give up their life for them. She didn't want the weight of Declan's death. The fear took a back seat, and cold anger started driving. Casshorn. If she had any hope for the future with Declan, or even without him, she had to destroy Casshorn and the hounds. That was the only way. Declan would be there, fighting to the last. She had to do the same. Together, they walked into the blighted wood. 20 minutes later, Rose lay next to Declan on the edge of a ravine. Below them, the ground dropped off sharply. A strange contraption sat in the center of the ravine's floor, a tangled mess of gears and moving parts, as if an enormous clock had gotten violently sick and vomited all of its insides before turning inside out. In the center of the device hung an oblong cluster of pale silvery glow, like a large batch of cotton candy woven of luminescent fog. Around the device, hounds lay side by side, packed tight like matches into a box. Rose tried to count them. 112, 113, too many. If they see us, we will be torn to pieces. The magic rising from the ravine nearly made her gag. It filled the gap, crawling onto the ground and up the slope as if it were too heavy to dissipate. She felt the mere traces of it, but when they slithered past, her whole body recoiled from the contact. She wanted to jump to her feet and run back into the wood, to jump into a lake, or to grab a handful of mud and scrub herself just to scrape the slimy patina off. She clenched her teeth and lay absolutely still, afraid to breathe. Her mind painted a horde of hounds streaming up the wall of the ravine. She imagined wicked dagger teeth ripping into Declan, tearing flesh off his bones. All of what they were, all their fears, worries, happiness, all that made them human, didn't matter. To hounds, they were just magic-infused meat. Cold descended on her, locking her muscles. Her heart hammered. Declan's hand came to rest on her shoulder. She looked at him, wide-eyed, and saw calm, steadying strength in his eyes. He didn't lose his head. He didn't seem afraid. She held on to his courage like a crutch and exhaled her panic in tiny, silent breaths. Something stirred on the floor of the ravine. Declan focused on the movement. His eyes turned glacially cold. A clump of hounds parted, and a tall figure rose, swaddled in a long cloak. Casshorn. There he was. They finally found the son of a bitch. Triumph filled her. Thought he could hide, did he? Casshorn swayed, as if woozy, but righted himself. He flicked his fingers, and the hounds parted before him, clearing a path. Slowly he dragged himself to the device. She stared at his back and wished him dead. If they were within flashing distance, she might have tried prying him. The device emitted a screech of metal rubbing against gears. Gears whirled. Casshorn crouched down and picked something off the ground. The glowing cone in the center of the device split open. A dark object slid out, wrapped in a membrane laced with thick purple and yellow veins. The object fell to the ground with a wet thump and squirmed, stretching the membrane. Casshorn approached it and pulled a large, wicked-looking hook into the light. A thick chain stretched from the hook, disappearing into a dead tree to the left. The thing in the membrane wriggled. With a brutal strike, Casshorn stabbed the hook into the membrane and kicked a lever protruding from the wooden block next to him. The chain snapped taut, dragging the membrane sack across the ground and jerking it into the air to the tree where it hung suspended 3 feet from the ground. Casshorn scratched at the membrane, brushing it away, revealing a fully formed hound writhing upside down on the hook. He grasped the beast by the head, and she saw Casshorn's hand. His fingers had grown very long, and on top of each one sat a 2-inch black claw. Those claws dug into the beast's neck, but the hound did nothing to resist. Casshorn struck. His claws sliced the hound's throat. A stream of gray spilled from the wound. Casshorn picked up a cup from the ground and held it under the stream. The liquid splashed into the cup and onto his hands. A few seconds later, the hound stopped jerking. The stream of fluid died. Casshorn wiped his hand on the beast's back and brought the cup to his lips. Her stomach clenched. Rose clamped her hand over her mouth to keep from vomiting. As Casshorn lifted the cup, the cloak slid off his shoulders. He was nude underneath it. He was very tall, with broad shoulders and a large chest, but inhumanly thin and corded with tight muscle like a greyhound. Splotches of yellow and purple stained his skin. His arms and legs were disproportionately long. Cashorn tipped the glass, turning, and she saw his face. He must have been a handsome man at some point. She still glimpsed echoes of it. The large hooded eyes, the square line of the jaw, the shadow of what had once been a broad, strong, masculine face. He must have looked similar to Declan in the past, but no longer. A network of veins stood out on his temples, like rope threaded under his skin. His long hair, still golden blonde, had thinned and now dripped from his scalp in isolated clumps to his chest. His face sagged and wrinkled, and when he opened his mouth to swallow the contents of the glass, she caught sight of his teeth. His mouth was filled with blood-red fangs. Cashorn emptied the glass. So that's how he did it. He paid for the immunity to the hound's magic with his mind and his body. Declan's strong fingers pressed on her arm. She glanced at him. His gaze was fixed on a point well above Cashorn on the other side of the ravine. She looked and bit back a gasp before it had a chance to escape. A wolf lay in the brush, solid, black, and huge, like a nightmare come to life. In her memory, he'd been enormous. She had thought fear had played tricks on her mind, making him larger than he really was. But no, he really was that huge. Declan's lips moved, and he mouthed a silent word. William. The wolf shifted his gaze and saw her. His eyes flared with amber. His black lips rose in a silent snarl, and William showed them a mouthful of fangs. Rose shivered. Something wasn't right. If William was in league with Cashorn, then what in the world was he doing hiding in the bushes? A crash made them glance down. Cashorn had hurled his cup at the device, and it bounced off. He leaned back, dragged his clawed hands through his thinning mane, and began braiding it in a mechanical fashion, the way he must have done 1,000 times. He'd managed to plait a couple of inches when the entire thing slid off his head, leaving him bald. Cashorn stared at the hair in his hand in disbelief and flung it from him. It caught on one of the gears and hung there. They couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. Rose grabbed Declan's arm, clenching her fingers until he looked at her, and whispered so quietly she could barely hear herself. Hair. His hair. Cashorn sank into the dirt. The sea of hounds brushed against him. He hugged one and put his cheek against the pale hide. The beast lay down on its side, and Cashorn lay atop it. Declan nodded and reached to the pack next to him. Carefully they unwrapped the crows. Rose prayed George would see the hair. She'd stressed what he had to look for: clothes, a brush with hair on it, personal items, silverware. Hair, that much hair just fresh off the body, was any curser's dream. Only blood was better, and only short-term. It rotted too quickly. The wolf's gaze burned her as they worked. The ravine ran almost 2 miles in every direction of tough wooded terrain. She knew William wouldn't be able to get to them, but the way he stared at them made her want to scream. Rose clenched her bird. By now, George would feel them handling the crows and would be paying attention. She pointed the bird so the hair was directly in front of it and whispered over and over, "Hair, hair, 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 hair." Declan released his bird. A moment later, she let hers go. The crows swooped down like 2 black rocks. Declan's crow plunged and came up, its claws caught in the fabric of Cashorn's cloak. "No," she whispered. "No, Georgie." A hound snapped up its head, then another. A dark body lunged up, and the crow went down. The second bird made a slow circle above the hounds, turned, veered left. He was going after the cup. Rose's heart hammered. She squeezed her hands into fists, willing the bird to turn right. At the last moment, the crow dropped right and snagged the braid off the gears. A tendril of dark magic snapped from the device, stinging the bird's wings. Rose held her breath. "Come on, George, come on, you can do it!" The crow faltered, jerked, beating its wings furiously, and flew up higher and higher, disappearing beyond the trees, heading back to East Laporte. Rose dropped her head face down into the dirt. He did it. Her brother did it. Declan's hand gripped her shoulder and jerked her up, hard. In the ravine below them, the hounds were rising. Declan's face was dark. At the other end of the ravine, William retreated, crawling away. They slithered from the cliff. 10 feet, 12, 15, 20. Declan hauled her upright and breathed one word. "Run!" They dashed through the woods, running as fast as the terrain would allow. The tree trunks flew by. She leapt over the branches and crashed through the brush. "Faster!" Declan called directly behind her. Rose squeezed out a burst of speed. The air seared her lungs. Her side began to hurt. She kept running. The woods blended into a blur, punctuated by her hoarse breaths. They burst into a small glade. Declan caught her arm and spun her around. "We make a stand." She doubled over, trying not to vomit. He didn't even look winded. Declan pulled a sword from the sheath on his back and turned it over once. "Use short-range flash," he said. "The less noise we make, the better." The first hound padded out of the bushes into the open. It tensed, the muscles along its long limbs contracted, and it leapt into the air. Declan swung. The blade cleaved the hound in two, and he sank flash into the ruin of the body. Acrid fumes surged from the hound's carcass. Rose coughed and moved away from him. Short-range flash. She could do that. A hound burst through the shriveled brush. It made for her, jumping in great leaps, maw gaping, blood-red fangs ready to rip. The 4 eyes glared at her with luminescent gray. The hound lunged, and Rose flashed. Her short, controlled burst of magic cleaved across the creature's shoulder all the way deep through the chest. The top half of the beast slid aside, betraying a glimpse of soft, purplish innards filled with gray slime, and crashed to the side. Another hound dashed at her from the right. Rose flashed again and watched its head roll through the dead grass. A dark flood of the beasts came loping through the wood, stark against the dull, magic-drained trees. It headed straight for them. In a moment they would be overwhelmed. Rose leaned back and took a deep breath. A line of magic thrust from her, curving to the ground. It split into 3 and began to circle her. The foremost beast sprinted, muscle flexing under the bruise-colored pelt, legs pumping, horrible teeth bared. It leaped at her and fell aside, cut in 3 pieces. They made right for her. With her flash blazing bright, she made an irresistible target. She concentrated on rotating the arches as fast as she could, slicing through the hideous bodies until the ground grew wet with their gray sluice. To the left, Declan struck at the stream of hounds, his blade a lethal whirl. He cut with deadly precision, fast and unstoppable. Every time his sword sliced, something died. He was absolutely beautiful. The last hound paused on the edge of the clearing. Rose dropped her flash and sent a single sharp bolt of blinding white at it. Declan flashed at the same time. The 2 flashes connected, and the hound went down. The clearing was wet with gray blood and littered with smoking bodies. Declan looked her over. "Unhurt?" She nodded. "How many did we kill?" he asked. She surveyed the carnage. 50? 22. He wiped his sword and slid it back into his sheath. Only 22? She couldn't believe it. It seemed like many more. 22. He took her by the arm. "Run, before the rest get here." They ran through the woods. "I don't think William's helping Casshorn," she said.
"I don't think so either."
"Then what is he doing here?"
"Hell if I know."
If William had been in league with Casshorn, he had only to make a noise and the entire swarm would have been on them.
"What was that?"
Declan asked. "What?"
"The sphere of flash you did back there."
"It's a modified Adamant's defense," she told him. "When I saw William for the first time, I got scared he'd get through and split the arch into 3. For some reason, I can rotate them a lot faster this way. Why, you never saw something like this before?"
"I don't think anyone has ever seen anything like this before," he told her. "Keep running."
They reached the palisade in record time. Grandma waited inside by the gates. Declan did a little bow.
"Madame?"
Yes, yes," she told him with a sour face. "Tom wants to see you inside." Declan nodded. "Did you get the hair?" Rose asked.
"We have it."
Declan disappeared into the building. Rose collapsed on the ground. She lay on her back, her arms and legs flung wide. Her body felt like wet cotton put through a washing machine.
"Are you all right?"
Eleonore's face blocked the sun. "Fine," she said, breathless. "I'll just lie here for a bit. He's made of iron. He runs very fast and never gets tired."
"The hooligans escaped," Eleonore said.
"What?"
"Jeremiah called me on your phone. He took them and Leanne with her boy out into the Broken just as agreed. They all sat quiet and nice until he stopped to make a right onto the freeway at the gas station, and then they threw the truck's door open and bolted."
Rose closed her eyes and groaned.
"Oh, why me?" "Jeremiah and Leanne tried to catch them, but they're gone."
"They went back to the house." Rose pushed off the ground and sat. She felt 1,000 years old. Where else would they go? "It's Jack's fault. He's convinced we'll all fail to fight Casshorn without his help, and he must have talked Georgie into it. I'll get them and take them out to Leanne. I doubt they'll come out for anyone but family, so it's either you or me, and it will have to be me since you'll be cursing Casshorn." "Hurry," Grandma said. "All right." Rose pushed herself to her feet. "Go!" Eleonore waved. Rose headed for the gates. She briefly considered getting Declan, but decided against it. He'd need to protect the palisade while they cast their curse, and she knew the wood like the back of her hand. She'd be back in a couple of hours, after she dropped the boys with Leanne. The boys had to be taken to safety, and the faster she managed it, the better it was for everyone involved. Chapter 24. Rose jogged at a brisk trot down the road. Her body ached. There was clearly wisdom in all that running Declan did in the mornings. If she ever hoped to keep up with him, she'd have to take up running, even though she hated it with a passion. She walked a lot, but there was a world of difference between walking a few miles down the road and running for your life. And cleaning offices for 10 hours a day didn't exactly improve her athletic ability. She'd have to ride better, too. She did well enough at slow speed, but a canter would have her hanging on for dear life, and the gallop was right out. She recalled Declan being all indignant about the boys not being able to ride a horse, like everyone had a damn horse in the edge. The only reason she knew how to ride was because Grandpa had insisted on keeping his half-blind old mare, Lovely. She'd remembered riding her as a child. Lovely died a few years back, and Grandpa had never replaced her. She wondered if Grandpa Cletus would have approved of Declan. Rose rounded the turn and glimpsed the house. She braced herself. There would be angry yelling and tears. She'd get her way in the end, but it would take some harsh words. A tall, dark-haired man stepped into the road from between the shrubs. He wore jeans and a black leather jacket over a faded T-shirt. Wild eyes looked at her, glowing like 2 pieces of amber. "William." Rose halted. He made no move to approach her. His face was grim, his mouth a severe line. "The kids are safe," he said. "I've watched over them." Fear trickled down her neck. She reminded herself that she could fry him with her flash at any moment. "Why are you here, William?" He shook his head. "I don't know." She searched his face and saw a blank uncertainty tinted with weariness. That's exactly what Jack looked like when he blundered into the unfamiliar territory of human emotions and clenched up, not knowing what to say or do next. If Jack was any indication, William was stretched to his limit. He could snap and lash out at any moment. "Come sit with me," she said, keeping her voice calm. "We'll talk." He followed her to the house. She removed the ward stones, letting him in, and pointed to the porch chairs. He sat on the steps instead, and she sat on the other side, keeping enough distance between them. She glanced at the kitchen window and saw 2 faces. They ducked, but not before she hit them with a first-rate scowl. Rose looked back to William. He was at an emotional cliff, and one wrong word or look could push him over. She'd talked Jack from this same edge more than once. Of course, an 8-year-old boy and a trained killer approaching his 30s were 2 different things. She'd have to tread very carefully. Honesty was paramount. Jack instinctually sensed her lies, and William would probably do the same. It was best to stay away from subjects that might agitate him. "I saw you with Declan," he said. "Are the 2 of you—" There went the careful treading. "I love him," she said. "Huh?" He dragged his hand through his hair. "Does he love you?" "I don't know. We didn't discuss it, so he doesn't know how I feel." "Why him? Why not me?" He had delivered the questions in a perfectly neutral tone, but she glimpsed the emotion behind it. A lifetime of rejection. He deserved an honest answer, and she took a moment to think about it. It's difficult to explain. We're alike in many ways. You wouldn't think it, but we are. He makes me feel wanted and safe, and he makes me laugh. He also irritates the daylights out of me. I almost flashed at him at one point. She paused. It's very hard to break love down to explainable pieces, William. It's a force, a feeling. You know when you feel it, and you know when you don't. "So you feel nothing for me?" The question was delivered in a flat, neutral voice. "That's not quite right," she said. "I don't know you well, but there are things I like about you. I like that you're honest. I like that you're patient and kind to the boys and that you've watched over them. I didn't like that you hung Emerson upside down on the tree and then scared me half to death." "I was frustrated," he said. "You weren't happy." He had made her a present and didn't understand why she wasn't thrilled. Just like Jack. "I appreciate the thought behind it. I still wish you hadn't done it." William gave her a suspicious look. Once, George and an older boy got into a fight. The older boy hit George in the mouth and knocked him off his feet. Jack decided to jump in. He beat the older boy very badly. Broke his nose and knocked out a tooth. He thought he was a hero. I grounded him for a week. If he had punched the boy and left it at that, I would have let it go. But he had done too much. Hanging Emerson off the tree was too much. She sighed. "Oh, believe it or not, Declan and I had this same discussion. I don't want anyone to fight my battles for me. It's my business, and I'd like to handle it myself." He considered it. "Fair enough." "I do have feelings for you," she said. "Gratitude for trying to watch out for the boys and for checking on me when I'd lost my job. But they aren't the same feelings as I have for Declan. When Declan's gone, I miss him very badly. It's like something isn't quite right with the world."
"I get it," he said. "But what does that make you and me, then?"
"We could be friends," she said. "Friends make the world bearable. It's an honor of sorts. Of all the people that a person knows, they pick you to be their friend, and you try to be worthy of that friendship. Or at least I try. I don't really know you, but I feel we could become friends if we had more time."
William's face darkened.
"You can tell a lot about the person by the company they keep," Rose said. "For example, you have a friend, Declan. He must be a glutton for punishment."
William said nothing.
"He's been trying very hard to find you," she said. "That time when you were on the phone with me and I wouldn't give it to him, he almost bit my head off."
No response.
"What's the deal with you and Declan?" she asked gently.
"We were in the Legion together," he said. "Did he tell you that part?"
She nodded.
"It's easy to be in the Legion."
His voice went dull and toneless.
"They tell you when to get up, when to sleep, when to eat, what to wear, who to kill. All you have to do is be where they tell you, when they tell you, and don't ask questions. We were in for a long time. Most people don't survive that long. He kept to himself. I kept to myself. We'd talk once in a while. Never said much, but he had my back and I had his. He dragged me out of a burning ship once and swam through the night until a cutter picked us up. I was out of it, dead weight. I asked him why he did it, and he said because I'd do it for him. I thought he was like me, you see? A damaged, twisted son of a bitch with no place to go." He looked up. His eyes were full of fury. "Do you know he has a family? His parents love him. He has a mother and she loves him. His father thinks the sun rises and sets on Declan's word. They're proud of him. He has a sister and she loves him too. I went to see them when I became a noble and she hugged him. He stood there and in my head I saw all the blood we spilled dripping from him, and I knew they wouldn't care. All this time I was thinking he was fucked up and alone like me, just hid it better. But no, the bastard could have left the Legion any time and they would take him back and love him anyway. You tell me, what kind of a son of a bitch walks away from a family like that?"
She didn't know what to say. "It isn't his fault that he has a family, William," she said finally.
"No, but I can't forgive him for it. I have nothing. The clothes on my back, I stole them. What you see is everything I own. The Legion was everything I had until they took it away from me. Even that Declan threw away." Rage emanated from him. William would kill Declan if he got his hands on him. She was sure of it. She had to steer him away from violence.
"Declan didn't want to leave the Legion. He doesn't care for being a noble. He doesn't want the responsibility. He did it to help you."
"I didn't ask him to do it," William snarled.
"But he did it anyway," Rose said. "I didn't ask you to attack Emerson, but you did it anyway."
"It's not the same."
"It is. Sometimes people try to help us even when we don't want the help. What would you have done in his place, William?"
"I would have broken him out," William said.
"And some people would have died in the process. You would be wanted criminals, and then Declan would be pissed off at you."
William leaned back.
A long growl reverberated in his throat. "Why did you follow Casshorn out here?" she asked. "Because you knew Declan would come and you'd get a chance to fight him?"
"No. Once Casshorn adopted me, he started hinting that he wanted Declan out of the way. I told him no. The thing between me and Declan would happen on my terms. It didn't sit well with him. He gave me a house on the edge of some woods, made sure food was delivered to me, but other than that, he let me be. Then, 3 weeks ago, he invited me to come with him on a little adventure." I declined. He smelled odd. After he left, I went to his place and broke into his study. He had papers prepared, blaming me for this entire mess in case things went sour, so I tracked him down. But he had too many hounds by the time I found him. He tried to hunt me, and I went into the broken. "So you're here for revenge?" William shook his head. "No. What he's doing is treason. I swore to protect the realm." He looked at her. "There are rules I will never break. They're in me too deep. Treason is unthinkable." "Declan's here to enforce the rules as well. If the two of you murder each other now, Casshorn will win." William growled again, a purely animal sound of warning and contained aggression. Every hair on the back of her neck stood up. Rose forced herself to sound calm. "Casshorn's gone insane. He wants to eat the boys. I don't want my brothers to die. I don't want to die either. Is there any way you and Declan can act like adults and postpone your reckoning until we kill him?" William gave her a wary look. His eyes had cooled to an almost normal light brown. "You've waited this long. Surely you could wait a little longer. Please?" He leaned back and sucked in the air through his nose. "All right." "Thank you," Rose smiled. William's head snapped up. He bared his teeth, his eyes flashing amber. A moment later, she heard it too, a thudding of horses' hooves. A rider burst from around the curve. Declan atop Jeremiah's dark horse. Rose stared, speechless. He just had to show up right this second. Declan brought the horse to an abrupt halt and dismounted in front of the house. "Hey, Will." William inhaled deeply. "Declan, how did you know?" "The boy called me." She whipped about and saw George's face go white in the window when he saw her expression. Little fool. Declan unbuckled his sheath and leaned it and the sword against a shrub. William pulled out a large Bowie knife and thrust it into the porch. "You're good?" "Yes." "Good." William blurred. He struck so fast she failed to see it. Declan dodged and rammed his elbow into William's ribs. William spun, snapping a kick. Declan jerked back, and they broke apart. They clashed in a whirl of kicks and punches, too fast to follow, dancing across the grass, lethal and quick. William hammered a savage jab into Declan's ribs. Declan grunted and smashed his elbow into William's face. Whatever it was between them apparently couldn't be resolved with words. Behind Rose, the screen door opened and closed carefully. Jack and George came over and sat next to her. On the lawn, William knocked Declan to the ground. Declan rolled up, and William sank punches into his face. 1, 2, 3. Declan dropped to the ground, coughing, and kicked out, swiping William's legs from under him. William crashed like a log, and they both leapt to their feet. "Why are they fighting?" Jack asked. William jabbed his fingers at Declan's side. "They're close friends," she said. "Like brothers. It's easier than talking things out." Declan caught William's arm. "Oh," Jack nodded. "Like me and George." "Like that," she said. William hammered his elbow into Declan's stomach and broke free. Rose put her arms around her brothers, and the three of them watched, cringing and making sucking noises when something crunched. What else was there to do? Declan kicked William in the head. William staggered, shook his head, and launched a whirlwind of lightning-quick jabs. Declan blocked, and William sank a sharp punch into Declan's midsection. The blue blood grunted and rammed his head into William's face. Blood poured. They staggered away from each other, out of breath. Declan bent over, shielding his side with his arm. William rubbed his face and raised his bloody fingers as if to say something. His knees gave out, and he dropped into the grass. Declan sank down. "That was awesome," George said.
Jack offered no commentary, apparently too overcome with the coolness of the fight. "Are you done?" Rose called out. Declan glanced up. "Will?" William waved his bloody hand. "Yes, we're done," Declan said. "Good," she said, getting up. "Jack, help William inside the house to wash the blood off his face." She crossed the grass to Declan. "How are you?" "Perfectly fine," he said. "Are your ribs broken?" "Probably not. Cracked at most. We fought very carefully." "Did this settle anything?" "It made me feel better," he said, sitting up. "Did you see me kick him in the kidneys?" "I saw." Declan gave her a sharp, predatory smile. "He'll feel it tomorrow morning." Jack watched William wash his face in the sink. The water ran red. The scent of blood, sharp and salty, was everywhere in the room. Jack didn't care for human blood. It made him jumpy. The skin under his bracelet itched. He scratched at his wrist and fought the prickling pain of his claws wanting to come out. He couldn't help it. William was bigger and stronger and bloody. He was a threat, a very nasty threat. That fight was the best thing he had ever witnessed in his whole entire life. "You got a towel?" William said. Jack pulled a towel from the kitchen chair and brought it over to him. William pulled it from his fingers, wiped his face, and glanced at him. William's eyes flared with gold. Wolf shot through Jack's head. He'd known William was some kind of changeling because he saw his eyes glow while he and George watched William talk to Rose, but he didn't know what kind. Now he knew. William lunged at him. Jack jerked back, but William caught him and dragged him up to his face. Jack jerked, but William's hands held him like big iron pincers. William stared into his eyes, his face completely white. "Show me your teeth." Jack hissed. "You're like me," William whispered. He looked like someone had hit him in the gut. "No," Jack told him to make him feel better. "You're a wolf and I'm a cat. We're different." William swallowed. "You live here?" Something was wrong with him, Jack decided. Of course he lived here. But William was a big wolf, and it wasn't wise to make him mad. He simply nodded. "Do you have a room?" Jack nodded. "Where?" Jack pointed with his head. His arms were still clamped to his sides by William's hands. William strode through the house carrying him, stepped into his room, and sagged against the door. All the strength must have gone out of his arms because they let go, and Jack squirmed out and landed on the floor. William stared at his room. Jack looked too, just in case there was something surprising there that William saw and he didn't. It was a regular room. 2 beds, one for him, one for George. Rose had made them both blankets with a crochet hook. His was blue and black, and George's was red and black. He liked the blankets because even after you washed them, they still smelled like Rose. He looked past the beds to the windowsill, where the 7-inch plastic Batman duked it out with Superman. In the corner, a beat-up shelf held some Matchbox cars, books, and more figures. Jack went over to the shelf and pointed out the guys. "This is He-Man," he said. "He's my favorite. Rose bought him at a flea market 'cause I liked him." William just watched him. His eyes looked huge, and they were glowing. "This guy? I don't know what he is, but I like his armor. I think he might be like a knight. Only I don't have a sword that fits into his hand, so he has a gun. So he's a gun knight, I think." Jack made He-Man and Gun Knight fight a bit and looked at William. William didn't look any better. "I think you might not be right," Jack said. "That's okay. I get like that sometimes. When I'm real scared and I just want to hurt something. It's okay. The important thing is don't panic." He came over and took William's hand. Rose was better at this than he was because he never had to do it for anybody else, but he remembered what she did. "You're safe," he said. "You're in a good place. Nobody can hurt you here. You don't have to be afraid." He hesitated. "There is some mushy love stuff that goes here, but it probably won't work for you. The important thing is, this is a good place. It's safe and warm, and there is water and food. And you don't have to be scared because there are ward stones, and they keep bad people away. And Rose won't let anybody hurt you." William looked like he might be sick. This called for emergency measures. "Stay here," Jack told him, ran over to the fridge and brought him a chocolate bar. "Eat this," he said. "Rose gives me one when I get not right. It makes you feel better." William's hand shook. "I'll get Rose," Jack said. "No." William's voice sounded like he had eaten some rocks. "I'm good. I've got it." He got up to his feet and handed him the chocolate. "You eat it," he said, and walked out onto the porch. Jack looked at the chocolate bar. It smelled so good, but chocolate was for emergencies. He sighed and went to put it back into the fridge. When he came outside, William was leaning against the porch next to Declan, who sat in the grass. Rose was chewing George out for something. Jack went over to Declan and sat by him. "How long have you known?" William said. "I came across them my second day here. Casshorn's hounds attacked him, but he hadn't turned, so I wasn't sure at first." "It hurts to change shape here," William said. "You go into a fit." "That's what I gathered." The muscles along William's jaw went tight. "Are you sending him to Hawks?" Declan shook his head. "If she comes with me, and she hasn't said she would, he's staying with us. No Hawk Academy, no special schools, no empty rooms. His childhood will be as normal as is in my power to make it." William didn't look like he believed him. "He's lived with them all his life," Declan said. "You think she'd let me send him off?" They both looked at Rose. "You got me for this fight," William said. "For the boy. After that, I'm gone." Declan nodded. "You have a plan?" Rose came up to them. Jack tensed, but no chewing out seemed to be forthcoming. "Several locals are cursing Casshorn into sleep as we speak," Declan said. "Once he's out, we're going to send an electric current through a local lake. The current should be strong enough to weaken the hounds. Rose and I will wait for them on the dock in the middle of the lake. We'll flash a few times to pull them to us and kill the survivors. Once the main body of hounds is gone, we go after Casshorn." William squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. "If you have a better plan, be my guest. Don't keep it to yourself," Declan invited. William leaned back and stayed quiet for a few minutes. "Flashing won't be enough. You need to draw as many hounds as you can to you." "You want to run it?" Declan asked. "Who else? You're too slow." "What do you mean?" Rose asked. "He means that he'll turn into a wolf and draw the hounds to us," Declan said. "That's suicide," she said flatly. William grimaced. This is coming from a woman who's willing to crawl onto a dock in an electrocuted pond? "How do you even know what electrocuted means?" Rose asked. William glanced at Declan. "You didn't tell her?" Declan shrugged. It didn't come up." "We had training in industrial sabotage," William said. "In case of a conflict between the broken and the weird, the Legion will send soldiers into the broken, and they will cripple the industrial centers." "The broken runs on electric power," Declan said. "Destroy the power plants and everything stops. No power equals no water, no communications, no logistics, nothing. Even fuel is pumped by electric pumps. Take away electricity and you'll have anarchy." "The weird has a lot less people than the broken," William said. If it comes to war, destroying their infrastructure is our only option." "You're scaring me," Rose said.
"Don't worry," Declan told her. "The probability of an actual conflict between the two dimensions is rather low."
"It's mostly a precautionary measure," William said.
"You have to be prepared for what your enemy could do rather than what they might do," Declan said. William nodded. Rose didn't look convinced.
Chapter 25. Ilona sensed the approaching steps a moment before a careful knock on the door broke the silence. She put down her pestle and went to get the door. Technically, Emily should be the one to do it, given that she was the youngest, but Emily was cooking a dead cat over the stove and had to keep stirring it. It smelled ghastly enough as it was. No need to add Burns' stench to it. Ilona opened the door and looked at a familiar-looking young woman. Ruby, she remembered, one of Adele's great-grandchildren. "There's a man here to see you," the girl said. "A man? In Woodhouse? How in the world did he get past the wards? Me or your great-grandma?" The girl bobbed her dark head. "You, Mrs. Drayton?" Ilona wiped her hands on her apron and stepped out. A man waited in the yard, dark-haired, tall, about Declan's age. He looked up and his eyes shone with wild amber. Alarm shot through Ilona, like looking into the eyes of a feral beast. "You would be William, then," she said. He nodded. "Are you here for yourself or for Cashorn?" "For Jack," he said. "I see." She didn't, but that seemed like the right thing to say. William sat into the grass. "Tell me when the curse is ready. I'll draw the hounds to the lake." Ilona nodded and went inside. Something had happened. She would have to ask Rose about it, but not now. Now they had old magic to court. 2 hours later she staggered out onto the porch, pale and exhausted. He sat in the same spot. "It's done," she gasped. It had taken all of their strength, too. "Go fast. The curse won't hold him for long." William pulled off his shirt, then his boots. His pants followed, and he stood naked on the grass. His body twisted, muscle and bone stretching, flowing like molten wax. His spine bent, his legs jerked, and he crashed into the grass. A violent tremor shook his limbs. His fingers clawed the air. Newly formed bone, wet with lymph and blood, thrust through the muscle. Ilona fought a shudder. Flesh churned and flowed, encasing the new skeleton. Dense black fur sprouted and sheathed the skin. A huge wolf rolled onto his feet. "Open the gate," Ilona called. Some young one slid the wooden beam aside and wrenched the gate open. The wolf panted once and dashed into the wood. Ilona watched him go. A terrible dread claimed her, squeezing her chest with a cold fist, and she sank down into a chair. This wouldn't end well. The pond lay placid, its silt muddled waters opaque and green. The afternoon had ripened into early evening, but they still had at least a few hours of sunlight. From her vantage point at the nose of the small inflatable boat, Rose saw the dock very clearly. Layers of ribbed tire rubber sheathed it, covering the wood completely. She might die there. All the times in her life she'd thought of dying, she hadn't pictured her demise on a dock covered with black rubber. At least the boys were safe. She took them out to the Broken to stay with Amy Hare. They didn't like it, but they both realized this wasn't a good time to argue with her. Behind her, Buckwell and Declan rode quietly. The dock grew closer and closer. She clenched her hands to keep them from shaking. 10 minutes ago, Jeremiah had called her. Her phone finally died, cutting him off in mid-word, but not before she got the message. The curse had been placed. Cashorn was asleep. William took off into the woods as soon as he heard, and now she was in a small boat heading to a dock that looked more and more like a death trap.
"It's not too late to back out," Declan said.
She shook her head, stealing a glance at him. A relaxed expression held his face. His body betrayed no tension. She didn't know if he didn't feel fear or if he hid it well, but she had to do the same. If she fell apart, she would be a distraction. The whole point of her forcing her way into this situation was to let him save his strength. She rolled her eyes at him. Not a chance. Declan smiled at her.
"We had a saying in the Army,"
Tom Buckwell said.
"Often wrong, but never in doubt. Once you decide what you need to do and how to go about it, you can't afford to second-guess yourself. You just do it."
The dock loomed before them. Rose got up and caught a wooden support, bringing the boat alongside of the dock. Declan caught the edge and pulled himself up. Rose gripped his hand, and he lifted her onto the dock. She stomped her feet in Leanne's rubber-soled boots. They were a size too big, but she didn't own any electrical hazard boots, and they would have to do. This whole idea seemed amazingly stupid now. William was in agreement with her. When they told him of their plan, he had shut his eyes and shaken his head. The fact that she'd come up with this harebrained scheme only made the whole thing more ironic. Buckwell passed Declan his swords.
"Don't touch the water once the power lines come down. We'll be over there."
He pointed to the shore behind the dock where the roof of the church cut across the sky.
"If any of them make it past you up the road, we've got machetes, and I've got my chainsaw. I got 6 people down there, and every one of us should be able to see the beasts."
Declan nodded.
"Good luck."
"Same to you." Buckwell took off. She wanted to jump into his boat. Hell, she wanted to jump into the water and swim ashore.
"Scared?"
Declan asked. Yes. She saw no point in lying.
"Good. It will keep you ready."
They watched Buckwell land and pull the boat out. Behind him, Thad Smith waved his arms. Leanne appeared on the bank, gripping a huge severed cable with rubber gloves. She hurled it into the water. A loud sound popped like a thunderclap. A small fish surfaced by the dock, white belly up.
"Now we wait,"
Declan said. Rose shrugged her shoulders, trying to break free of the pressure that clamped her.
"Remember, stop the moment your vision blurs," he said. "Pushing any further is asking for trouble. Don't be stupid."
She nodded. No wind troubled the greenery around the pond. Somewhere in the distance an edger warbler sang out a trilling note. Mockingbirds screeched. "So, regarding that tidbit about your having a fertile imagination when it came to private activities," she said, fighting off anxiety, "was it another lie?"
"Depends on how you look at it. It's not exactly a lie, and if you come with me to the weird, you'll find that rumors of my creativity when it comes to bed games with the opposite sex do exist. I started them myself and managed them very carefully. The trick with rumors is to feed them once in a while so they don't die."
"Why would you do something like that?"
"Because I don't particularly feel like being appraised like a side of beef by every enterprising young lady shopping for a husband. Despite my unfriendly demeanor, I am wealthy, handsome, and a peer."
All that female attention. Poor you. Declan grimaced, his face turning cold. His voice became saturated with hard cynicism.
"There is a great deal of difference between female attention and a never-ending assault of sugary pouts and marry me, marry me, marry me. You looked at me, can we get married now? You laughed at something I said, should I order a dress? You kissed me, I shall summon my father, he will be overjoyed to hear of our engagement. This way, the only woman who tolerates being alone with me doesn't mind having her reputation sullied, because she's either in the market for a lover, or she's looking for a patron to support her. Quite frankly, I prefer it this way. No painful confusion, no complicated explanations." She stared at him. "What?" he asked. "Nothing, Lord Camarine. Absolutely nothing." A long, eerie howl cut through the evening. Rose jerked. A flock of birds burst from the distant branches. William was close, with the horde of hounds on his heels. Declan raised his hand and shot a burst of white magic into the sky. She added her own flash, and then shot another, just in case. She sensed the magic first. It swelled like an icy tide along the pond's edge, drenching the brush and rolling across the water. Tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on their ends. The magic slimed her in a clammy wave. Tiny needles prickled at her pores. Inside her, an instinctual alarm wailed, "Run away! Run away as fast as you can and don't look back!" A dark body burst through the brush. Amber eyes glared at her, and the enormous wolf dashed to the left, veering around the lake. She flashed again. The first hound pushed through the branches. God, that was fast! Another appeared. Another. The first 10 or 12. The advance guard. Rose fought rising panic. She had to do this, she reminded herself. There was nobody else to do it. There was no escape anyway. For some reason, that thought calmed her. It was very simple. Just like cleaning an office. She had to do a certain amount of work before she could go home. No need to fret about it. "What did I say?" Declan asked quietly. "Not now." She raised her hand and let a string of white magic play on her fingers, taunting the beasts. The hounds entered the water. They swam like dogs, but their heads remained underwater. Did they even need to breathe? She wondered. "Please work, please work. Please." Midway through the lake, the foremost hound shuddered. It struggled for another 6 yards and sank. She breathed a sigh of relief. 2 more drowned. The 4th one persevered and kept on, heading right for them. 1 in 4. Better odds than she had hoped for. The surviving hound clenched the wooden support. Sluggish, it crawled up slowly. The moment its head rose above the edge of the dock, Rose blew it off with a sharp slice of white. "Too much," he told her. "Reduce the intensity. We have a long way to go." "Why? Are you mad?" The rest of the hounds braved the water. "Rose?" She recognized the persistent tone. He wouldn't let it go. "You just said that the only women you favor with your attentions are either sluts or whores, and that you prefer it that way. I'm just wondering where I fit in. I would hate to create any painful confusion for you." His long blade cut through the air and sliced an emerging hound in half. He kicked the pieces into the water. "You're neither." She said nothing. Declan squared his shoulders, eyeing the approaching hounds. "When I was a child, I watched an iron play called Asu's Rage. It's similar to a motion film from the Broken. It's the story of Asu, a leader of a small tribe who takes on an enormous empire and succeeds against all odds. I vividly remember one scene in it. Asu, huge in his spiked armor, was about to go into a battle he couldn't possibly win. He stood there in his tent, caressed his wife's face, and told her, 'You're the measure of my wrath.' I was 12 years old, and at the time I thought it was a remarkably asinine thing to say." A 3rd hound reached the dock. An ugly head broke the water, and Rose flashed, cutting the dark skull in 2. Over the years I'd come to understand what the scene meant, but now I finally feel it, very sharply. Declan decapitated the emerging hound with 2 quick, precise strokes of his blade. "And I would never tell you this if you hadn't insisted on coming on this dock, because that means you feel it too. This used to be about honor and duty and my dislike of Cashhorn. Now it's about you." "Me?" She tried to concentrate on the next group of hounds swimming through the water. I would give all of myself to keep you safe. To do that, I have to kill Casshorn. It's a simple trade. Casshorn has to die so you can live. Two sides of the same coin. I love you, and you're the measure of my wrath."
"What did you say?" She flashed too hard and missed the hound. He stepped in and sank a focused shot of white into the three bodies squirming in the water.
"I said I love you, Rose. Easy on the flash."
Rose swayed. She gritted her teeth and stood her ground, fighting to remain upright. The magic inside her no longer thrived and filled her up. She had to reach deep to pull it out. She was draining the last of her reserve.
"Are you all right?" Declan's voice asked.
"Fine," she said. Dark bodies bobbed in the murky waters around the dock, their silvery blood sliding across the surface of the lake like an oil rainbow. The silver wet the rubber under her feet, and she had already slipped once and barely caught herself. They kept coming, 2, 3 at a time, a fraction of the horde unaffected by electrocution, swimming through the dark stream of cadavers and climbing onto the dock, teeth bared, eyes glowing. Next to her, Declan swung his sword, mechanical, silent, and unstoppable, like a machine. Another hound. Flash! 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 Her heartbeat thudded like a hammer in her temples. One flash too many. Her vision began to blur. To push any further would be stupid. "I think I'm done," she said, and pulled out the machete Buckwell had given her. A hound crawled onto the dock, and she hacked at it. Gray goo sprayed the rubber. "Will they never end?" she whispered. She was so tired. Declan's hand caught her waist. He pulled her to him and kissed her, his lips warm and dry.
"It's over. There are none left. They're pulling the cable out."
"We're done?" she asked.
"Yes."
The surface of the lake was gray with the hound's blood. Bodies bobbed in the water. "You were right," she said softly. "I never could have killed them all by myself."
"What did you say?"
"I said you were right."
He gave her a dazzling grin. "One more time, my lady."
"You were right," she told him with a tired smile.
"I don't think I'll ever get tired of hearing that, unaccustomed to it as I am."
It took another 15 minutes before Buckwell rowed up in his boat to take them ashore. She watched as several edgers under Buckwell's direction dumped gasoline into the lake. When the first spark blossomed into orange flame above the water, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. It lasted until Declan came to stand next to her. Her throat closed in. It was time for him to go after Casshorn, and there was nothing she could do to help him now. She turned to him. Declan's face was cold like a block of ice. He had locked himself into a rigid stance. Behind him, William waited, a dark shadow. Now wasn't the time to break down and start crying. It was all or nothing. Either he came back and they had everything, or he would never return and they had nothing. She wanted desperately to run and throw her arms around him, but if she did that, letting go would be that much harder for both of them, and she sensed he was fighting for control. Rose looked into Declan's green eyes. "I love you," she said. "Come back to me alive." He nodded, turned without a word, and walked away, William in tow. Something broke inside her. It hurt, and she just stood there, trying her best not to crumble. "He isn't dead yet," Tom Buckwell's gruff voice said behind her. Rose turned. The big man was looking at her. "Wait until he stopped breathing before you have a funeral." She simply nodded. "Well, don't stand there all night. There's cleanup to be done." Cleanup sounded good. Any work sounded good right about now. Anything but waiting. She followed him next to the shore. Jennifer Barron handed her a pole with a hook on the end. Rose reached into the water, hooked a charred carcass, and dragged it to shore. She hadn't realized how tired she was. Flashing had worn her out, and the hound's body might as well have been made of cement. She was on her third when Tom Buckwell dropped his hook next to her and swore. "What the devil?" A man was running up the road toward them, his face so pale it took Rose a moment to recognize him. Thad, springing so fast he had to be running for his life. She dropped her pole and ran toward him, a step behind Buckwell. The others joined. Thad crushed into Buckwell, gulped air, and bent over gasping. "Hounds!" It couldn't be. They'd killed all the hounds. "How many?" Buckwell asked. "A shitload of them." Chad spat on the ground, blinking. "They've busted our trucks. We're cut off." Only one road led out of East LaPorte. With the vehicles gone, getting into the Broken would be nearly impossible. They were a full 4 miles from the boundary. Rose surveyed the people around her, 6 in all, including Buckwell and Thad. "We go to Woodhouse," Buckwell said calmly. "Keep your machetes ready, and stay together." They followed him, circling the lake to the right. 2 shapes tore out of the woods, running at full power, Declan and William heading straight for them. "Change of plans," Declan ground out when they neared. "Cashhorn's outsmarted us. His reserves are coming up." "We can't fight them in the open. Too many." William's eyes glowed amber. "We need a defensible position," Declan said. "Do you have a jail?" Buckwell stared at him like he was crazy. "A town hall?" Declan asked. "No," she shook her head. "Gods, what do you have?" William growled. "A church," Rose said. "We have a church." William glanced at Declan, who shrugged. "I've seen it. It's not much, but it will have to do. Lead the way." They dashed down the street, past the tiny convenience store owned by Thad's uncle, past the meth head's mansion, down to the hill, and into the church. They ran the doors open and burst inside. George Farrell appeared from behind the pulpit, his shotgun at the ready, his gaze fixed on Declan. His eyes sparkled with crazy light. "Get ye from the house of God, defiler!" Farrell jerked his shotgun up. William leaped past them and punched him off his feet. Farrell hit the floor and didn't rise. "Bolt the door. Stack the pews at the sides," Declan ordered. "We need a narrow path so they can only come to us a few at a time." Rose grasped the nearest pew. At the other end, Leanne strained, and together they flipped it on to the next pew. In minutes, the 9 of them piled the benches in 2 heaps at the sides of the church, leaving a narrow strip of open space between themselves and the entrance. A thud shook the door. Rose jerked. Leanne backed away, past her, to the pulpit and Buckwell. Declan and William took a step forward in unison. Declan had his 2 swords out. William held a knife. "Rose, step back," Declan said. She remained where she was, directly behind the 2 of them. Another thud crashed against the door. "You have no flash left," Declan said. "I have more than they do," she said quietly. He glanced over her to the 6 people at the pulpit gathered into a tight clump and turned away. The doors flew open with a sound of thunder. Beyond them, a gory sunset splashed across the sky, yellow and red, the sun a molten coin of gold on the horizon. Hounds slunk into the church, moving one by one, hesitantly, slowly. A man in a dark robe followed them, nearly black against the setting sun, as if cut out of darkness. He advanced at an odd gait, bobbing up and down as if unsure how to walk upright. The hood of his robe hid his face. He stopped in the doorway and spoke, his voice carrying with unnatural clarity through the building. Cashhorn surveyed the church. "Such a humble, quaint building, this house of the murdered god. I find it oddly fitting that our struggle comes to its end here."
It is said that gods inhabit the churches built in their name. So, once you have nourished me, I shall raise this structure to the ground, and from the ashes I shall forge the house of a new god. A house befitting me, for, you see, I have come to know what I am. I have become a god. He craned his neck. Perhaps I shall even hear his cries as he flees from the wreck of his house. After all, he is a god of pity and compassion. He should know how to mourn.
You finally lost what pitiful grip you had on this reality, I see, Declan said, his voice dripping contempt. You're not a god. You're a spoiled child, just as you've always been. You simply stopped all pretenses at adulthood.
A child that has seen clear through your trap. It was a good plan for a small mind like yours, Declan. It had only one small flaw. For you see, they had sent a man to me, and before I dined on his magic and body, he told me everything I wanted to know and so much more. I knew their capabilities, and I anticipated their curse, and I had given them the means to cast it, delivered by you. The universe is clear to me. It has unfurled like a flower before the brightness of my being. You've done well, but you cannot kill a god, Declan.
We'll see, Declan said. Casshorn turned to William.
My son, have you finally chosen your side, then?
There was never any choice about it. William shook, snarling. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes had gone deranged. Casshorn's voice gained a kindly tone.
I will grant you this one boon, my son, for you are my only heir. Kill Declan, and I will let you run.
William grinned, his face set into a pale mask, his grin an ugly baring of teeth. He barely looked human. I served 7 years with him in the unit, where you lasted a mere 15 minutes. Had you managed to stay in instead of pissing on yourself and running like a dog with your tail between your legs, you'd understand. If I owe anyone a crumb of loyalty, it would be him. Not you. It's good that you decided to be a god, because I'm about to go to a place that suffers none.
Then it is decided. Casshorn raised his arms. You have no priest to give you your last rites, but do not fear, for I give you absolution and my communion. I forgive you your past sins, and I shall welcome you into my fold by partaking of your body and power.
Get on with it, Declan said. Casshorn tore off his cloak. His body was no longer human. His limbs were long and tightly muscled, his digits grotesquely large and clawed. His skin had become purple and yellow hide, spikes thrust through his spine, rising in a crest above his hunched shoulders. His face had lost all humanity. His eyes glowed gray. A second pair of eye slits, narrow and shunted, shone on his cheeks. He opened his mouth and showed them a forest of blood-red fangs. Behind Rose, someone retched. Declan spun his sword in his hand. Casshorn reared back and emitted a sharp, hoarse screech. Hounds streamed from behind him in twin currents. With an inhuman snarl, William ripped into them. His face turned demonic. Bodies flew and silver sprayed. They piled on him, and he cut them down faster than she could see. A psychotic, high-strung sound full of mad joy rang through the carnage, and Rose realized William was laughing. Tendrils of dark magic rose from Casshorn, black-veined with polluting streaks of purple and yellow. He clawed at the air. The dark magic streamed to Declan. Declan's eyes turned white.
A wave of flash erupted from him. The two crashed together, the brilliant white against the diseased purplish glow. Immense pressure slapped Rose, nearly taking her off her feet. The church shuddered. A support beam split behind Casshorn. Cuts on Declan's face bled. She saw a line of red swell across his back. Casshorn's face shook with strain. His magic gained a foot, and another. They were too evenly matched, and Declan was tired. If only she'd kept him from that dock. Streaks of silver poured from Casshorn's eyes. He snarled. His magic gained another foot. If Declan's flash collapsed, all of them would be wiped out. Rose stood untouched, unhurt in the middle of chaos, listening to the sounds of the church breaking around them and hounds dying under William's knife, and realized that she would have to watch Declan die. His death would begin the chain reaction. One by one, everyone she knew would die as well, and the edge itself would follow. She couldn't let it happen. Rose gathered her power. She had to reach deep, very deep, and drag it out, as if pulling her heart out of her chest. She focused it all into a single point, condensing her magic so tight she shook with the strain of trying to contain it. The dark magic advanced. Blood dripped from Declan's leather. She wished she could have said goodbye to the boys. She wished she had told them how much she loved them and not to worry and to listen to Grandma. She wished she and Declan had just a little more time. Rose took a deep breath. It hurt so much she shut her eyes. Then she opened them and let her magic go. She held nothing back. Everything that she was, everything that made her alive, she gave all of it so Declan and the boys would live. She would have given more if she could have. It tore from her in a blinding beam of light, straight as a needle. The beam pierced Declan's flash and the darkness beyond it. She saw Casshorn's face, a horrified mask, eyes wide open, mouth dropping downward in a slack bewilderment and terror. She heard Declan scream. The white beam sliced through Casshorn. The two halves of his horrible body stood still for a moment, and then fell apart. Blackness pounced on her and swallowed her whole. Darkness. Darkness all around, empty, blocking the world like a wall. If only she could break through it. She didn't want to die. She flailed, willing her hands to rise and tear up the darkness, but her arms were missing and she could do nothing as the blackness dragged her off, deeper and deeper into its depths. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark wall. For a moment, she felt Declan's arms cradling her. She saw his eyes, heard his lips whispering over and over, "Don't leave me." The darkness pounced, and he vanished. A dozen narrow streaks shattered the darkness, and she screamed because she was clenched in his arms, and he was flashing again and again, siphoning his life into her, his magic a dozen white currents, binding their bodies into one. Chapter 26. Rose opened her eyes. Daylight. A ceiling stretched above her with an all-too-familiar yellow stain. It had appeared 2 years ago, right after Jack, in his lynx shape, chased a feral tomcat up into the attic. She had long suspected it was cat pee. "Here you are," Grandma's voice said softly. Rose looked at her wide-eyed. A terrible fear clamped her. "Declan?" "Alive. Barely, but he's eaten some chicken soup this morning, so I do believe he'll make it." "The boys?" "Fine. They're fine. Thad died. Tom Buckwell's leg had to be cut off. Jennifer and Rue didn't make it. But other than that, we've survived the storm." Rose breathed. Tears swelled in Grandma's blue eyes.
Never again, you hear me? Never again. Next time something like this happens, you go into the broken and let somebody else fight it out." "Okay." Rose reached and touched her hand. "It's okay. You were almost dead, baby. Your blue blood dragged you back from the dead, kicking and screaming." "What happened to William?" "He's gone. Didn't say a word, just vanished after everything was over." Declan loomed in the doorway. He saw her and swallowed. Quietly, Grandma rose and stepped aside. Rose held out her arms. He staggered in, slowly, and lowered himself on the floor near her. She took his hand in hers and fell asleep. Rose awoke in her bed. The light coming through the window meant late morning. She had woken up several times during the night, terrified that she had only dreamed being alive and having Declan near. He'd slept by her bed on the floor on a stack of blankets, and every time she panicked, he was there. Until finally she crawled off the bed and laid on the floor next to him, drifting off in his arms. The next time she had shrugged off sleep, she found Jack curled up on their feet and George out cold in her bed. Declan and the boys were gone now, and she was back in her bed. She didn't worry. She knew he wouldn't leave without her. It didn't seem real. She lay for a long time, feeling the texture of the sheets under her fingers and trying to convince herself that this was real, that it wasn't some hallucination flashing before her mind as she lay dying on the church floor. She failed and finally pushed herself upright. If it was a hallucination, she might as well enjoy it while it lasted. The muscles in her legs felt soft, like wet cotton, but she managed to make it to the bathroom and then to the sink before her legs gave out. "Rose!" Grandma dropped the steaming kettle back on the stove and caught her, sliding her into the chair. "Where are they?" "Outside. He went walking. He can't run yet, but he wouldn't stay in bed. I sent the hooligans with him in case he topples over. Here." Grandma put a bowl of Cocoa Puffs in front of her. Rose put a spoonful into her mouth. "Oh, my God! This is the best thing I've ever tasted." "That's because you haven't eaten in 4 days." The cereal crunched in her mouth. She emptied the bowl and instantly felt sick. "More?" Grandma's eyes twinkled. "Oh, I'd better not. It's trying to come back up." "Drink some tea, it will help." She sipped the hot, fragrant brew. What happened to the device? Jeremiah and the rest dragged it out into the broken, chainsawing whatever came out of it. The damn thing stopped right away past the boundary. They poured concrete on it, drove it to the coast, and dumped it off into the ocean. I saw it with my own eyes. Your blue blood wouldn't shut up until I went with them. Would you stop staring out the window? He will be back soon enough." Rose looked into her tea. "Where does this leave the two of you?" Grandma asked softly. "I'm not sure," Rose said. "He's been making plans to leave for the Weird as soon as he can. He's determined to take you with him." "Do you think I should go?" A troubled expression flickered over Grandma's face. "This is one of those times age's wisdom meets youth's passion. Do you know what usually happens?" Rose sighed. "I'm about to find out." "Wisdom dashes passion's hopes, and you stop speaking to your grandmother." Grandma Eleonore clenched her hands. "You know I love you, Rose. I have to tell you this, even if you shall hate me for it. I was not lucky in love. I loved madly, passionately. Mine was the kind of love that burned so brightly it made me blind. When the fire finally dimmed enough for me to see clearly, I found out that what I wanted most of all was a man I could depend on. A man who would be by my side, come hell or high water.
And that was the only thing Cletus denied me. He loved me. He yearned for me. He set our bed on fire. But when I needed him, I'd turn around and he'd be gone, chasing off after some swamp light. So when I say this, you must take into account that I speak from a lifetime of bitter disappointment." Rose blinked. "You're Declan. He's a dream. Courageous, assertive, strong, kind. Well, let's not forget rich and of noble blood. Also arrogant, condescending, high-handed, and snooty." Rose smiled. "Shush. You wanted my opinion, now you're getting it. Declan is everything a woman could want. And he looks, Grandma sighed in resignation. "Oh, you know the way he looks. I'm over a century old, and my heart hammers faster when he walks by. You must ask yourself, what would a man like this want with a woman like you?" "I think he wants to marry me." I made it plain that being his girl toy was out of the question. "You ask for my honesty." Eleonore twisted her hands again. "You're my granddaughter, Rose. There is no girl brighter or prettier. You deserve all the best in the world, and if it was in my power, I'd give it to you. But you and Declan aren't on the same footing. I think you love him, and I think he loves you very much, right now. But does he love you deeply enough to spend a lifetime with you? Oh, so much has happened. Both of you got caught up in this life and death excitement, but eventually he has to go home, where he's a noble, and what are you? Even if he thinks he'll marry you right now, what will happen when he returns to his life, and his friends and family see you? They're nobles, Rose. They're born into the life of privilege, and they don't know what it's like to scrape and scrounge for change so you can buy bread for the kids. He might understand it now, but what about his parents? What if he's determined enough to marry you against all odds, and they shun him for it? It could make him a bitter, hard man. He might always blame you for it. He won't ever let you forget that he threw away everything for you." Rose looked into her cup. "If you go with him, you must go knowing that you might end up a rich man's mistress, or that you could cost him everything," Grandma said. "I don't think that's what you want. I think you love him too much. I'm afraid he'll break your heart. There. I said it. Think about it, Rose. Think long and hard before you let him shatter you to pieces." Rose sat on the porch. She supposed she should have stood, but she felt queasy. Declan waited on the grass before her. She was aware of Grandmother behind her and the kids perched on the rail to the left. It had taken her 3 days to finally recover to the point that she could travel. 3 days of Declan by her side, showing her how it could be. This was going to be a very difficult conversation. "So, the third challenge," she said. Declan smiled, and her heart jumped. "You could give me something easy. Ask me to pick you some flowers." "I can't do that." The smile slid off his face. "Very well." Rose took a deep breath. "I want you to trust me." She was hot and cold at the same time. Anxiety prickled her skin as if she were a kid who had just broken some prized trinket and expected her parents to yell at her. "Winning the challenges gives you the right to own me. I would belong to you completely. I'd be your possession." "I simply phrased the oath in a way most advantageous to me at the time," he said. "I don't want to own you, Rose. I want you to want me, and I think you do." She couldn't let him derail her. "I understand why you've done it that way,
but the fact remains that I have to trust you completely to let you win." He raised his arms. His tone grew cold. "Do you want me to marry you right now? Is that it? If that's the only way I'll have you, I'll do it." She winced. "That's exactly what I don't want." "What do you want?" She held herself straight. "I want you to sign 3 writs of citizenship for myself and the kids. I'll go with you into the weird. You'll introduce me to your family and friends. If in 1 month's time you still want to go through with the wedding, I'll marry you." He stared at her. "What would be the purpose of that?" "You're giving me the power to take the writs and vanish once we reach the weird." "Are you afraid I'll mistreat you?" "It's about trust, Declan. I will trust you to take me to the weird, to not kill the children, to not sell me to the highest bidder, to not turn me into your mistress only to be abandoned when some noblewoman catches your eye. And you will trust me to come with you and marry you of my own free will, not because of some dumb challenge." His face snapped into glacial calm. "Is that what you think of me? You think of me the kind of man who would murder children and take advantage of you?" "No," she said, "I don't. I want to be with you, Declan. I love you very much, but your family might hate me, and you might change your mind. If you do it my way, you'll have an out. You'll lose nothing." "So you want me to trust you, but you don't trust me," he said. "This is the challenge," she said. 3 writs, 30 days. I won't back away from it." His expression didn't change. "George, there is a wooden box in my room. Fetch it. You'll have your writs," he said. "Start packing." It took them the whole day to pack what little belongings they had. They had to travel light, no more than they could carry. Rose packed a couple of changes of clothes for everyone. The kids took their toys and the 3 volumes of Inuyasha. The broken money would be useless in the weird, and Rose handed it all over to her grandmother. She would go into the weird without a single cent to her name. Declan had transformed back into the weird blue blood. The gray leather armor, the sword, the pack, and the wolf mantle were back. So was the haughty expression. He hadn't said more than 2 words to her. They said their tear-soaked goodbyes to Grandma. "Come with me," Rose asked. "Please." Eleonore just hugged her. "I couldn't have left Cletus even if I wanted to. I had no place to go and no means to cross the ocean. But you will have a choice. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back here. Always, Rose. No matter what, no questions asked. Let me do this thing for you. I'll sleep better at night." "We'll come back to visit next summer," Rose promised. As they headed down the path into the wood, Rose looked back and saw Grandma on the porch, a lost expression on her face. George sniffled. "Next summer we'll talk her into coming back with us," she told him. They walked for the better part of the day. The wood grew darker and stranger with each step, the trees becoming thicker, branches more twisted. Odd creatures skittered among the canopy, and bizarre flowers bloomed among the roots like beacons of white and orange. Finally Declan stopped. "The boundary," he said. The moment of truth. Either they had enough magic to cross, or they didn't. Rose held the boys by the hand and took a step. Pressure clutched her. She gasped at the sudden weight and took another step, then another, and another. And then they were through. An incredible lightness filled her. The magic pulsed within her, vibrant, strong, and she laughed softly at the simple happiness of it. Declan reached into his leather and produced a small whistle. A shrill sound sliced through the wood. Magic pulsed from the whistle. A rapid thudding of a horse answered, and a large animal pushed through the underbrush. Thick, stocky across the shoulders with a deep chest and powerful legs, it looked like a cross between a Budweiser stallion and a wild ram. It dipped its head, crowned with 2 steel-capped horns, and nuzzled at Declan.
"His name is Grunt,"
Declan said. The mount grunted in reply. They packed their belongings into saddlebags, loaded Jack and George onto Grunt's back, and set off. 2 days later, they finally made it out of the woods and onto the road. Declan pushed them, and by nightfall, they came upon a settlement. It was a small town, poised about a paved road running up a hill. 2- and 3-story houses climbed up the slope, cushioned in greenery. Some were whitewashed, some built of pink and yellow stone, most roofed with reddish-orange shingles. Here and there street lamps sparked with magic. Some buildings showed odd cupolas, others had peculiar hieroglyphs scrawled on their walls in flowing script. A small carriage slid by them heading up the hill. It had no horse. Declan led them up the road to a wide, blocky building marked by a tall post with a glowing green lantern atop it. A dark-haired boy ran out to take Grunt's reins and bowed deeply.
"My lord."
"Quiet," Declan told him, pointing at the 2 boys passed out on Grunt's back. He tossed a coin to the boy. It looked a lot smaller than the doubloons with which he'd paid her.
"Family suite, top floor, and a dinner for 4.
They had 2 adjoining rooms connected with a door and situated on the end of the second-floor hallway. The rooms were clean and beautiful. For some reason, she had expected a smoky medieval tavern, but instead the rooms were almost modern, except for the absence of electric outlets, TVs, or anything else that was meant to plug in. The walls were a gentle peach, the floors golden hardwood. Each bedroom came equipped with a canopied bed and soft, dark red chairs. Clusters of elegant glass bellflowers mounted on the walls spilled soothing light. The innkeeper deposited Jack onto the bed in the right room and withdrew. Declan placed George next to Jack. Rose went into the bathroom and saw a toilet, a double sink, and a shower with a huge bathtub sunken deep into the floor. A robe hung on the hook, so ordinary she nearly laughed. Suddenly, she realized she stank. She stripped and climbed in, wanting nothing more than to wash off 3 days in the forest. It took her a little while to figure out the contents of the twisted green and blue glass bottles, but in the end she emerged clean, smelling like tangerines, and wrapped in a fluffy, cream-colored towel. They didn't appear to have electricity, but the water pressure was excellent and the water was hot. She'd have to ask Declan about it. She tiptoed past the sleeping children into the second room and gasped when Declan pounced on her, sweeping her off her feet. His lips touched hers, and she melted. She missed him so much she almost cried. His voice was a husky growl knitted with need.
"I missed you."
She put her fingers on his lips. "Quiet, the kids." He glanced at the door and roared at the top of his lungs. "Kids!" She gasped, expecting Jack or George to fly through the door. Declan reached over, swung the door open, and showed her the boys asleep in their room.
"Soundproof sigil," he said, shutting the door. "We can hear them, but they can't hear us. You can scream all you want."
"So I'm completely at your mercy?" Rose laughed. He carried her to the bed.
"You will be."
Much later, warm and ridiculously happy, she lay on her side, her head on his arm, his body pressed against hers. "So, this is your idea of slow and sensuous?"
"Pretty much," he said. "Explain the 30 days to me."
"It's your chance to change your mind," she told him. "I'm scared you'll fall out of love with me. I'm scared your family will hate me, and then you'll marry me anyway to rescue me, but you'll become a pariah and blame me for the rest of your life for being disowned." His chest shook, and she realized he was trying to hold in laughter. She stared at him, indignant. "I want to give you a choice, you idiot. I don't want to make you feel like you have to do it." He broke into laughter. She groaned and curled into a ball. "I've made my choice," he said. "In fact, I've done everything in my power to get you right here into my bed, and I had to work very hard for it. I gave you no reason to believe that I'll abandon you, or murder the children and leave them on the side of the road. Really, that was priceless. I was a bit put out." She glared at him. A bit put out apparently meant 3 days of the silent treatment. He pulled her close. "I'm not doing this to rescue you. I'm doing this for entirely selfish reasons. I love you, and I don't want to be without you." "I love you too," she told him. "Let's get married now," he offered. "We'll go down to the magistrate in the morning." 30 days, she said firmly, "after your parents meet me." "Oh, you're an impossible woman," he said mournfully. "You wouldn't love me if I wasn't," she said. "True." She kissed him. He wrapped his arms around her, and she smiled. Tomorrow would bring new troubles, but for now she was perfectly and completely happy. The castle was enormous. It spread atop a hill like a crouching dragon. At the front, heavily fortified entrance, like a mouth, followed by the stretch of the wall, the beast's neck. Next, a round, tall tower stabbed the sky, the dragon's leg, followed by a cluster of fortified buildings surrounded by a high wall with a spiked parapet curling on the edge of a cliff, like a massive ridged tail around hindquarters. The brown stone, darkened with age, intensified the illusion. Rose gaped at it. "It only looks severe," Declan informed her. "Inside it's very open. The Duchess of the Southern Provinces has a fondness for natural light and gauzy curtains. It will be quick, I promise. We go in, I report to the Duke, and then we depart for Camarine Keep. We'll be home by tomorrow night." Rose shrugged, trying to get rid of the tension sitting between her shoulder blades. Her horse, a smaller version of Declan's Grunt, immediately reacted by dancing in place. He had bought it for her in that first town. The kids each got a mount of their own. George rode like a natural, with almost Declan-like elegance, while Jack mostly clung to the horse, clawing at it at every bump until both he and his horse dashed about in blind panic. The trip across Adrianglia had taken almost a week. Both she and the kids had ended up with raw thighs after the first day of riding, and after that they had taken it slow and easy. It was an odd place, clean and beautiful in some areas, stark in others. Ruins dotted the countryside here and there, scars of old wars. She had tried to prepare herself for the possibility that she might dislike the weird, but it grew on her, with its patches of forest and horseless carriages and children playing with magic on the sides of the roads. She had been completely blindsided by Declan's status. She had known he was a marshal, but she'd never quite realized what it entailed. People bowed. When he passed through a town, a report was brought, usually by a commander of the local militia. Every stop was a working stop. The first time someone called her "Milady," it zoomed right over her head. She had tried her best not to embarrass him. Unfortunately, she knew this would last only until she came into contact with other nobles. Now she had to face the Duke of the Southern Provinces. He was the man to whom Declan answered, the man she desperately needed to impress, even more so than Declan's parents. She still wore her jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair was still a short mess. She was still unrefined. She was Rose, and Declan was determined to drag her into the castle. They rode up the road. This was not going to end well. They passed under the portcullis. Declan merely nodded at the guards dressed in gray and blue. Everybody bowed. He jumped off Grunt and helped her down off her mount. The kids dismounted, and Declan started toward the doors. I was thinking we might just stay here," Rose said. "We can wait for you."
"Dear Declan, where is your bride?" "Oh, I left her outside, Your Grace."
Declan shook his head.
"I don't think so."
He took her by the hand, gently, but she knew with absolute certainty that she wouldn't be able to get away, and guided her inside to the lobby. A wide room stretched before her, terminating in a staircase leading up. On both sides of the staircase, she saw arched entrances opening into a vast hall. The floor was old, worn stone. Tapestries decorated the walls. Small trees and bright flowers grew in huge pots along the walls. Bathed in the light of numerous windows, the hall looked surprisingly cheery. A man appeared. His hair was silver, his clothes black leather, his face grim. He looked like he could kill people with his stare alone.
"He's waiting for you, my lord," he said.
Declan nodded and glanced at her.
"Wait for me, please," he said. "I'll be right back."
He ran up the stairway. The man followed him. They were alone. George looked at his shoes. Jack reached over, plucked a small leaf from the nearest tree, and nervously chewed on it.
"Jack, don't do that,"
she murmured. A woman emerged from one of the entrances on the right. Jack swallowed the leaf. She was older, tall, dark-haired, very beautiful, and dressed in a ragged shirt smeared with cream-colored paint. They looked at each other.
"Who are you?"
the woman asked. A frosty sheen crossed her eyes and melted into their dark depths.
"Oh, God, a blue blood."
"I'm here with Declan," Rose said. "These are my brothers. We're just here for a minute." The woman pursed her lips.
"Are you from the Broken?"
"Actually, I'm from the Edge," Rose said carefully.
"Can you paint walls?"
Rose blinked. "Yes."
"Would you mind helping me? I've been painting non-stop and my back really hurts."
There was only one answer to that.
"Not at all."
The woman smiled. She had a very warm smile, and Rose relaxed a little.
"Come with me."
They followed her into a side hallway, up a window stairway, to the second floor, and into a room layered with cloth. Half of one wall was cream. The rest was steel gray.
"I think it looks better with cream, don't you?"
the woman said.
"It looks brighter."
The woman handed her a roller. In a few minutes, all three of them were painting.
"When I become worried, I paint the walls," the woman said. "I've done 4 rooms so far. Well, 6, actually, since I changed my mind several times on the color. Your brothers are adorable."
"Thank you. Why were you worried?" Rose asked.
"Because of Declan, of course. The whole mess with Cashhorn nearly brought me to an early grave. I realize we won, but would you mind filling in the details?"
Rose bit her lip. "I'm not sure I should tell you." The woman smiled.
"I know most of the story. Cashhorn had stolen a device from the Duke of the Southern Provinces that feeds on magic and makes hounds. He took it across the country into the Edge. Declan left to retrieve it and save William, who managed to entangle himself in this mess. So, how did it end?"
"Declan was flashing, and Rose almost died because she flashed to kill Cashhorn, and she had no flash left, and then Declan flashed at Rose to save her," Jack said.
"Jack!"
Rose snapped. The woman's eyes widened.
"Really?"
Jack nodded. "Grandma said Rose's mouth and her eyes were bleeding." George dug his elbow into Jack's side.
"Shut up." "I have to know the whole story now," the woman said.
I'd rather not," Rose said.
"Please, I insist."
20 minutes and 2 walls later, she had the whole story, and Rose wasn't quite sure how she'd gotten it.
"You really intend to make him wait a month to marry you?" the woman laughed softly.
"I want him to be sure."
"Do you know how long the Duchess has been trying to marry him off? If she discovers he found a bride, you won't escape."
"I'm hoping to avoid the Duchess. I don't know anything about manners, haircuts, or proper clothes, and I hope to learn a bit before we meet." Rose hesitated. "Why would the Duchess care whether or not Declan is married? I mean, he's a courtesy earl. I know the Duke seems to rely on him, and he's the Marshal, but I was hoping the Duchess wouldn't take an interest." The woman stopped her roller. "Oh, dear." "I'm sorry?" "Declan has this annoying habit. He doesn't quite lie. Instead, he allows people to arrive at the wrong conclusions and doesn't bother to correct them." "You know him very well," Rose smiled. "Dear, in Adrianglia, nobles, they are called peers here. Peers carry several titles. A duke might also be an earl or a baron. An heir can assume the rank of his sire only when his sire retires or dies. Until then, if the heir has completed his service and passed his examinations, he assumes the next best title in his bloodline. Declan is a courtesy peer, because although he completed his service, his sire is still alive. He is the son of the Duke and Duchess of the Southern Provinces." "Oh, God!" Rose dropped the roller. "Look on the bright side. You don't have to worry about clothes, haircuts, or manners. If you marry Earl Camarine, you could prance into society in a potato sack, and it would become the latest fashion." "So Cassorn was his uncle?" Rose asked. Maybe she misunderstood. "Indeed. And he always hated Declan and Maud, his sister. You see, the mother of the current Duchess was born in the Broken. That's why Declan can travel back and forth between the worlds. He is what you might call a mix. Cassorn never could stand the Duchess. Nobody quite knows why, and so he—" Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Declan's voice called, "Mother?" He ducked into the doorway. "Mother, have you seen—" He saw Rose and clamped his mouth shut. "I've seen, and I approve," the woman said brightly. "Mother?" Rose stared at her. The woman frowned. "I probably should have mentioned that annoying habit of letting people come to the wrong conclusions and not correcting them. He got it from me." Declan's face turned icy. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone." "No, I couldn't, but I absolutely love her," the Duchess answered. "Don't worry about the 1-month requirement. It will take me that long to organize the wedding." Rose simply stared. An older version of Declan appeared in the doorway. "We've misplaced the bride. Oh, here you are." He shouldered his way into the room. An even older man followed. Gaunt and dressed in dark purple, he saw Rose and said, "Why, she is lovely." He glanced at the boys. "Which of you is the necromancer?" A young female voice yelled at the door, "Let me into the room! I'm his sister, damn it!" Rose backed away, pressing against the freshly painted wall. They were too big, too loud, too full of magic. Jack hissed. Declan stepped forward, pushed the double doors open, took her hand, and pulled her through onto a wide balcony. "Did you see that?" the Duchess yelled. "He's rescued her from us. The wedding is on." "Sorry, they're just excited," Declan told her, leading her to the end of the balcony. "You lied to me again." No, I just didn't tell you the whole truth." She shook her head. "A duke?" Not for another 20 years or so." "God, your mother probably thinks I'm an idiot." "She likes you. She likes the kids, too. Rose, I'm still me. Does it really matter if I'm a duke or not? If I didn't have a title, you would have married me already. Forget the castle. Forget my family." One of the older men leaned out of the doors. "I just want to see the Triple Arch," he called. "Then I'll leave you two alone." "I love you. Marry me," Declan said. His eyes were green like grass blades. She put her arms around his neck and kissed him as the triple arch of her flash spun about them. In the doorway, the older man swore. Declan grinned at her. She grinned back. "Say yes," he said. "Yes," she said, "but not before the month is over." This concludes On the Edge. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.